to experience. That's the one thing that Portatree will show you on a rollout. When you're going to go stage, it'll show that red light again when you do break the beam, and that's what it did. But yeah, that was all over for her. Timers were already done. All right, so a little bit of loving going on there for Junga. Junga's got the juice, the Junga juice. All right, there we are. We all up. And a big good morning and hello to everyone watching on our Overtaking Lane live stream. You've just joined us. It's the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. All competitors, don't forget 90 FM on your radio dial. I said radial dial. on your radio dial. Will get you the track PA. So if you need 90 FM on your site radio, you'll get your commentary in your pit area. Big g'day, everyone on the live stream. Like and share. And let's get the whole country, the whole world watching what we do here in southeast Queensland on a Friday morning. And that's do a fantastic drag and drive event. Of course, the addictive events, Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge here at beautiful Warwick Dragway. Junga's been laying down the Junga juice, the traction compound, just creeping up on the track. Pretty much, what are we, two or three events in so far since Warwick's been reopened. They've had their test and tune a couple of weeks ago. They've got the road trip on this weekend. Of course, next weekend, the Junga Bunga No Prep Cash Days happening next weekend here as well. So if you can't be with us here this weekend, and remember, admission's free here this weekend, by the way. The Junga Bunga No Prep Cash Days next weekend. That's what we want to see, a bit of burnout. He's had 2 goes at it, Peter Fenton. Tony Green's been patiently waiting in the big fair lane. Just about see that thing from space, that thing. Look at the big lot of orange over there. Now what about the RA60 Mustang back here? Oh, just hold the phone. The fair lane is gone, 192 and the 60. The Mustang back Salika sort of gave us a little hint of distress. May have broken something because he's gone nowhere. Hasn't gone literally 10 foot. Is he okay now? All right, nothing seen on the track. No harm, no foul, I hope. Gets to the end anyway. And look, 25-25 is 25-25. So big shout out to everyone watching live. If you are watching live, let us know where you're from and where you're watching, what you're enjoying about it. Good to talk to all you guys. And let's just share the experience with as many people as we can. All right, Roy Breyer and Tim Elford. This is part of this group. Must be our white armband group, our group 2. Because we haven't seen Roy Breyer today. That XA 4-door. Tim Elford just about ready to do his skid. I think we're XY here. Just got to catch the taillights of the grill for me. The A's ready. So this group ready to go. Cars we haven't seen yet this morning. We've already seen our first group through. He's got 4 groups here today. Roy Breyer in. Tim Elford in. The lights go pro tree. There we go. Really wound up the lead string there. Did the XA. Problems in the other lane for Tim Elford. The thing's just sort of either snuffed or done something. 767 for the XA. That's no slouch over the 8. 767 at 92 mile an hour to half track. And yeah, Elford. Has he got it going again? Is he trying to start it? Does it cough up a whole lot of black smoke on the takeoff? Sometimes these things can just flood up. So remember, if you want to get into the Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout tonight, you've got to hand in a time slip today between 6:50 and 6:509 to be part of that tonight. And that's a great incentive for a whole bunch of cars. And in fact, the magic 650 number goes for quite a few categories here. It's about as how close to a 650 can you run in some of these categories to make yourself eligible to win and be part of that shootout. Here we go. Dean Wilson having a crack. Another early Holden Ute. What are we, EK Ute? John Richter's. What are we, the VZ? He's entrant C2, so he's 265 street radial blown limited. No time slips quicker than a 650. So he might be another one in the shootout tonight if they can hit that 650 mark. Dean Wilson also. I think someone said it's got a 1J or something in it from memory. So these cars have definitely been massaged to a higher state of tune than standard. All right, boys, put them in. Back on it and try and get him to the stripe. Just gets there, yeah, 742 to a 761 with a big pedal. 118 mile an hour out to the 660. 104 mile an hour there for Dean Wilson. Oh, you got horsepower in all shapes and forms. In the background, if it's not cars running down the drag strip, we're tearing up around the back here with all sorts of machinery. Now, there's lots of petrol heads in the place. It's good to see. Greg Marr, Stella in the water. What do we like? XR Ute. Beautiful Ute. Mia Armstrong back in the water in, what are we, the VE? VEVF. The VE, the utilities. Has it? They seem to work a treat. And an appreciating asset as well. They're all worth something, these Utes. Now that, if someone was smart, they would have done it a few years ago. It started exporting the Utes to the States, because they would have probably sold a few, because the Yanks never, yeah, that's Dave's over. Is that yours over there? Oh, it's lovely. Who's driving that? Oh, Sally's coming to do that. The FIFO gun just flies in, races it, flies out. Isn't that nice? Now that's a bloke that knows which side of the bread his fairy bread's buttered on, making sure Mrs. Dangerous gets a run at the tree. She's got more laps in 2023 than I've got. I don't think I've gone down this year at all. I should be ashamed. 856 at 85 mile an hour, 724 at 99 for Mia with that little bit of spray on board. Still beautiful cars. They're all a treat, aren't they? Tell you what, isn't this flash? Just looking in the background here, we've got the big four-seater golf buggy. That's what we need. That's the transportation. Is that the new Simon O. Swanstrom Middle Country golf buggy? Love that. Take 4 people in comfort, 6 people in a party. Gary Green and Jake Carsberg. So here we go, Jake Carsberg Jr. Jake Carsberg, Gary Green. Well, we know about Gary in the wagon. That's a little bit of a beast, bit of a sleeper. Tell you what, Jake didn't do anything wrong there. 191 came out clean. A little pedal there for Gary. 184 at the 60, 715 and a 786. 715, 102 mile an hour with a big pedal for Gary Green. So not bad for Jake Carsberg's run down the track. Nice uneventful 786. All right, Gus Gemmell and Dan Bertham. So Dan Bertham in the far lane. What are we, XT? Gus Gemmell, the LJ. D9 and 265 street radial aspirated. No time slips quicker than a 650. 695, 744. Check. 179 and 176 in the 60. So they both hit the line pretty decent. Here he goes. This is one of my TAFE buddies coming through here in his HQ. Here he comes. He said it was a cream HQ. He said you'd know which one it was when it turned up. David Keysy. We were TAFE boys, both little apprentice plumbers at TAFE, and Kesey was just getting into cars. He was way younger than me. He was like 18. I was 35. That was the difference. But it's good to see Kesey out there with a beautiful drag and drive car. Dane Turnbull. I don't know what's lurking here in the VR. It's VR or VP, didn't catch the front. But let's see what Kesey's gets down for his first run as well. Not bad. Whoa, she's got something special in the ute. 735, that's a good tough street car. 735 at 88 mile an hour. But look at that, 671 for the ute. 111 mile an hour. What's doing? Something's cracking and popping and six bangering in there. Could be L67. Might be an L67 or something. The old L67 works a treat if it's that. We're going to dive under the bonnet. And Kesey, beautiful. Cream with the chocolate roof. Don't see too many like that. How do you make your HQ stand out? Well, you do cream with a dark brown roof. That's what you do. Daniel Foy now burning out that very rare now S13. Oh, geez, you could get them for a couple of grand, the Aspo ones, and now forget about it. They're so dear. Adam Hogan beside him in that VK, same deal. They were cheap one time, no longer. Collectible and desirable, and they'll live forever. Adam Hogan gets to the stripe, 792 with the VK, and just rolling through the S13 for Daniel Foy's first run, not representative, 1136. God, how's the paint on the EJ? Candy apple on an EJ Holden, for heaven's sake. Who are you, sir? Please introduce yourself. He's in the E class, 235 Street Radial Blown Limited. No time slips quicker than 650. It's brought to us by Valley Waste Services. So no name as yet for entrant E14. So he's in E. So that is that 265 Street Radial Blown Limited. And E2, 235 Street Radial Blown Limited, is Jordan Hunt in that XE Falcon. Gorgeous paint. Where did that thing pop up from? That was delicious. 813 and 810. Gorgeous cars. In the E class, 235 Street Radial Blown Limited. 235 Street Radial Blown. Radial Blown Limited, that's what it is. 235 Street Radial Blown. Street Radial Blown, so that's class E. Sure, mate. Okay. You want to go low? Couple of 100 mil difference. Yep, Dave next to view. Brian, this is better. I can see better too. Aaron McDonald and Brian Brennan, out they go. They mean business. I think we're LSA on board for the VH. It goes 660 knot now. We're getting close to that magic number. Oh, look, who's rolling hotel just turned up here? Is this guy in the right place? I'm sure he is. Look at that for that. Now that's what I call a grey nomad. That's the way to go racing. Have a look at that big truck coming through there. That is a rig and a half. Scott Knight out there, Troy Squires ready to go shortly. The Cortina and the Commodore and the ice cream truck too. That's always handy to see. Normally by now I'm already running into my mum's purse and stealing out of her purse to go and hit the ice cream truck up before it gets to the end of the street. All right, Class C11 and Class F6. So C is 265 Street Radial Blown Limited. So 265 Street Radial Blown Limited. 265 Street Radial Blown Limited. That is Class C. Brought to us by Cleveland Dyno, and Class F, which is 235 Street Radial Aspirated, is Troy Squires. So 235 Street Radial Blown Aspirated is F. Yeah, the ice cream truck. Just when they're ready, I'll just have a single choc top vanilla, thanks. They can go right beside the Overtaking Lane pit, and that'll be just perfect. Get the ice cream truck right next door. Oh, wouldn't it be good? And you know what? On weather like today, lucky enough we're overcast, we've got the breeze, but if it was still and the sun out, it's a dissolving ice cream you'd have to eat in a world record time. And you know what your hand's going to end up like when you finish? It'll be this sticky ice cream hand. Why do we put up with it? Because it's ice cream. All right, Troy ready in that little Cortina. Again, these cars are all appreciating while we look at them. There's not one car out there depreciating while we look at them. Oh, actually, let's see if we can find one that go, well, that's not going up. I doubt it. I think they're all going up. All right, Scott Knight's out there. Seems to work well with IRS. 172 to 60 foot. Right beside him, Troy Squires, as they hit the 660 stripe. 729 to a 770. 172 in the 60 for the Commodore. It got out. 729 at 96. Here we go. I can hear someone lining up. Oh, I thought it was someone bringing boost up. It's the bloke on the leaf blower. You've got to be careful. You just don't know what to listen for around here. So, E12, Ben Wood. Ben Wood with probably the best road trip vehicle you could just about take. Is Barra on board, is it? Is it? It's almost the wagon version of sort of what Benny Neal's been running, you know, which are we still a Toyota Luxo barge there? Robert O'Mara beside in the CV8 or the Monaro. How good's the wagon? 167 in the 60 foot. It moves all right for a big wagon. 748 at 92, 794 for the Monaro at 97 mile an hour. E10 and E12, both in that 235 Street radial blown, brought to us by Phantom Performance Parts. All right, this takes me back. I wish I could bring my photos up to show you my beige V8 Bluebird when I had my 308 in it with the T04. But Tim Heiblum, I think this is with V6 on board, I think. I think she's like a VQ in this. I can't remember what it's got in it. Someone please remind me what Timmy's got. I've got to go and have a look under the bonnet again of the Bluebird. But I had one just like it, except mine was a turbo 308 T04 on it. The original Bluebird before the blue one turned up. I'll say that. Matty McCarthy, he knows it. Timmy's ready. It's a real sleeper, isn't it? And you know what? Bluebirds, they're going. That's another one that's not going down in value, the old Bluebird shape. I'd seen one the other day for $9,000, an immaculate one. It's like $9,000 for a Bluebird. I mean, it was still for sale, but I mean, it had the same problem I had trying to sell mine. I was trying to sell mine with a 308 and it couldn't sell it because it was a Bluebird. As soon as I said that the car's gone 1270s with a 308, they all turned up. Well, it's in a Bluebird. We didn't know it was in a Bluebird. So what's wrong with 1270s? So Timmy just left behind here because Xander Toborowski, 767, out and gone. And the Bluey with some issues, 1107 for Timmy on his first hit. Hopefully they'll sort that out. So just about every car of every shape and every size so far. And so far nothing going down in value as we know. They're all worth a pretty fortune. Yeah, stout skid for Johnny Oliver. He's got everything to try and make it look like a sleeper. It's got the Venetian, it's got the sun visor, but it's got a gorgeous set of race wheels on it, and a scoop and a bulge. So it's a bit of something and then not. And I don't know about that license plate for Stephen Inglis. License plate, unsafe, honestly. That's absolute cop bait. That's going to be the most cop bait license plate I've seen, other than FU Copper. You know what I mean? Like if there's going to be two license plates that are going to get the boys in blue to pull over, is the one that says unsafe. 711 by the way for that. 693 beside there for John Oliver and his VH. Not a slouch amongst them. But yeah, that's a bit of a, hey, pull me over license plate, unsafe. Oh, maybe that's just to go, yeah, well, you find the problem. Dave, you're right. They have literally parked the ice cream truck in front of our view of your pit. That's a dream location for us. Joshua Booker now and Thomas Alvarez. Yeah. Can we see straight in? No, they're not saying anything about you, Dave. They wouldn't do that. Thomas Alvarez, Joshua Booker. So Alvarez in the Falcon. Booker in the Commie. What are we, VC? VC? If you're old enough to remember them brand new, then you are old. You know, what are we, 78, 79, the Commodore came in. All right, so he's rolled through. Josh Brooker, we hopefully can just get him back in and we're going to be okay. So, yeah, Josh just rolled through at the last moment. He might have been pretty deep. Oh, Nelly Stark. Nelly Stark, he had it ready to Alvarez. He had it ready for war. But it's Booker that got the good 60, 164, and too quick for that 50, 637. Where did that come from? 637. Can't wait for that ice cream truck to open. We'll be into the ice creams. You know what? I want a big banana thick shake. That's what I want. You know what I mean? Because I think if they do soft serve, they normally do thick shakes, don't they? I'd be up for a big thick shake. Don't forget too, when you're at the Warwick Dragway canteen, we've got the bucket there, which is a charity this weekend, is the Digney family. Of course, our great friend Kerry Digney passing away last night after a battle with cancer. He fought it for nearly 2 years. For those people on the inside that knew about it, we didn't want to really make it public. You don't want to be sharing. You don't want to be sharing too much. We shared what we could. In fact, we just wanted to highlight a bit more about how great the man was and how honoured and loved he was throughout the world. And lost his battle last night. He had family and friends around him. And we're dedicating this weekend to the great man Kerry. So Justin Spicer and Indy Grayson now in the Commodore. Spicer gets to the finish line with no time. Must have rolled through the beam. And now Indy gets to the stripe and goes 9.16 at 83 mile an hour. So any spare change or donations, pop them in the bucket there at the Warwick Dragway canteen, going to Laurie Digney, Kerry's widow, who I said to her, every day from now on should be easier for you. Every day before yesterday was just so hard every day for her, considering that she had her own health issues. So she was in one hospital while he was another, and they couldn't care for each other. And then when they told Laurie the other day that no, he's not coming home, that was kind of setting the stage. And then last night, off he went. Joshua Demetrios, well, Kerry will be loving this thing. Dan Young beside, check out that. It's like it's the Fairlane gasser, like Galaxy gasser. Gets out all right. Geez, 163 to the 60. 174 there for the Chargers. So both guys hitting that start line. 7:17, 7:39. Good numbers out there. Short time, 174, 163. You know the thing's hooking up when you get something that's won something in the 60. You wouldn't believe how much of a push in the back something like a 1.6 gives you in the 60. And then ask the guys that go 1.3, 1.2, 1.1 in the 60. Ask the guys that go 1.0 in the 60, or the guys that go 0.9 in the. You tell you that's a push in the back. That ain't telling you that it's working. Might need to poke a needle in your forearm, just to make sure that you can feel pain, because if you don't think a 1.60 foot is the push in the back, pour some ice down your back. Make sure that you've got all the nerve endings working, because it's a hell of a thrill that everyone continues to want to do, including Gianni Rosson. Check that out, 7.28 for the Tirana. Benny Kite, 7.97 beside him. Here's a bloke that loves it too. Loves getting this thing to hook up. Billy Martland, Warwick local. This is his home track, and he did drag challenge again this year down at the Bend. Our first one at South Australia. We went South Australia, Mildura, Heathcote, Portland, South Australia, back to the Bend. And I think Billy, this streetcar was getting into the 1050s, just so sweet and so easy. So he's got a chance to go near that 50. Let's just see how close he goes to that 650. We are looking for Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout competitors. They need to run between 650 and 659 by the end of the day to be part of that tonight. He doesn't muck around, okay, he's liking that. Billy Martland, 159 in the 60. That's the push in the back. 685 for him at 100 mile an hour neat. But here, 159, it loved the start line. And 771 for Glenn Young. Good run there for Glennie. Oh, the paint. The paint. We're loving our paint. We've seen some candy apple stuff. This is a slightly darker colour, so not quite that candy apple, but more of a beautiful port. Matthew Maloney, what have you got packing in there? He's in the C class. That's 265 Street Radial Blow Limited, and that's thanks to Cleveland Dyno. Michael Barradell beside in the hatchback, he's in D class, which is 265 Street Radial Aspirated Limited. 60 foot, 168, 164, good race side by side. Hatchback gets there first, 717 on a hole shot, 684. Matthew Maloney out of the Camaro. 265 Street Radial Aspirated, 265 Street Radial Aspirated. Bris Vegas Asphalt Services. That's our D class, 265 Street Radial Aspirated. Bris Vegas Asphalt Services. All right, Neil Ross and Tim Cross. You couldn't write that. That's came up that way. Neil Ross in the Commodore Utility. Got the big Steelies on it. Timmy Cross. He's a Ford lover. Loves his Fords. I think this ended up a Barra-powered Cortina, I think Bowlesy stone this, and it might have been a it was a Crossflow at one stage. Still not Crossflow, is it? I can't remember whether it's Barra now or not. Loves the Barra, Timmy. That's his drag and drive car. He loves Cortina. He's got a radial Cortina that's, low fours. Neil Ross. Now he might try and play the 650 game here. Let's have a look. 676, not a bad first hit. 804 for Neil Ross. I know Timmy tried hard to get into that 650 class earlier on in the year, and he's not too far from getting in there. 676. Just finding their feet with their first passes. Open Outlaw. Open Outlaw. Open BT. Open Outlaw BT. There we go. Ross Benjamin. Michael Shaw. 173 in the single foot. Goes 750. Mind you, a couple of little zings at the tyres there for Ross Benjamin. Means his 824 is not probably near what the potential is for that car. But yeah, Michael Shaw, it looked good. Looked good from beginning to end, 750. Right, Xander Taborski in the Ute. And what I mean, the Ute, the Commodore Ute, license plate innocent. Just as bad as unsafe, really. Greg Marstella. A gorgeous Falcon Ute back again. Gee, they look good with that when they do the no bar on the back there. Don't they look smooth when they don't put the bar on the back? Very smooth. Bumping in. Trying to get a good number here. Pro Tree. Off you go. Nice lead there for Greg. 194 in the 60, it's working well. Here goes Xander. She's in the C class, so she's running a 265 Street Radial Blood, so she's got a power adder on board. And 755 at 93, 814 for Marstella in the Ute in that Falcon. Junga out there with the Junga juice going down, the bit of shtick. Getting a bit of shtick on it. I don't think he has to worry about that next weekend, because if he's going to do no prep next weekend, he won't have to prep, will he? He'll just have to... I know maybe the odd bit of juice might go down at different times. Who knows? Going to be huge next weekend. Some quality cars coming. And you know what? We've got some here this weekend that probably will double up for next weekend. But we've got a whole bunch that aren't here this weekend that will be here be here next weekend. All right, Michael McLean back, Troy Hewitt. Troy Hewitt in the Commodore. Saw a VL coming out of the street in Warwick this morning, an old bloke driving. Had a light bar the size of a small town on the front of it. Puts the tyre there, Troy Hewitt. He's running in the E-Class 235 on the back. So it's going to be a good run. There we go. That's between a 50 and a 59. So that's one that's eligible. Troy Hewitt, 657. Might be our first actual 650 something today. 722 beside for Michael McLean. So 657 for Troy Hewitt. That's what we're looking for in that Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout tonight. Here he is out, Jake Carlsberg again. And Tony Green. So Chris, they're standing on the start line watching Jake go through the procedure. Good to see Junior having a crack. Gets to the 660 now. Good one. 790 for Jake. 790 having fun. 859 beside for Tony Green. 859 for Tony Green, 196 in the 60. Yeah, lights up the HQ with ease. Daniel Jewell, it says here. Dennis Whiting beside Mr. Dennis Whiting in the Camaro. So Dennis, former pro stock racer, but now doing a bit of drag and drive. Good to see. So where all the cool caps are at. 182 in the 60 foot, and he's got the hang of it this time. Dennis takes it to the 660 with a 748 at 95 mile an hour and a 792 for Daniel beside in that HQ. All right, Roy Breyer and Don Maxwell ready to go. Just attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Just an announcement, the checkpoint was scheduled to be open till 2. The checkpoint is now open till 3. So no stress. That just takes a bit of stress off. We can see quite a few of our entrants kind of doing that right now. You can see a few of them leaving the venue and heading to the checkpoint, but the checkpoint closing time has been extended till 3 p.m. All right, Dan Bertham back, John Richter's back. Check out the XR. This is a license plate, bad XR. So this XR got plenty of tyre under it. All the right shapes and sizes. Let's see whether bad XR gets a good run here. John and Dan. Off the line, but it's got plenty once it hooks up. The Commodore 740, 732, 740 and 732, 118 mile an hour. Got a bit of a breeze heading out there now. You know what? It's not so bad a breeze. It is a bit of nature's air conditioning. Just takes that edge off. Thank God it wasn't yesterday or the day before up here. It was like 35 plus out here the last couple of days. So we're kind of lucky we've got this little bit, there is a little bit of activity around. They talk about little supercells and all sorts of stuff happening with this sort of warm weather. So we don't know what sort of whether we're going to have by the end of today or by the end of the weekend. But all I can tell you, you're in the right place here at Warwick Dragway. A few more guys coming up the hill here with their camp chairs. Now, how much did you boys pay to get in again? How much was that to get in? That's right, nothing. This is the best value for money. Before you even set your chairs up, you got your money's worth. Gus Gamble out there in the LJ. No name yet on our E14 entrant. That beautiful EJ. EJ, what a gorgeous little beast. Plenty of wheel spin from the Tirana, and he's not going to get this race back. It's going to be all EJ. Into the sevens. 795 at 88 mile an hour. 938 for Gus Gamble. Yeah, 192 in the 60 foot for the EJ. So the checkpoint has been extended till 3 o'clock. I can see another bunch of competitors leaving the venue to go and do that. The two utes going together, so the B2000 ute and the Hilux just leaving there, and our little Corona leaving as well to go and do that checkpoint. Checkpoint time cut-off is now 3 o'clock. Peter Fenton back on track with the Celica. Tim Elford back with his Falcon. That's a bit better, just walks it off the line. 169 in the 60 foot. Still not a perfect run. He's off the power already down on the run. So not representative. I know they want to hit that 650 mark, but I know a few of them have got that potential, but they're not hitting it yet. 853 had no problems off the line. 169 off the line, but something's just not giving it its head down the end. 1403 wasn't that good either for Tim Elford, so sometimes you don't keep all your time slips. Sometimes those ones will just go to the bottom of the glove box. All right, two guys now in the E class, being 235 Street Radial Blowen, sponsored by Phantom Performance Parts. Yeah. Love that car. Love what we do with these Australian cars. Yes, I watch a lot of YouTube. Yes, there's some stuff that happens in America, but quite frankly, I've seen it all before. But how many times do you never get sick of seeing like old early Holden or Falcon utes, or the Barra 2J or 1J swap, you know, something different. Dean Wilson's got that, license plates on it, drives it. Gary Green, same deal. You wouldn't even pick this wagon. He held on and got out to the 60 and 181. Gary Green will make this one pay. 679, he's got one there. I know that there's another tenth or two in it, trying to hit that 650. But look, not bad. 718 for Dean Wilson. It came out, it held the tyre there for a little bit, started to make a bit more power, and then it just started to hassle that tyre a little bit too much. Still managed to pedal it. Brian Brennan now and Aaron McDonald. Aaron back with that LSA VH. Beside him, the utility. It says 4080 LS on the plate, so maybe a hint into the capacity, engine type. Aaron, that just works so well on the 660. Aaron, 661. God, he's only 200ths away from registering a 6.5 something time slip, which gets you eligible for the Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout this afternoon. They'll hit it. They'll hit the mark. So more of these guys in this group having another run. Troy Squires, John Oliver. Johnny back in that VH. Troy in the F class, 235 Aspo. John in the D class, 265. Gets going, 182 in the 60. Here goes the Stripe, 687. Geez, we've got so many in that 680 zone. 775 for Troy Squires. Works a treat. All right, Keezy back in this lane now. And E2, 235 Street Radial Blowen is the XD. D16, that's 265 Street Radial Aspirated. So the HQ. Yeah, you don't see too many this colour combo. don't see too many in that combo at all, but doesn't it look good? The cream, it's like it is cream with a like a chocolate top. Just hassles the tyre a bit, not much. But you know what? It's still continuing. David Keys, he gets a good one, 787 and an 834. 209 with a bit of wheel spin. Yeah, Dane Turnbull back for his second hit with the Ute. This is a little dark horse. Adam Hoggan beside. Big bulge on the hood of the VK. All right, 679 and 674, Dane Turnbull, Adam Hoggan. All right, Group 3, you can come to the lanes now. Group 3, you can go to the lanes. Group 3, it's your turn to the lanes, Group 3. Benny Wood back in the wagon. Joshua Booker, the Commodore. Yeah, like Crown Wagon or something. Got a JZ 130 license plate. That could be the hint. Probably could have had the 2J standard, but I think it's got a barra in this one because it's Australia. You can put Aussie engines in. Crown Wagon, barra powered Crown Wagon. Now Junga's just, we got him on the back tyres, have we? That's what we got. We got him on the back tyre there. That'll be why he's half a car length ahead of the wagon, I'd say. That's my prediction. There we go, try that. Just noticed that. Here we go, boys. There's the tree. It does get up the field, doesn't it? It does move the big wagon. They wouldn't be like those things either. 680 for Booker, 727 for Benny Wood. No complaints here. Everyone's having a ball. And the combos just get sweeter. Oh yes, got plenty on board. Gianni Rosson. UC Tirana, license plate was 202, like that. Indy Grayson beside in the VB. Could be the VB, the VC. Now the Commodore gets up and going. The UC is there, 725. Geez, we've got so many in that low 7-second zone. Real tough car. 725 at 100 mile an hour in the 8th. 915 for Indy and the Commodore at 83. So we want that third group, Group 3. Group 3 to the lanes, please. Group 3 to the lanes, please. Group 3, orange armbands to the lanes, please. Group 3, orange armbands to the lanes. Robert O'Mara now, Scott Knight. Tell you, the Monaro gets up, 188 to 60, 182 for Scott. Look at that, 739, 772. Real Queensland street cars. Super tight and competitive. So we've got a few competitors coming back from the road trip. I can see a little Corolla that I'm sure we'll see later coming out. So a whole group, they all got different agendas. The Bluebird's going out for the road trip now too. Yeah, he must be LSA or something there, Stephen Inglis. I could just hear that, a little bit of blower wine. Dan Young's there with the old, I call him like the Galaxy Gasser. seems very popular in drag and drive right around the world. Old Patina Gasser look works really well. 7:23, 167 in the 60-foot, 96 mile an hour, 7:12 at 106 for Steve Inglis. LSA had a bit more power up its sleeve. So we need that third group to the lanes, please. That is the orange armband competitors. Oh. A few of these guys starting to make their first hits of the day. Glenn Young, Justin Spicer. Glenn Young in D5, which is the 265 Street Radial Aspirated. E8 for Justin Spicer is 235 Radial Blown. So like the VN. Plenty on board, Glenn Young. Doesn't it got some? Even with the pedal, it comes back and goes 803. 920 with some slow issues there for Justin Spicer. They'll get their head around it. Plenty of time to try and hit the perfect number that you want before you hand your slip in. Of course, Addictive Events do a fantastic road trip drag challenge brought to us by Absolute Lifting and Safety. Matthew Maloney, Benny Kite, they love it. License plate for the Ute, mullet. There we go. It's the Aussie Cletus mobile. Without the, 3,000 horsepower, 4,000 horsepower twin turbo big block. Just slipping and a sliding and tweaking away. Getting some big terminals out the back. 764 with a ton of pedal. 764 at 106 mile an hour. 837 at 84. Yep, the Hoff is on the road trip. The Hoff is officially leaving the venue with William Yarwood. The Hoff is off. Off with the Hoff. He's filled it full of fuel, and Hoff is taking things. Yeah, has he? He's got an aircon unit, hasn't he? So, some of our iconic Queensland streetcars going out to do their road trip part of it. So the checkpoint, and Will Yarwood there as well. Joshua Dimitrios now and Michael Barradell. So Dimitrios in the Charger, Barradell in the hatchback. The hatchback is impressive. 163 in the 60-foot, 6 something here. Oh, 708 to an 835. So they are a lot of these sort of street-tired, street-suspended cars. When they're packing a lot of horsepower, they sometimes just on that fine line for traction. Sometimes on a good day. Michael Barradell, Joshua Dimitrios, still part of that second group. We're still looking for Group 3, the orange guys, to get to the lanes. Thomas Alvarez in the water, Ross Benjamin beside him. The G6 up against the stealthy HR. All we need is a van and a wagon, and we've completed the whole HR collection. We've got the Utes, got the sedan. No problems there for Ross Benjamin. Big zing of the tyres for Alvarez, but he managed to get it all hooked back up. 723 for him. And a 727 for Ross Benjamin. Just went about his business. So Billy Cumnor's off to do the course. So's the blowing prem. Off they go. Go and do the checkpoint. Now Ross back for another go as Michael Shaw. The 235 Street Radial Aspirated. Neil Ross in the D class 265 Street Radial Aspirated. 810 and 768. Yeah, I love side-by-side burnouts with street cars with tow bars. Tim Cross, Bill Martland. So Timmy back for another go with the boosted Barracuda. Bill Martland, the turbo, I think 355 Holden on board. $159 in the 60, another good number, might want in the 80s or something here. Let's have a look. 683. Tim looking for the 50 something. 664. He's honing in. He's only 500ths away from trying to hit a 50 something. He wants that number, something 650 something. Get you into that Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout if you choose. If you choose. That's what they're all trying to hit. Have a chance at some of that money tonight. There's a little bit of money up. I want to thank all of our great sponsors, including Trailers and Spares for the Open Outlaw Blow-In class, Queens Road Paint and Panel for the Open Outlaw Aspirated. We've got to thank Zarappa's Yamando for sponsoring 275 Outlaw Blow-In, PST Automotive for the 275 Outlaw Aspirated, Cleveland Dyno for 265 Street Radial Blow-In, Bris Vegas Asphalt Services for 265 Street Radial Aspirated, Phantom Performance Parts for 235 Street Radial Blown, Valley Waste Services for 235 Street Radial Aspirated, Upset Racing for True Street Radial Blown, Terry O'Shea Smash Repairs for True Street Radial Aspirated. We've got to thank Scooter from SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying for the Dial Your Own A and B, Lockyer Automotive for the Manual Open Blown, and 24/7 fleet and field maintenance for manual open aspirated. Our Dial Your Own challenge will be quick 60 race cars and components tomorrow night. The 650 shootout tonight will be the Knight Family Motorsports, and the Dow Dig Civil hole shot. We've got to work out a hole shot. Dow Dig Civil bringing us that hole shot award. Other great awards I've got to try and give out by the end of the weekend. Well, actually not by the end of the weekend, by the end of tomorrow Arvo for our presentations tomorrow night. Time Thief, longest time to spool, could be the Hoff. He's gone, he can't hear us. Unless he's watching the stream while he's driving on. Now that's the ultimate drag and drive setup. Leaving the track with a screen in the car, watching the stream from the track that you just left as entertainment for the drive. You can watch your own run. That's perfect. There's nothing wrong with a 30-second delay with all of that. We actually use that we always still use that as our automatic action replay. Yeah. What we're seeing live, we go back. And I always wonder what that looks like when you're watching the stream. You hear us talk it live and then you hear us talk it back. You know what I mean? You hear it talking live and then it's like, let's have a look at the replay because we hadn't seen it yet. You know what I mean? We've called it live, but we haven't seen it yet. And then be able to do it later. Sometimes I think 30 seconds is a good delay. I remember initially a fellow in the early days, Steve Hellier, would do something called Speed FM. He'd do a live audio, but he'd give me a suitcase at the airport wherever I went, and he'd talk me through plugging it in. And then by the time he got it up, it was about 2-minute delay of buffering back then for audio. But that was surreal to be. We didn't have any instant replay or anything like we've got here. But that was back in the days of buffering. Do we still have buffering problems? Is that what it is? 30 seconds of buffering? Little delay. It's working well. Yeah, that little dish working well. Got that? Is he sure that's pointed in the right direction? That satellite dish? It does it. Oh, I'll keep an eye on that. It'll track the satellite. Well, I'm not an expert. I'm just a plumber, but I guess the satellite's over there. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Are we normally pointing south? Just depends on the orbit of the satellite, isn't it? Exactly its orientation. It could be 360 different degrees of trajectory there. You know, see, I'm not that stupid. I know what a 45 bend looks like. There could be a big mighty Tesla up there. Hey, notice we haven't seen a lot of Tesla. We haven't seen. Yeah, you did put one up. No one's put one in a drag and drive that I know of yet. No, not yet. Not in Australia. Maybe they've done it overseas. But you know what else we've got to try and work out awards-wise before the end of tomorrow afternoon. Best Sleeper brought to us by Weld Done Fabrication. Scariest Ride, thanks to Pro Build. God, we've got some stuff to look at. Hard luck, thanks to Virginia Sheet Metal. I hope to not give that one away, but it might just happen. Best save, thanks to Virginia Sheet Metal. Best burnout, Virginia Sheet Metal. Best, CFB performance for best burnout. Highest mile an hour is Sakaz Customs. Wheels Up, best wheel stand brought to us by Priority Roadworthies. And Quick Shifter, the standout in the manual class, thanks to Overtaking Lane. They love a good stick shift, and boy, isn't stick shift a thing that's big around the world as well. The universe, biggest. I've already won. I can't go back to back. I have hung that up in my workshop, the biggest Bogan Award from earlier this year. I can't believe I won that. Meteor Hawk, Cameraman's Choice, and Showstopper. Yeah, well, there you go. Overtaking Lane's got a couple more they've got to give out. Some of our awards. We normally do that by tomorrow night, don't we? Because we have a bit of a do, don't we? And we got the lucky. Are we doing the random spinny wheel again and all that stuff? Yeah, you'll have to G that back up again. And the feed, it's all going to happen. It's one of the reasons why, for your 220 entrants that have turned up, one of the reasons why they keep turning up, because you actually do get a little bit spoilt. You get plenty of time on track. You get a beautiful drive. You get to compete, have a bit of fun. Everyone's camping. Gee, we got everything from good setups to the swag, and even like Danny was telling me just before, it was just warm enough last night. You didn't even need a blanket. You didn't need anything over you. You could just literally, you were probably, did you have AC on? And you did, right? So some people had that. Some under the tuna. Is that what you did? So there's people out here sleeping completely no blankets needed, so completely aspo. You're in there full blown with the AC under the doona. Spoilt. Well, some people have different levels of comfort tolerance, or they didn't bring an aircon truck with them. That was the difference. But that'll be that. You deserve it, boys. I mean, you've done a few miles in the truck. That was a good trip back from Adelaide by the look of it.
We took a trailer in the car for that one. Didn't use the truck.
Oh, that's right, you did. You travelled a little lighter for that one. Yeah. 22-hour drive. Oh, goodness. Oh, well, you can be under the doona then, fine. You can have a little bit of comfort. By the end of the third day, all the comfort we can bank between now and then will help. Well, that's it. It's got to be ticked. It's got to be approved. So nice little bit of loving here, a little bit of tweet. And weekend, Junga will be doing the 660 stuff here, the no prep. So he's just getting in the game, getting the practice in, and they're going to give it their all. Not only this weekend, but next weekend as well. So look, for a Friday, what a good group for a Friday. Thanks for everyone for coming out. Free admission all weekend. How good's that? I hope we get a nice big group want to come out and have a look tomorrow. I know some people had to work today. Some people are out there. And you know what? For all those people out there right now, text a workmate and say, I hope your Friday's doing well with a smiley face. See you tomorrow. Shout them a burger tomorrow. Bring them out. Get them out here for tomorrow. But it's good that you people have come out on the Friday. Take a part of it. It's a good opportunity while we're doing a little bit of prep. Go get yourself a bite to eat. Drop a donation in the bucket for the Digny family, go and grab that stuff from the canteen. It certainly helps the track when you go and grab it there. I think the ice cream people are here as well. Take that break right now while you can. I'm going to have that little break myself in just a sec. I don't know whether I'll go to the ice cream truck. Well, banana thick shake, that might be the way. Might be time, Nelly, for a burger or something as well. Get yourself fed. We're at 12:30. We've been doing pretty well. And all we're doing here is a bit of prep. It's not like we're a clean-up. We're not in like a clean-up mode here. We're just in a little bit of prep here. So a little bit of track prep. That's all we're doing. Dragging the sled. Jungus is doing a little bit of the little suck truck there. So give us a minute or two. Just sit and chill. Big shout out to all our people watching online as well. Friday in Australia, Warwick, Queensland. Enjoying the addictive events, absolute lifting and safety road trip drag challenge for 2023. Oh, it's good to have you folks there. When the action comes back on, like and share that, and we'll get those numbers up. It's a bit hard to watch it while you're working. It's hard. Not everyone gets to do it, but for those people that do, good on you. Good on you for that. We'll know that we'll get the coverage up a bit later on as everyone gets a bit of time to do it. I know if they ever go to Smoko shortly, they'll be wanting to catch up. But Jung is just doing that last little bit of prep with the sled. I'll take this opportunity to be back with you guys here shortly. Just another call for Group 3, the orange armband people. They should be in the lanes. What do you got there, Cuz? What's that flavour? Fizzy lime flavour or something? Oh, I could go one of them. I could so go one of them right now. All right, there we go. Well done, sir. Well done. Well done, Junga and crew. Nice little mini prep there. It's going to get you to get over and get a bite to eat, which we'll do shortly. I think Junga's ready to go. So great place to get a feed over at the canteen. Bit of shade over there, a bit of breeze. Should be beautiful, nice and comfortable over there in the shaded area, isn't it, folks? Bit of nature's aircon there. Got it looking a treat there, Junga. Good to see you got the Sun Smart mullet on. Make sure you don't get any sun on the neck, mate. That works for me. Works for me. So, yeah, look, when you get the opportunity, get over. We've got all that great Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise there. Great variety of colours. The buckets there for the Digney family. I was just talking to Chris Loy. They went and saw Kerry the other day, and we're all gonna miss him dearly. I myself thought I'd take it on myself to just highlight his plight because, you know, when someone's an integral part of the furniture like Kerry was, you know, you don't always, you know what's going on in people's lives. You just know that you turn up at a car event and he'd be there. He'd be there at Lakeside, or he'd be there, you know, or here at Warwick. Of course, you know, for Summernats for all those years, he'd be that voice of Summernats, voice of Mopar Sunday, car shows, you name it, the man was there. He's always just the bloke in the big black hat, the big top hat, and the hot rod, always that hot rod. You always knew when he's around because you don't mistake the hot rod the man drives. No one else has got a hot rod like he's got. And would you believe that they have been trying to sell that way before Kerry passed. They were moving the hot rod on. They knew that he couldn't enjoy it as much, but would it be good if someone could just put that in a museum or something? Like someone just grab it and keep it, use it maybe? I don't know. I certainly know that there's going to be some plans for Mopar Sunday next year that's going to probably involve that hot rod if it ain't sold by then, but I'm sure it can turn up for that. And we might send him down at Willowbank during that time. And I know that we're talking about saving. Well, it's almost like we're talking about we're going to divide his ashes up, and Laurie can keep so much of him, and then we're going to spread the rest of him around every other drag strip we can in this country. Certainly any other drag strip he's been to, we want to get some of the ashes down there. There'll be a bit of Kerry going out here, I'm sure, in the future at Warwick. He loved this place. The Loys loved him here as well. He's just that cool uncle everyone had, and he could tell you a good tale about anything. And yeah, if you want to give to the cause, we got the bucket there at the canteen. Bloody Volvo, Dave. What's with these freaks with Volvos, Dave? What's that got in it? Anything. Geez, I was so close to a steak burger then. I was just about to go, but I don't want to. You don't want to give up a run to run for a burger, if you know what I mean. That prep's been done. Dion and Tony are back to go. I was wondering where all our Falcon Utes went. Our late model. They might have been all hiding in a group. 7:30, 99 mile an hour. Dion 9:57. And I'll say this reason too, because the Volvo turned up, and I'm not going to miss out on the Volvo. People still love playing with the Swedish Duplo, the block. Me, personally, I have owned two Volvo wagons, a Volvo 4-door. I own a Volvo 2-door at the moment, which is my drag and drive. But this guy's beat me to it. The Volvo drag and drive, he's beat me to it. Peter Bellis. Michael Sears, though, beautiful green VH beside. But everyone just gets a bit curious about what's packing in the Euro brick. Sounds, hang on, let me have a listen. You can't tell just from that. Big box license plate like that. That's funny. Big box license plate. God, we've got a good sense of humour in this country. I love that he's got like the GT wheels on it, so it's got. I think we're a 15. I've got them on mine. So what's lurking beyond the hood of the Swedish box. Let's just see, ET-wise anyway. Oh, Commodore goes 1.6 in the 60 foot. The Volvo, it's got enough to just zing the tyres about 150 foot out. 673 the VH. The Volvo still goes 100 mile an hour in the 8. 744 with a pedal. I want to know more. Should be mandatory. Every vehicle, like on their time slip on the way back, it's mandatory. I need to look under the bonnet. Just to get an update. Be good if before every one you would politely lift your bonnet so we could see what you had, or put it on the entry form. You know, Corey Brash and William Keogh. So first runs, I think, for both Corey and Will. This is our third group, Group 3 Orange. So the J class now is a bit further down. And again, other categories. J class is dial your own. So our J's are dial your own. They'll be on that shootout tomorrow night, no doubt. So they're in the J classes. Dial your own A, dial your own B. Oh yeah, we're going to have a few interesting vehicles creep up in the next couple of groups, because some of our other lower category letters are coming up, like MR2s and Mal McBride with panel vans with weird stuff sticking out of them. So some of our six-banger stuff. MR2 was off and gone. Mitchell Fleet, Mal McBride, 894. And 1482. I'd love to do the list of all the ETs, but can you print that out on Portatree? Can you do a fastest ET so far? No. So we just got to go off. We just got to go off memory. I've got to maybe start writing a few things down. I know we had Benny Vleck get into the 5. I think he went 5-1 on the first pass. No one else has really hit as hard. I think we've had a couple of 5s. I'll let you know. They were in the early groups, Damien. They were in the early groups. They've all gone to the checkpoints. We're getting into these, our, Group 3, Group 4. So we're nearly not even halfway through our entry list yet. Andrew McClellan, Danny Martin, one of our 6 cars. There we go, running in the MB2 class. Manuel Blowen, 764 in Manuel Blowen, 823 for Andrew McClellan. He's in the dial your own class, 823 for him. So MB4 and J31, so dial your own for the fair lane. MB4 means another manual transmission. Manuel Blowen. Danielle Brady and Daniel Mirando. So Mirando in the fair lane. Danielle Brady. Stick shift Corolla. I think we're K-swap now, this thing, isn't it? That's what it's got now? K20 or 24. She loves the clutch pop here. Whoop. Walked it off the line, walked the clutch, and then kind of lifted some throttle off there instead. 1074 at 76 mile an hour. Daniel Mirando, 852 for him. Yeah, Damien Boyce is keen to keep an eye on all our ETs. We're running Portatree. We're running Portatree here, not CompuLink. So one thing about CompuLink, it kind of sits it on your screen. We can't have that. So we're on Portatree, so we have to do reports to do that. We've got to stop sessions, all that sort of stuff. CompuLink kind of just sort of give us one screen with a list. So we can only go off our memory so far, ET-wise. We've got about 3 or 4 guys go into the 5s, but yeah, we might still see some 4s before we know it. Matthew Borg, Sean Deegan, Sean running in the 235 radial aspirated class. He gets there first, 726. Matthew Balke goes 849 in the dial your own class, brought to us by SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying. Yeah, we ain't seen these boys before. I love that. That's a menu. I love a stick shift. I'm glad we got some guys believing in that. Some cars do actually come with 3 pedals on the floor. And I love that they're just playing with all sorts of weird stuff. No matter what combo you want to bring, whatever Jason Martin's got, you would assume we might be a pretty cranky Barra with a clutch in it. Maybe a Tremec. Craig Nofke beside him. It's a 235 street radial aspirated, so all engine. No, it's Coyote powered or V8 powered. I thought it might have been 6-cylinder. Just assumed, Jason Martin. Just assumed. See, you shouldn't do that. 843. 709 for Craig Nofke. He was out and gone. No waiting. So manually shifted V8 Falcon. Who would have thought? Coyote based. Oh, sounds the business. Another one in the 235 street radial aspirated class. Brian Heffler, very cranky little Cortina. Patrick Shaw, another utility. MA4, manual aspirated. That's his class. A start line there was for Patrick Shaw. He bogged the car on the line and can't recover. 769 with a bit of wheel spin. At least Brian Heffler could drive through it. 996 for Patrick Shaw. Another MA out there, manually aspirated VR. Entrant J28 here. Dial your own Falcon. As I said, we're into Group 3. We're nearly just about into the second half of the whole field. It's stunning to know that there are 220 want to come and do this. You know what I love is when, you know, we change venue and then your entry numbers go to 220. I like that. Everyone wants that almost last hit before Christmas and the Christmas party weekends start turning up where you know stuff's going to happen in the next month and a half. So this is the last hit for everyone for the year. This is motoring recreation the way we like it. And I love the way the road trip does it. I love the idea that we have a base and that you go out and being located somewhere like either Willowbank or here, you're gifted with some good roads, some good scenery and somewhere to go. That's all we need. Do you want to traverse the whole state? Yeah, now that's always the ultimate challenge. But, you know, to have a good time, have a really do more things in 3 days than you can do in a week. You know what I mean? You can nearly do a week's worth of fun in 3 days and not have to pack your thing up every day, which a lot of people appreciate, not having to do that. And if anything, you're not leaving it for any long period of time anyway. You're either out on the transit run, like a few of our guys coming back now. Look at this. I love this too, that all the real stuff just turns up from their checkpoint. They've all been to the checkpoint. We've got about 3 real tough ones rolling in the gate right now that have just come back from the road trip part. Look at that. This is what all of the afternoon's going to look like, folks. You're going to see all the tough ones go down the track. You're going to see all the ones that raced in the morning come back from the checkpoint. Now the checkpoint closes at 3 though, so they've got to make that decision before they go racing. They've got to do the checkpoint though. David McLeod now goes through the gears. Dion Shaw runs the ute to the stripe, 867 and an 861. So Dave McLeod, aspirated manual. This looks sweet too, thank you. Looks good in the blue. Love everything about that shape. And our Ford, Troy O'Hare, of course. TOH. This is Luke Fraham, or Fraham. If that was a G, that'd be Luke Graham, but it's Luke. His name could be Luke Graham or Fraham. Isn't it funny, the English language? Anyway, Luke in the ute and Troy in the... Crazy Q is the license plate. That'll do for now. That's not upsetting or agitating anything. It obviously has some potential. Once it's all together, that thing's going to be quick. 881 at 95 mile an hour. I wouldn't call it a wasted run. It's a good checkout run. 776 for Troy O'Hare. That's lurking in a garage. Don't you love it that you know that you've got cars of this? We know that's 11-second quarter mile potential in another Australian garage. As with all the other 209 of them, 219 other ones out there. Whoa, hang on. Brendan Burnett, what are you packing in the wagon? He's in J class, so dial your own. Elvin Addison, another one that's turned out. Now that is the W. Real steel owned by real people, living in real garages. And this is where your average Australian gets to indulge in a fairly competitive level of motorsport and be truly individual and share it. 738 every day, that wagon. 837 for the W. And this is two other reasons why I love Australia, because I sounded like Simon Grigg might have like an LSA in the old FE Holden. Mind you, you've got the Commodore Vacationer with the Weber Q on the back and the surfboard on the roof, the Venetians. That's the full Vacationer. That's my idea of a Vacationer. Can we surf? Can we cook barbecues? Can we run 7-second ETs over the 8? Tick, 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 Australia. The FE though, watch this FE. I'm watching Weber barbecue there. I mean, that thing is fully bolted down, of course. 717 for the FE. 171 in the 60, cranking up something from the late 50s, and it goes that quick. 894 for the barbecue with the Commodore attached. And Paul Travis gets a good run in. Oh, isn't it good to have Larry Perkins with us this weekend too? Love a good Larry, and it's manual too. Could be Larry. You know what? I love Larry Perkins, but I would truly put him into legend status if he turned up at a road trip. Wayne Bell, though. We'll settle for Wayne Bell. It's Wayne Bell out there. Mark Bramwell beside in the utility, but I love a good touring car replica, especially from what I call the golden era, when the manufacturers were still benefiting from motorsport. Grab a gear, Wayne. There you go, he's got another gear there. 817 for Mark and 1033 with a couple of miss. If you're in New Zealand, Mossschafts. They're a Mosschaft in New Zealand. A Mosschaft. Wayne Bell in the Larry Mobile. Oh, we see it. I'm loving this. We haven't seen the same car more than twice. You know what I mean? Already, and this is the organic mix that is a road trip. It's bringing them out in groups, and they're getting slightly more diverse every hour. Because we ain't seen Shara Hoskin yet, or this guy, the 55 Chev. Now the entry list, looking up at the entry form, and his name's Ross Fuller Love. That's almost as bad as Dick Rocket this morning. Shara Hoskin, I think that's Shara all right. She's not messing with the entry form. However, Ross Fuller Love in the 55 Chev has made sure the entry form's made it interesting. So he's got himself already a reputation. Ross Fuller Love, you did it to yourself, Ross. Got caught up in your own 15 seconds of fame, and the false names brought you undone. Well, not the real you anyway. Ross Fuller Love's name's mud. There you go. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. 169 the 60 foot shuts me up pretty quick because that shoebox is quick. 732 at 97. Ross Fuller Love, you can come back anytime. 970, 78 mile an hour for Shara. She had had the boost up and popping and banging, and then Ross Fullerlove goes and jumps out on her. She held stage though. She's not one of these guys that when someone freaks out on the stage, they leave. Didn't we see that a couple of times this year? Jamboree, Kenda, we've seen it a couple of times this year. Big moments, false amp, fake it, not even a phantom amber, and then they both. Scotty Clibborn, thanks for cracking open the afternoon for us with this cranky 13B manually shifted Corolla. And beside him, Derek O'Hare. So again, Derek, look at this HQ running in the dial your own class, but it's manual blowing for Scott. This thing's going to be quick. Could be our quickest stick shift car. Here we go, walk it out. It's got some horsepower. He hasn't shown it all on the launch, but it's going to be enough for now. 828 at 99. I think we saw one into the sevens before, so Scotty can get it into the sevens, I'm sure. 765 for Derek O'Hare. Another stout, sweet, real street car living in someone's garage. And comes out and goes 182 in the 60, 765 to the 8. Well, we saw Rick Fullerlove. Now we're seeing Rick Smoothie. This might be all a big stitch up. The yellow 55 in the far lane. Tony Carkeet. How about this thing? Carkeets and Holdens. They love them. This EH. Both guys in the dial your own category. All the right shapes. How good does that look disappearing through the 660 here? 845, 827. They keep coming, new ones. Ain't seen them down the track yet. These guys, their first time on the track today. This is the big, fairly near the middle of the orange group, Group 3. We've still got a nice bunch down the lanes. Ones you ain't seen before. You certainly ain't seen these two, Chris Kenny or Jason Burnett. So the Burnetts, they love that little sort of ratty look about the wagon. Now, I bet you this thing would go at least 1.7 in the 60 if it hooks up. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, 1.95. All right, maybe next one. Chris Kenny, though, he gets it out there. 1.77 in the 60. 8.11 already done for the wagon, and just off the throttle, Kenny, 7.51 at 93, still not too bad. You see so many tough HKs, T's and G's with the leaf spring, just effortless 1.760s a lot of the time, if they hook up nice. These cars, street cars, fit for purpose. Drive on the street, go to the checkpoint. Remember, the checkpoint closes at 3. Hugh Weir and Chris Shaw go through to 9.57 and 9.23. Yeah, I don't think that was for me, that one. That might have been for me. Didn't hear my name in the front of it. So I know that's Beth Mansfield French in the Capri. That's my guess. And John Burnett beside in the VH. We'll bring it back out there. Yeah, Beth Mansfield French, geez, between her and Terry, geez, they've done some laps in the year. They love their drag racing, the Mansfield Frenches. Does everything nice, just does the deal and gives us that 809, that low 80, high 7 second area for Beth. John Burnett, 8 flat, 91 mile an hour. None of this is to be sneezed at. This is just, real decently quick street cars. And they just keep rolling on. Again, I haven't seen one vehicle that's depreciating as we speak. Every vehicle I've seen so far is going up in value. You just know we're not going to get any really cool shapes anymore in cars. In fact, everything from now on is going to look like a robot or a transformer. That's what they're looking at. Like, you see the way cars are looking now, they look like a stormtrooper. They don't look like anything. But that looks like a car to me. So does that. And they're rare as hell. Carl Livingston and Dylan Murdoch. That's right, even VEVF. They're holding on to them. They're not going down in value. The right ones are worth something. How about the Tirana 866 to an 828? And another stick shift. Here he goes. And he's Mr. Excitement for a big guy in a small package. That's because he's a big fella in the little car. He's very visual. Great runs side by side. We continue on with the orange group. Entrant J29 is Anthony Wilkins in that. So we've got a red and white 55, a yellow and white 55, a green and white 55. We've got them all. We've got them in trios, except we don't have 3 Ryan Feekins, maybe, fortunately enough. 13B, you heard that, stick-shifted Mazda MX-5, or Miata as they call them in the United States. These used to be cheap, these cars to buy, but certainly not with rotaries in them. I think Mazda should have done this from factory. She gets going though. He gives it a nice whack through there. Look at that, 756. That's a lot of fun. And he had a bit of a bog off the line there too, but I've seen what happens when he gives it hell off the line. He's broken stuff on that thing before. That's the stick shift dilemma that you have. Might be a nice cool thing to go and run in stick shift, but you also got to remember you've got to have everything really strong behind that gearbox, including a good gearbox, by the way. If you keep breaking gearboxes, buy a better gearbox. You keep breaking diffs, build a better diff. You keep breaking tail shafts, build a better tail shaft. Is everything perfect? Right. You know what I mean? Then you put a rod out, and then you're back to square one. Here we go. Terry Mansfield French. Mark Pennycuick, Mark in the utility. Terry, get the tyre up here. Let's have a look. Nelly. They want a bit of slower 7.3 the 60 foot, which is no mean feat for a whopping big wagon. Mark Pennycuick is manually aspirated. I heard a little chirp. That's the giveaway on the manual, isn't it? You get that little cheeky chirp. Snap second, got some chirp, and went 9.27 in the utility. So I know that our little Gemini over there has done the checkpoint, because the reason why we haven't seen these cars this morning, because they were out doing the checkpoint. It's now their chance to hit the track this afternoon. That's Timothy Zebath in the Supra. That license, he's got a big sticker on the back glass saying hooked. Does that mean he's hooked on Supras, or hooked on drag racing, or hooked on drag and drive? Matthew Gormley, the little Gemini, both in the Dial Own class. Squatting it down, got that IRS squat in the Supra. Gemini gets to the stripe, 792. Supra sends a little bit out, a little bit late. He's going to get a little bit of terminal if he keeps it pegged. 8.19 at 98 mile an hour. You can hear the little 13B Miata behind us in the central commentary position. They pick up their time slips at the base of the tower here at Warwick Dragway. Beautiful view out the back here of the mountain ranges. Of course, we talk about the scenic rim area. Good skid for Scooter. Shane March out there, of course, Mr. SFM. Concrete Pumping and Spraying. He's the sponsor of the Dial Your Own class. Tim Vanderhaar, the Chevelle. My boss has got one of these in orange with white stripes. Never driven it. Hasn't finished it. But it's nearly all there. Scooter's full. The big F truck might get himself at low 8 or 7 here. 8.53, 8.53, 8.60 For Tim Vanderhaal, that's a great little race there. Nearly identical at the 60 and only 700ths difference at the stripe. Another manual car out there, MB7. Love seeing manual blowing. No time slips quicker than 650 though, that's what I love. I love that. Still that idea you can have a level playing field. Mark McNee beside him here in one of my favourite, I don't know why, well I've got a reason why. I think the VC was one of my favourite Valiant shapes. There used to be a double D gas car that ran in the late 80s. Pete Smith had a blown V6 Chev in it. It sounded amazing, it did massive wheel stands, and it was a VC. I was always fallen in love with the VC since that first Valiant I saw as a drag car. Just love the shape. Jones. He's got must have a bit of spray on it running a manual blown, so small block by the sound of it. 853 at 79, 943 for Mark McNee in the Valiant. Street cars with tow bars. Definitely got the V6 sound to it, the burnout here for Memphis Richters. Now there's the name of the day. That's the name I could get. That's the name I could go with. Memphis, that's the name. Memphis Richters. I think Wade Wagstaff and Morgan, they had Boston. I think his name's Boston. So you got Memphis, Boston. Got Reg Pettiford beside. Reg, just call him Reg. Memphis has got a tweaked V6 under the bonnet of the Commodore and goes about the business. 920 for Memphis. Reg goes 948. We're continuing on with this merry band of men enjoying their vehicles on a Friday, and women, I should say that as well. Folk, Chris Shaw, Corey Braish. Corey in the, I think it's a WB, it's got the tail lights, it's got the Torno clips. God, if I had $1 for every, I mean, you could go into a Repco or any store and buy a Torno clip off the shelf. You buy them in a pack. I think you got a little tube. You can buy them in loops and everything. These used to be Torno cover parts available at your average auto parts store. 896 for Corey, 864 for Chris Shaw. And let me just have another listen to this Volvo here. Let me just see if we can zone in on the power plant, see if we can identify it. It could almost be V6-ish. I've got to go looking. Had a little sound to it. It did sound V6-ish. The big box, static strap, GT wheels on it. Peter Bellas, Tony Rogers in his ute, complete with Torno straps. Still got the Torno straps on it. All right, Volvo, show us what you got. She's got some. Whatever's lurking under there's got some. Could even be L67. You don't even know. It could be even something like that. It sounds V6-ish after that little display. 736 for Tony and his Torno. 872 for the Volvo with plenty of pedal. Speaking of plenty of pedal, another one with 3 pedals. And they all unite more and more, the stick shift brigade. William Keogh is out there in the XD Falcon in the J class, which is dial your own. But Danny Martin, MB2, manual blowing, 6-cylinder by the sound of it, could be all RB30. There you go, gets through the 3, 818 at 101 mile an hour, 8 flat for William Keogh. sort of bogged it. I think that definitely the start line can take a fair bit from these guys. That VH. Proudly wearing the plates, Michael Sears. 355. 3 FTY5. Love it. Craig Mildren. Nicely finished tray back. WB-ish. Can't quite see the front. License plate doesn't clue me up. Another beautiful H-body tray back. Hits the tyre hard with a 158 60 foot and hits the stripe at a 677. We start thinking of this 650 number again. You start getting the guys smashing out the 6-second runs. We're looking for 650 to 659 to be part of the Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout tonight. Mildren 899. Here's this funny blur off to the side. Very stealthy Cortina, license plate TE302. There's the giveaway. Shane Parchert in the Cortina. Mel McBride, the blown 6-cylinder Holden, license plate bad 192. That panel van. Took a big gulp. Lean spot. It might have been a lean spot. I saw the throttle open and it just didn't want to gulp it down. 962 at 83 mile an hour there for Mal as a result. Had a big gulp. 812 at 84 mile an hour. A little bit better there for Shane Parchett. 183 in the 60 foot means the Cortina got out all right. Speaking about a Cortina that gets out all right. This will be a great one between the stout, I think, Aspo Cortina. This one's got a bit more engine in it, Brian Heffler. He's in the F class though. He's only on a 235. Beside him, Danielle Brady, another manual shifted, as we said, K-Series Honda on board with a manual transmission. Goes through the gears now, but again, it was another big bog off the line for the car. 952, 718 for Brian Heffler beside. I know we've seen that thing go off the line a lot harder than that. Even when she had the other K-Series in it, she used to, and I mean the Toyota K-Series, not the Honda K-Series, she used to thrash the bejesus out of that little one. Now that I think they've got probably 500 horsepower more, maybe that's steady as it goes. Matthew Balk now out there in the Tower Lane, the big fair lane. David McLeod, the stick shift back again, manually aspirated. Bulky. 878 for McLeod, 848 for Bulky. The more I say it, the more names he gets. Also, the big fair lanes, we're getting a nice little run on them here. Here's another one. So they're ZK, I think they had ZK, ZL. And the MR2, where do you see one of them? What are they, AW101 or something from memory, I think they were. Mitchell Fleet could have the 4AGE in it. I know it's the 351 in Daniel Mirando's fair lane because the license plate clued me up on that. 3-5 and then 1. 867 for the fair lane. 1229 for the little MR2. Could still be 4AG ZE powered, which was a thing they used to have in them factory. Junga Bunga comes up here. Junga must be having smoko. He's got like... Who says Junga Bunga doesn't do... Who says Junga Bunga does no prep? That looks like plenty of prep for me there, mate. I'll have a chips and a burger if you got it there. Only if it's been made by someone with the surname Loy. Is that right? There we go. Made with love. Made with love. Oh, and the chips are good too. The chips are good. That's a 9.5 out of 10 for the chips. They're nearly perfect. Grab them from the canteen, folks. A hot chip, bit of sauce, hamburger. That's what we need. Troy O'Hare back. Nails the Falcon off the line, 185 in the 60, but then rolls off to a 952. And issues for the wagon, Andrew McCullum. Issues for the VH. Looks so good in that powder blue. You can tell the pauses start to get longer because the food's arrived. Yeah, Jason Martin playing around with more than just a little 6-cylinder in here. His V8 something manual shifted. That's got a whole lot of fun going on. Kelvin Addison just going about the business in the he's got some on it when he gets it going. Jason Martin 822 at 91, 834 for Kelvin Addison. Just getting it done in the Falcon. Just about the best track food you can get. All right, Craig Nofke and Simon Grigg. You've got to keep an eye out for this FE. It's got some. Spinning his way out of trouble there. 7:59 with a big skid. 7:37 though for Grigg. Okay, Group 4, the yellow armband. Group 4, yellow armband. You can go to the lanes, please. Time for your fun. Time for your Friday afternoon fun. Group 4. I know you've gone and done the checkpoint. You've done it early, but now it's your time to come and have some fun down the Warwick 660. Group 4, yellow group. Yeah, he ain't mucking around either here, this Brendan Burnett with this wagon. Luke in the ute beside him. Got plenty of potential, whatever that boosted LS or whatever's working. Pedal for the wagon, but it didn't affect it too much. 714 at 102 and an 868 for Luke. So much unbottled potential with that car. If he was to leave the line with any sort of boost, that thing would really get your attention. Another one in our J group. J being the dial your own. Derek O'Hare in the HQ coupe. Might have just stalled it. There we go. Got it fired up. Sean Deegan already won bulb on here with the Tirana. The coupe's not happy right now. It's got some sort of issue. Sean Deegan, 765 from the beginning to the end. No problems whatsoever. Hook it into my line. Paul Travis already, but the wagon was just waiting there building up boost. 8:40 there for Bramwell, 7:30 for the station wagon at 97. All right. Wayne Bell back with the Larry Perkins Commodore. Shara Hoskin, Turbo Gemini, manually shifted as well. Both sides, that's a bit better for Wayne Bell. And Larry goes through for an 873, and Shara goes through for a 1002. That is a burger, delicious. Scotty Clipbourne back in that little 13B powered Corolla. Really just walking that thing off the line. I know he's just getting warmed up. 7:28 at 102 mile an hour for Scott, 8:21 for Tony Carkeet in the EH. But I know there's a few more RPM and a little bit more slipsy to come out of that thing, and that thing will pick up a bunch. Still walks it out, 187 in the 60. A good burger's one to the last bite. That last bite. You know, sometimes you run out of meat. Didn't run out of meat all the way to the end. What, Rick Smoothie. Even though it spins out of the line, it still goes all right. 8:25 at 76 on a slight roll off. 8:08 for Jason Burnett in the wagon at 88. So we just had Rick Smoothie in his 55, but here comes the next guy, Ross Fullerlove. I want to see Smoothie and Fullerlove have a race together. And Burnett in the other lane, John Burnett in the VH Commodore. Looks like it gets out lazy, but it's not. 190 in the 60, still getting out all right. 775 to a 780. What a great run side by side. Chris Kenny, Hugh Weir out there. Issues for the Ute. Kenny's got a run here. Let's see what happens. almost wanted to hold the tyre then. He's just going to roll it through this time. Go 16.79, but oh, that's not good for Hugh, whatever happened there. Hope it's just something relatively minor, you know. I know sometimes on hot days or whatever you can get vapour lock or just a little glitch in the fuel system. If it's not leaking anything, looks like it hasn't broken anything, it's just not behaving itself. So you'll have to go back and have a bit of a look. Gorgeous setup. We don't lack for quality here at all. We've just got it wall to wall. And paint. Haven't we got some nice paint around the joint? All right, so whatever Hugh's problem was, we'll see if he returns after a little bit of inspection. Anthony Wilkins, our third try 5 in about 3 pairings. And Terry Mansfield French, the big wagon. Fairlane guards. I think it's about 500 from memory. It's got a stroke of 460 in it. So I think it's up about 557. So it's got plenty of torque. 950 at 94 mile an hour. 978 for Anthony Wilkins. Another time slip that you may or may not hand in yet. You can see a few more of our entrants heading off to do the checkpoint. So had the run. That's the best thing about this. We can have a run. Let's go do the checkpoint. So not the ideal burnout for Timothy Zybarth in the Supra. Didn't light the tyres up. It was sort of all on the converter. The little Gemini there, Matthew Gormley, ready to go. Great licence plate, Gemini. Sometimes I think it's funny when you see a personalised plate the same as lettering as the badge on it. But may Geminis live forever. That's all right, that's all right. That's all right, off it goes. It's going to be a good number for Matthew Gormley. Oh, yeah, bit of a drift out of the hole. He was nearly going to make it work then. He was nearly going to make it worth, and look, he's going to recover. 9.01 at 94 for Zybarth, but 8.10, point A to point B for the Gemini of Matthew Gormley. So another call, I'm sure they're already in the lanes. The yellow group, which is group 4, you were allowed to go to the lanes to commence your runs, and I can see a few more that we ain't seen yet either. Yeah, Beth can't wait to get the old dial-in on later. For tomorrow, 8.49 at 81 mile an hour. Mark McNee, 9.13 at 76. Big shout to everyone watching on our live stream. Big shout out to What Up G. Alan Dodd just sent me a text. He's there, got it on the big screen at home. Must have done all his pours this morning. All the concrete's in. Beautiful day. If anything, too much sun's not, you know, for a concrete, and no rain's good, but too much sun also isn't too good. You got to get that creed in quick. You got to get it all in before you get the sun on it. So there we go. Ben Vlecken just seen leaving the venue. So the VH wagon. He said he's going to have he wants to try and have another hit later on when everything cools down a little bit. So he's going to go do the checkpoint now. Carl Livingston and Reg Pettiford on the line right now. So I can imagine right now in that wagon, it's Ben Vlecken, Jamie Fenwick, Danny Lansdowne, I would say, was the two sidekicks there going on that journey. Carl Livingston gets out in that Tirana, and none too shabby, 8.60 and a 9.57 for Reg Pettiford. Here's a few people coming back in after their check. It's just like a regular horsepower traffic jam around here. I hope the town of the townsfolk of Warwick go, geez, there was a lot of quick streetcars lurking around Warwick this weekend. And I'm glad that they know it's from down here at Morgan Park and Warwick Dragway. Because you know what, there's a lot of towns in this country that could benefit from a motorsport precinct, and Warwick certainly knows that. I mean, for the council to help the guys here to do, the extension of the racing surface and all the other works, they do want to see all these cars. Look at this bloke doing this. Who's he winding up here? You personal starter decides to just strip down. Sam, were you trying to wind Sam up there? Were you trying to wind Sam? Is that the Sam Jones fan club up there? I saw you, mate. I saw you. Couldn't miss you. Out he comes. Shirt comes off. Winds the start up. Well done. Can you do that for everyone the rest of the day? Shirt off 150 times. You're lucky we didn't catch that on the Overtaking Lane stream. Fellow runs to fence with shirt off, winding it around his head like some helicopter. And I wonder if that was for Sam. Well, it might have been for Sam. Scooter March back now in this lane. Shane Parchett beside in his TE 302 Cortina. Big shout out to Dodsey and the family, the What Up G family. A few rotors up here. Just need a drag and drive. The Dodsey family needs a drag and drive car. 8:38 for Shane on Scooter March and 8:30 for Shane Parchett. In fact, here's a bit of rotary now for you. We'll dedicate this little rotary run to the What Up G people watching on the live stream. Once the big fella comes into the water here. That's a lot of fun. Trouble is this is a drag and drive car. It's you and one person. You almost need a 4-seater. So like the RX4 might have to be the RX4 with a trailer might have to be that way. 13B turbo, maybe auto. You could go manual, but if you are going to come on this, bring a couple of gearboxes. Ryan Fegan, he's got the serious tyres on the back. Well, different wheel to the front. So that really walked it off the line. Ryan Fegan, 175 in the 60-footer, goes 718. 718 at 99. That's a great run for Ryan. He really walked that thing off, a little bit of slip. Again, that's like IRS in the back of that thing, so you've kind of got a few little physics lessons to address, trying to get it all done. Big revs, bit of boost, clutch slip, no bogging, didn't bog it down, so it came out like a rocket. Copy that, Dodsey. Mrs. What Up G's. Probably could be the drag and drive car. Here we go. We see Chris Carsberg coming back in the gate, so he's gone and done the checkpoint. There's Junior behind him, so that's Jake, father and son, I would assume. I think that's Jake Cade. Ah, a bit of tramp. Chirp. Oh, chirp third. Yeah, anything that can chirp third. 9:11 there for Penny Kruick with a big chirp off the line. Craig Mildred, 9:25 beside him in the dial your own class. So there we go, Chris Carsberg, Jake Carsberg entering the premises again after going out for the checkpoint. As we said, the checkpoint closing time is now 3 o'clock. It was 2 o'clock, now it's 3. We won't be budging probably on that after that. Adam Potts, first time I think we've seen Adam's car today. Boosted Cortina. Forgot what engine's in it. I'll have to get down and have a look. Whether it's SR or whatever. Andrew McClellan. The wagon back. Hopefully the little gremlin's fixed. Here come the lights. He's in the G7 class. True Street radial blowing. Running, but it wasn't a lot of time there getting boost up. The things just come out and sort of got the boost up on the way, and that's cost him big ET. 879 for him, 874 beside for McClellan. Happy to get the VH wagon down with a number. Remember, when we start seeing more 650 runs from some of our competitors, they are eligible for the Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout tonight, but you got to hand in an ET slip between 650 and 659, and we've seen a couple close, so close to it. Treen Bangay in the Commodore up against Roy Sheehan, the Valiant Wagon, Ute rather, Torno Clips, Mopar ones, Ford ones, Holden ones. They're all slightly different. Got the 2-hole ones, the 3-hole ones, the single-hole ones. For Roy, 974 there for Treat. Just attention to all competitors. The checkpoint, as we said, has been extended till 3 o'clock. If you're not going to make it there in time, a photo of the checkpoint will help. So if you can't quite get there on time for whatever reason, if you can get there anyway and get a photo of it, that would be appreciated. Dallas Kell, and obviously we can tell by the photo. Here she is, Mrs. Dangerous. Oh, she doesn't muck around. Decides it's the punishment competition instead. Dallas Kells goes out there in the, I think it's the Big Plymouth or a Dart. I'll have to get the name off it. Kerry would have known that right off the bat. 8:38, and Dangerous Sally Ann Hamilton 9:57 with a big pedal. Have you got spray on that, or that's just a 6 litre or 6.2? 6 litre. She's pretty loud on the pedal. She just really tromped it there. I'm sure if we had data logging on that car, that was like the TPS was 100%. I think Mum loves to tromp it down a bit there. Yeah, she is. I'm just looking at this guy on the excavator out here on the infield. He's doing big dust burnouts. I love that. It's not quite the right colour for us, but it's dust. Emma Johnson out there. Look at this beautiful VNSS with the Simmons. That is gorgeous, Emma. And she doesn't mind putting the picture up. Marcus Borg in the XE wagon. I used to work for Ford in the dealership, and we had a parts guy there that had been with Ford 50 years, and he owned one of those XE wagons in immaculate condition with the pursuit wheels on it and everything. Vic Jadkonis. What he didn't know about Ford, you wouldn't know. He could just tell you a part number off the top of his head, whatever you needed. He was a Ford parts guy for 50 years. And he drove an XE wagon like that to work. So every time I see one of them, I think of Vic, the mad Lithuanian. Stu Walsh back, not in the Bro mod this time, but in the Dragon Drive. Now this thing's a 660-foot thing from memory. Neville French, the big Fairlane. Is that one of the other Frenches too? No, we had the Mansfield Frenches. This is Neville French. Big Fairlane, look at that, got the mud flaps, got everything. There he goes, 178. 178 for Stu Walsh. And out he goes to the 660 and pretty quick time, 766 for him. And Neville French, the beautiful old Fairlane, 1201. Even had the reflectors on the mud flaps. It had the factory mud flaps with the little reflectors on the bottom of it. That's a real schmick, stockish base car. And again, you don't have to have a rocket ship to be part of the weekend, sorry. It's not about also turning up with a quick car to be competitive. It's about turning up with a car to have fun. So you can bring your big stock Luxo barge out for a couple of days and get a number down. In the Dial Your Own class, you can just run on anything you want. Now, Robert French. So we've got Frenches everywhere. He's gone forward. Now, this is a little bit diametrically opposite to the level of presentation we saw from the previous French Fairlane, stock, original, SMIC. We have a little bit of an apocalyptic, anarchistic motif to this tray back. Somewhere between, you know, a metal thrash band and a BNS. Peter Birmingham beside, got the right stance, the right shape. The wagon don't muck around it. Soft 60 foot, but he's going to bring it home here. The Kingswood looks beautiful. 819 at 90 mile an hour. Great stance on it and everything. 1043 for the anarchistic Robert French. Big anarchy sign on the trade. You see that? The big A for, I guess that means anarchy, doesn't it? The way that it was written. Might be a troublemaker, you don't know. More cars rolling up than we've seen ever before. Toby Howard's in the green Tirana. No details on J72 at the moment. LX304, I think you can see on the license plate. LH beside here for Toby Howard. This guy's getting up and gone. He had to have a little hesitation, Toby Howard, but he's managed to get it back through. 734, it's a decent ET. 107 mile an hour. 874 for an unknown entrant, J72. So starting to see the yellow armband people through, because we ain't seen them yet. You start to notice, like, well, have I seen the green HR today? And the answer is no, I haven't. So Mark Stone, welcome to your 2023 spring edition of the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. Janine Marshall, welcome Janine. She's in the big Luxo barge, the big fair lane. HR don't muck around. 206 in the 60, little bit of wheel spin, but that's not enough to stop him. 801 at 91 mile an hour to a 1035 at 69 for Janine. Janine and Beth and Indy. I've got to write them all down. Where's our girl list again? I'll do it tomorrow. Note to self. Start writing all the girls' names down. That was Janine. Cameron Wood, Craig Stokes. So Stokesy in this left-hand drive Mustang. Cameron Wood in this slightly sun-faded H-Cube. It's got the right stance. It's got some good rubber on it. Might just go too. He's a manual gearbox too. I'll give him 5% more credibility because he's got the clutch pedal in it as well. Well done, Cameron Wood. The HQ with a stick shift. Don't see too many HQs with the stick shift. 825 beside there for Craig Stokes in the Mustang. Jungabunga's into it up here. The Jungabunga hydration station is in the game. Thank you, Junga. As I said, the burgers were 10 out of 10 to the last bite, and the chips, as we said, mate, I thought about it. By the time I got to the bottom of them chips, I went from 9.5 out of 10 to 10 out of 10. The burgers are better at Junga Jacks. The burgers are better at Junga Jacks. Shari Scorpel, another girl. Here she is, Shari Scorpel in the Datto 1200 Ute. We got the girls playing in all sorts of little machines here. Yeah, that water's good when it is done cold. Needed that. Just getting Shari into position. Come on, Shari. Looking for the beam. There she is. There she is. Now don't move them. Now she's manual as well. Manual blowing. So she's holding some stuff up under that clutch pedal. So she's just, and it is hard when you're either heel or towing or trying to handbrake in. You know what I mean? It's hard to get a manual car in the stage, and once you're in, hold the thing. She's out there and gone. And look, you know what? Good race to the stripe right now, because here comes Adam Potts after a slower reaction time, 882 to an 1170. But hey, Shari's in. I'm trying to remember whether the 1200s do have the lower handbrake, you know, the pull and twist, or do they have the Japanese centre one? I've got to remember. Most Dattos, I think, did have a normal handbrake. But yeah, that's the old trick, isn't it? Sort of grab the handbrake or heel and toe if you can heel and toe into stage. But yes, that's a common thing. Try and bring it on the manual and the thing rolls forward because you don't have a spare foot. Tyson Howard and Matt Zeech. Now, Matt, look at these tray backs. God, if we lined all our tray backs up together There's got to be 6 to 8 of them, surely. Hey, walks it out a little bit, the green one. They're going to hit the stripe close here too. 8:33, 8:55. 40 thousandths the difference over the line. Matt Zeeks and Tyson Howard in their traybacks. Don't forget, grab that Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise. We've got a great variety of colours down there of shirts for sale. I think we do the caps as well and other bits and pieces. Grab a burger from Junga Jack's down there. The chips were good, the burger was good, the drink was good, the service was good. I can't get this service in Brisbane. Couldn't get that service in Brisbane. I'd have a bloke turning up on a scooter with a cold burger and no excuses because he just drops it and runs. Junga Bunga brings it right in, hits hot. Rob Fullerton out there. Forward Russell Weaver in pursuit. The Commodore just runs out of room at the stripe, does he? Yeah, 9:33 beats the 8:63. He sort of spun the tyres and left a bit later because we're not really... Look, we'll look for cutting a light when we go racing, but when we're in grabbing a time slip mode, no one really chops the tree down. Tomorrow night with the Dyney Road Challenge, all that changes. All right, Reece Carkeet and Luke Page. Like second generation here, of course, Marcus's boy and Steve's boy, but Luke's a grown man. Reece is still a young fella. Is that the family vehicle? This is the drag and drive machine. I don't mind it at all. I love that Falcon. 8:36 and 8:26. So getting these... I'll have the choc dip with the with the flake impalement, thanks. Oh, that's normally what goes down well. Daniel Barado, I mean, he put the idea in my head. I didn't bring it up. He brought it up. He brought the ice cream up. Jonathan Borg. Yeah, here we go. And a manual transmission here for the late model Falcon. Stick shift, IRS. Stick shift. Jonathan Borg takes that very tidy XE out to the 660 and goes 7:49 at 95. 9:51 for Dan in the Falc with the extra pedal installed. Oh, they're coming out of the woodwork. Look at this, like a VH. Could be just an SL. Could be an SL, could be an SLX. It's got the kind of the... Can you read that badge there, Tyler? Does that say SL? Might be SL. So they normally had L, SL, SLX, SLE. And you only really got to about SLX and then you started getting alloys and SLE. But Benjamin Johnston, where do you find that VH in such stock original condition? Jai Borg beside with an XE utility with all the Torno straps in shape. See how Ford went for the single little ones and the other ones went for the tell you what, Jai Borg don't muck around. 185 in the 60. This will be low 7 something. 757 at 94 mile an hour. 185 in the 60. 1269 for Benjamin Johnston. Maybe an original 2850 auto SLX. SL, it was just an SL, wasn't it? Yeah, I think the L's were 2850. The SLs you could get in the 3.3. And then you could go the 4.2 in the SLX or the 5 litre. You get all those options. Hell, you could have it with a Starfire if you want it. So no one's ever got back to me. I've always asked, what's the quickest Starfire powered Commodore in the country? And and hopefully there's a record for it because attention to all YouTubers out there, we've got an unset Australian record to prove. We want Australia's quickest Starfire Commodore. That's what we want. And Australia's quickest diesel Gemini. That's what we want. Thomas Stevens and Amy Dull. So Amy, Mrs. Dully out there in the Stato. Well, that's a good drag and drive car. Tom Stevens goes 866 and Amy goes 1040. Got a good group of ladies here. Mrs. Dully into it. That was almost the Prime Minister vehicle, or the Prime Ministerial vehicle of the time, that Stato. Tyler's into it, looking for the quickest Starfire Commodore and the quickest diesel Gemini in Australia. I want to know. Look, I'll even take a Gemini that's got a 4. Now, no one's done it yet. A Gemini with a 4JJ in it. So imagine that. So basically, the 2JZ of diesels. It's even the same badge, you know what I mean? Like an Isuzu 4JJ and a Gemini. Go, someone, build it. Hoff, could you have one done by next week? Probably. Murray Johnston, Sharon Horn. So Sharon, another one of our ladies, we're racking them up. Sharon goes well on the dial your own. She can cut it a few rounds. Murray Johnston there as well. There already is a 4JJ. Everyone's Googling the 4JJ. There we go. 4JJ Geminis. We need more of them. 11:31 for Sharon and 9:20 for Murray Johnston. Yes. Darren Parker in his HR. God, we're sport for HRs today. Beside him, Callum Fu. Callum, how good does it look? What'll be HG out there? Looks the goods. Haven't seen him before today. H8, which the H class is True Street Radial Aspirated, and the J class for Darren is that Dial Your Own class. Hits the stripe side by side. 744 for Callum. It's a sleeper. 829. 829. Actually, that is a good one, Callum. For 829 for Darren Parker. That is quite the sleeper. I'll have to have another look at that just to see. I rate sleepers kind of got to have a hubcap on them, you know. Callum Fu, Darren Parker. Jason Cross now and Stephen Rule. .971 for Steve, 10:34 there for Jason Cross. Oh, bit of peak hour traffic in and out of the gate as people head to and from the checkpoint. Bring them forward, guys. Bring them forward. Larry Perkins has just left the building. There goes Larry. Just saw Larry then. Well, Larry's body double. That does good to look. Good to turn up pretending to be Larry Perkins. Simon Toos is in the water. Look at this. Could be Barra powered. I don't know what it is, but it could be V8. IGS 302. I'm saying it's a V8. I don't know. It is got an MA1 on it, which means it's a manual shifted one. So it's automatically one of my favourites. Jason Mears beside in the VH wagon in the J class, so dial your own. Brought to us by SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying. Sounds V8 to me. Got a bit of a cough and a splutter going on. Is it all good? Sometimes it's the old traditional do the burnout, jump on the picks after the burnout, maybe float level, floods it, float bowl. Sometimes you get a little sticky needle and seed or something. it's horrible when it does this. A lot of people go, why don't you go EFI? And it's like, well, listen, I could maybe fix this thing in 10 minutes without needing a laptop. Sometimes that old mechanical stuff people like. But that's, yeah, maybe not be 100% happy yet. He's just... Well, now you can almost nearly do a Bluetooth now. You can actually... He's going to give it a shot here. He's going to give it a shot. She's still having a big gulp, not particularly happy. Geez, they're both a couple of cranky behaviours at the moment. Look, the Falcon got there, 14.32. The Falcon got there. But yeah, no, the Combi also some little issues. Yeah, well, that's it. You can do a lot of remote tuning now where you can be near the car and throw the tune in. I wonder what the issues were there, but see if they can fix it. All right, our little pocket rocket's back in the water. This little... I call it the Mark II Cortina, 440 Cortina rather, and the Datto 1200. All clear down the end. Good little combos that just come out of the woodwork. Daniel Potts, showery score pull again in that little 1200, just getting ready for the staging. It is that balancing act. You need to move the car forward, but you also don't want it to keep rolling. She rolled through the beams. There we go. Now she should. Oh, yep, it does happen. It happens. There we go. She's got it. She's got it solved. Sometimes it just, yeah, you just wish you almost wish like you had one little dragging brake caliper that just stopped you, you know, just gave you the barest of resistance when you didn't roll the car. They're out and gone, and looks like they're getting a fair bit of power under them, both a couple of 4 cylinders by the sound of it. 11.31 for the Ute, 9.09 for the Corti. Cute little Corti. Hope these cars last forever, because we ain't going to get these cool cars anymore. We're talking about that before. We're going to get these sort of plastic robot looking spaceship things, and you'll be looking, you want to see what a real car looks like. We've got them. These guys aren't letting go of these things, and I still haven't seen one that's gone down in value yet. Not one car's come through here that's gone down. It's not like someone grabbed something. Like, honestly, we need someone to turn up in a semi-half modern Euro car, like an old BMW with something in it. Maybe that might hold, that might plateau will go backwards. But we ain't seen that sort of... There is a fair amount of that Euro stuff that can, well, has flatlined and gone backwards, but you just don't get it with the Aussie muscle anymore, the Aussie iron, the old British stuff. Doesn't matter. The older it is, the more valuable it seems to be. 8.83 for Dale Samuelson, and Brenton Hannant, 9.09 for him. Oh, that wagon's on its way to the checkpoint, just disappearing out the gate. Beautiful blue HQ wagon, I think it is. Going to go to the checkpoint. All right, our next pairing's a couple of J's as well. Riley Smith in the utility, Ashley Kowalski in that real schmick. What do we buy now? Are we still club sport by now, or are we GDS there? She's special though. Well, actually, that was my second option, was a milkshake. The second option was like a banana thick shake. But I'll take the ice cream first. Look at me. Now that's a promoter looking after someone right there. He's coming over with the ice cream, personally delivered. Riley Smith, 9.95. Now this is Riley's first road trip, I believe. So Riley's gone and had a run. It's now time for for father to come and have a go. Mr. Absolute lifting and safety, Steve Smith. Oh, that's got to feel good, Steve. Mitchell Teskey beside in the Falcon. Mitchell is a manual transmission. MA10 is the number. So it is the manual open aspirator brought to us by 24/7 Fleet and Field Maintenance. As we said, Steve Smith in the Dyer class, but he's of course Mr. Absolute lifting and safety. So we saw Riley Smith go down. We're now seeing Leo go down. Oh, thank you, Mr. Whippy. Oh my God, that's got nuts and everything. Oh no, it's got the crunchy bits. Nuts, that I need some nuts. Hey folks, I give this ice cream 11 out of 10. That's how good it is. It's the perfect weather for it. Get down and get yourself the ice cream. I'm eating it here out of the bowl. And we've got the crunchy. It's almost like they've crunched a couple of Maltesers up in there. The Malteser with the choc dip as well. Go down and grab a bit of that. Try it out at the ice cream truck. Get on down. Yeah, Steve Smith. Steve sneaks under the radar when Mick distracts me. 7:36 for Leo in the HQ. All right, Jason Mears is here. Rowan Ellam somewhere in the smoke. The Centura, yep. Not losing on the Centuras either. That unique Mopar shape, that French connection. Jason Mears, the VH wagon with the license plate, you won't. There's some investments in the old plates, isn't there? The old intellectual property. Early. Off the line, 213 in the 60 foot. Jason Mears, that's a bit better. Now bringing it on, 714 at 104 mile an hour. Yes, so any time is a good time for an ice cream in this sort of weather. We're lucky we got the breeze and we don't have, we've got a bit of overcast stuff that's stopping the sun going right on us. But grab yourself an ice cream when you can. All right. Murray Jackwitz in the blue meanie. And Ryan Smith, check this out. Does it say fair lane? It is the fair lane. I was working at Ford when these were new. Very swanky, very nice stuff. I did like the style of them actually, that EFEL shape. I really did like that style. Jakovic couldn't wait around in the VK, went 7:41 at 98. Ryan Smith trying to get some boost up, 8:18 at 91. That ice cream is so creamy. The first thing that hit me was the creamy flavour and texture. Here I am thinking that I was seeing double and that we've seen this Skyline earlier on today, but this is another Skyline. This is Nathan Turnbull with his R31. Like Series 2, Series 3, because it's got the hot plate taillight. Hey, if anyone can help me out with a set of those, can you come and see it? Out, he's going to try and get him near the stripe here, but hey, Kenton Mackay, that's a convertible, Ford convertible. I don't think it's a T-Bird. I didn't quite catch all of that. But it went 9:56, and we ain't seen that today. And 8:36 beside for Nathan Turnbull in that Skyline. Now they want to race each other again here. Look at this, the little pocket rockets here to go again. 8 cylinders and leaf springs everywhere. See? Jada Scorpel now driving. Jada Scorpel gets it in the stage. Daniel Potts in the Cortina. Here come the lights. Little semi-bolt, but then off and gone. Daniel Potts just hitting a little cut there or something on the shift. 9.69, 11.21 there for Jada. This could be a Rambler Matador now that I've got a little bit more time to look at it. Could be that. Entrant H5. 11.21 for Jada, 9.69 for Daniel. So there you go, that would be a Rambler Matador. Treen Bangay beside in the Commodore. Dallas Kells. Yeah, the Matador, she's a big rig, but it's moving pretty well. 8.38 at 88 mile an hour. And Treen gets there, 10.22 at 74. Marcus Borg burns out in the XE wagon. Roy Sheehan beside in the Valiant Ute. Got the big diameter Pursuities on the XE. Well, I know that 17s probably look massive on this, or they might be bigger than that. They look like 17. Roy Sheehan beside. Nearly identical 60 foots. This will be a very equal race all the way to the stripe, and the ETs are up 11 flat and 10.95. God, that does look like the country pack. Look at the ground clearance on the Fairlane here. Well, that's the factory country pack. That's a country gentleman's drive to town car right there. And Emma in that Commodore. That is such a nice... I think it's a, well, it says VNSS. I was about to say VP, but it's VNSS. That's the same time. It just sort of, it comes out spinning, but she just keeps driving through it. So it really is sort of a bit forgiving that way, that it just gets on with it. 9.28 at 77 and 11.98 there for Neville French. Longer than average pause to chew through a fairly big piece of chocolate. 11 out of 10 on the ice cream, by the way. Just sorry about that delay, folks, but that was too delicious. Robert French back in the Anarchy Ute, and Stu Walsh. 177 in the 60 foot. And it gets that 660 done pretty well. 775 at 90 mile an hour. 11.13 for Rob French in the tray back. God, we're not sport for Fairlanes, by the way. We got them. We've got Fairlanes everywhere. LTDs, you name it. Utes, we've got vans. We had a convertible, we've got a convertible. Coupes, we've got coupes. We've got one hot rod. We might have one hot rod somewhere. We've got import. gives it the squeeze, 2:14 in the 60 and hits the stripe, 8:37 for Sally Ann. And Janine, 10:46. So right, the mystery Tirana driver is Mrs. Loy. So Britt Loy. Oh, this has been in the family for a little while, this car. This is the family car. This is the family drag and drive car. So it's Britt having a crack. Thanks for that big rev behind us there, Stu Walsh. Yeah, if you're ever going to be Junga Bunga's wife, you'd have to know how to do a skid, stage a car, shoot a gun, raise a kid, doing all of that. She was cooking in the... She'll go back to the canteen probably after this and cook up another 10-star burger for us, but she's out there running the Loy family Torrey. Out there, 2:13 to the 60-foot, 2:14 the 60-foot for Matt Zeitz. 8:73, 8:26, 8:23, 8:73, 8:26. I'll take the green Holden, thanks very much. Tough pairing here. Mark Stone and Toby Howard. Mark, I think one of the first hits for him today in the HR. H-Class True Street Radio. Tell you what, that's a good one for Toby Howard. Keep an eye on this one. 7:01, 7:01. 8:02 for Mark Stone. All right, Cameron Wood back with the HQ. Stick shift car, Tyson Howard, the tray back. Spins the tyres a little bit there, Cam Wood, as is Tyson Howard, but the auto, he just drove right through it. The ute goes 8:30 at 88 mile an hour, 11:13. With HQ. It wouldn't be too many HQs with the clutch pedal anymore. They all went circuit racing, didn't they? About every HQ that had a clutch pedal in it went that way. Right, Mrs. Dully back. Stokesy back. This could have nearly been the prime ministerial limo for John Howard or something, you know. What year are these things? They have to get the right year, and then we have to match the Prime Minister up. That way we can have a template of every statesman that they ever made or LTD that any Prime Minister was in. They're the next personal Prime Minister's vehicle. Tyler's onto it. He loves a good challenge. He's on the retro check. Straight to the impact. Say what year? 97. We'll have to go and have a look. Just before the millennium. Who was it? God, I don't know my Australian history. 8:15 for Craig Stokes and 10:39 for Mrs. Dull. Yep, so every time we see Mrs. Dully, we just assume we might have Mrs. Johnny Howard in the back, little Johnny Howard face or something through the window. in his Aussie tracksuit. Russell Weaver out there in the Commodore. Darren Parker, that thing's just got a little bit too much grunt. 767 at 95 mile an hour. 850 for Russell Weaver. A few more of our competitors coming back in the gate after the checkpoint. XD's just come in. The other XD as well. Another manually shifted late model Falcon. That's Daniel Berardo. Benjamin Johnson back here in this original, you would have to say at the least, VHSL. Complete with the standard Commodore SL hubcaps, I think. Everyone gets gets into third here. Like for the 8th mile, the third gear's about where everyone can be, unless you go and put a set of 5.5s or 5.9 diff gears in it and you want to stick on the short distance. It certainly won't make the trip to the checkpoint real pleasurable. But he got through the gears all right there, Daniel Berardo. Benjamin Johnson, 12.74 beside. A pair of beautiful XEs here. May these things live forever as well. And it's the Borg boys. Jai Borg in the silver XE Ute. Jonathan Borg in the red XE S-Pack, I think it is. Both in the J class, dial your own. Copy that. 7.28 for Jonathan, 7.68 for Jai. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Only the cars we've called, only the group we've called to the lanes, and when we run the lanes out, we're going to give the lanes a clean out and have a little bit of a knock-off, a bit of a break. So we're just going to run what's in the lanes, and then we would expect to have a period where we've got the empty lanes, and then we're going to have a little chill and a reset. After that, Callum Food. That is a sleeper, 7.78 at 94 mile an hour. Rob Fullerton, 7.68 beside. So a lot of these real tough cars just sliding up here, getting the numbers in. So just repeating that, you know, our allocated group is in the lanes now. We don't need anyone from any other group to be, you know, you'll wait till you're called, but we are intending to empty the lanes out once this group's finished running, and clean the lanes out and have a little break. Good opportunity to chill for a bit. Grabbed another one of them ice creams, by the way. And empty the lanes before we call anyone else. Luke Page now in the far lane. Stephen Rule. Manual transmission, Tirana. He's got some big gears in that thing. 9.78 and 8.14 for Luke. Oh, I remember this one before. Hadn't seen him come up before. Tyson Howard, Thomas Stevens. So Thomas Stevens, another big fair lane. Got to have a fair share. Tyson Howard, HQ Coupe. Ain't seen him. He's in the H class, True Street radial aspirated. Brought to us by Terry O'Shea Smash Repairs. Geez, the old Fairlane got out all right. 205 to the 60. Lumbers its way, 863. Stands the HQ Coupe up, 879 there for Tyson. All right, Murray, the big HZ statesman. Sharon Horn. Sharon, of course, the X-Trail, dial your own weapon. Should be looking to carve a few victims up in the dial your own walls tomorrow night. 9:19 for Murray, 11:36 for Sharon. Of course, that dial your own challenge tomorrow brought to us by Quick 60 Race Cars and Components. And remember, we're looking for how many numbers we're going to have for that 650 shootout tonight. So just repeating, the only cars that should be in the lanes would be our last group. We don't need any other groups to the lanes. What we're trying to do is just give this group their last sort of runs, and we want the lanes to empty out to nothing, and then we'll have a break. Everyone will probably appreciate a little bit of that before we reset. Dale Samuelson and Riley Smith leg it on down, 8:98 to a 10:01. Oh, HQ's for days out there now. Yes, sir. Brenton Hannant, Tower Lane. Reese Carkeet, Far Lane. Carkeet family HQs. Nice lead, 197 in the 60 foot. The HQ just gets it done. 774 at 95 mile an hour, 898 at 83 for Brenton. Good numbers, good nothings. Ah, yes. I don't know what year these were, whether they were similar. Ryan Smith, the big Fairlane. Jason Cross, another manually shifted car. I think this is an XY. Not a perfect launch or perfect run for Jason Cross, but he's got it done. He's got to the 660 with the 990. 820 for Ryan Smythe beside him. So we are looking to try and have our officials break on schedule, trying to get on schedule around 2:45, and then at about 3:15 onwards, we're opening the track up to everyone. And I mean all entrants. So that's the plan. So we're just trying to run this last group, no one else, but this last group. Have an officials break. The officials break is basically a 30-minute break, and then we will be looking to call everyone back into the lanes. But we've still got this group to go, and we're starting to dwindle them down. If this group, if they do want to get their 2 odd runs in, we're doing it now. Mitchell Teskey going through the gears. Ashley Kowalski hitting the stripe, 9:01 at 81, 10:28 at 72 for Mitchell. And a few more laps to come. But that's what we're trying to ask to do, because we want to be basically having the break at about 2:45. That's 11 minutes away. That's probably enough time for people in this group. Probably enough time for people in this group to get those runs in. Murray Jackwit's now the VK. God, wouldn't you think if that's a genuine Blue Meanie or not? The dollar values are hard to perceive if that's a genuine Blue Meanie. Steve Smith, of course, Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety. Absolutely loves this event. He says he doesn't sponsor anything else other than this event because he loves it so much, and Loves to be a part of it. 7.51 for Steve Smith. 7.72 for Jackwitz in the blue meanie. Shout out to Rob Teskey there watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream. We've got a few people starting to get the old feedback. You're damn right, mate. Absolutely perfect time in the officials' breaks to just chillax. Rowan Allen in the Centura. Simon Toos, a manually shifted Falcon. V8. Is it playing up again here? Giving him a bit of grief. Just wants to get that thing up the stage here. Yep, he's just got to keep it. He's having trouble keeping the thing alive out there. Like it's sort of not idling perfect and just carrying on a little bit. I think Rowan might have to send you on the solo because Simons can't keep the thing alive here. Geez, he's got plenty out there, Rowan Allen, but he's not sparing it. Sort of really walked it down for an 8.06. You could hear the tyre squeal right off the bat there. I don't know how much tyre pressure he had in the back of that thing, but that thing was ready to light up with any squeeze of the throttle he could. Any squeeze of the throttle, it was just squealing away. Meanwhile, Simon's out there trying to get this thing to run, but it's not playing the game. It might be a sticky needle and seat or something. You know, the normal deal. If we're carby or something like that, it can just be something that's not allowing it to idle. It's a shame too, because I'm looking forward to seeing it run. Sweet sanding small block on board. My favourite amount of pedals on the floor, 3. How's old Dangerous going out there? We've had old Leadfoot Sally out there. Big tank slapper to start with, and then she's toned back from there. But I see you put the killer tune in for the next run there, and yeah, wait, really. Tell you what are we, like a Galaxy? Is it a convertible or a hardtop? It's hard to tell. It might be a convertible. 1964 anyway. That's Kenton McKay, Nathan Turnbull, the other Skyline. And remember, if anyone can help me out with a set of R31 taillights for a sedan, come and see me. Cash waiting. Cash waiting. Just anything that's not cracked like the ones I've got on mine. It's stopping a bloke from starting to learn how to drive. You're waiting for taillights. That's what you're waiting. Nathan's out and gone, but Kenton McKay's nearly at the stripe already. $9.99 for him, and here comes the Skyline, 8.63 at only 66 mile an hour if Albo was a commentator. Great run there, 8.63. Old Albo, poor old Albo. What's that? Report. Yeah, that'd be great. Some report. You can do us a printout after this. That'd be great, Pete. Thank you. Thank you, Race Control. Jada Scorpel out there by her Ownsome. That's it. Give us some clutch drop. I'd love to know what's under the hood. It could be a little A series Nissan in there. Who knows? But judging by that, judging by our movement of, and look at it, Kevy looks so good on the truck, on the suck truck. Look at him go. I bet you does. He's really starting to like the whole track thing. There we go. Well, so by all indications, when we have a look at the empty staging lanes and we have a look at where we are on the schedule, we've effectively got there about 6 minutes before we were wanting to do it, which was a 2:45 officials break. We're at 2:39, so we're literally 6 minutes early. You can see a few more, actually quite a lot more of the competitors are all heading to the checkpoint because they know that they're about 20 minutes away from the checkpoint closing. But as Mick said, if you get to the checkpoint, a photo will suffice. But they're there till 3. So that's why we've got a fair few heading out the gate now from the last group. They obviously did the checkpoint first up. That these other groups in the middle have kind of had to go to the checkpoint or be here to run, and they've done it all. So everyone's effectively had a couple of runs. So that's 220 done with roughly 2 runs each. And what time we start? Around 10. So we've gone for about 4 hours and got 220 cars about 2 runs each by the look of it, if we loosely crunch the numbers. So if that's it, folks, we're having this officials break. Feel free to get something from that 5-star rated Junga Jacks, where the burgers are better. Oh, is there chips and gravy? So there's chips and gravy? Chicken, chips and gravies. Do they do all of that? So you're going to print that report after you come back from the chicken, chips and gravy. She's going to print it from downstairs. Make sure you put some donations in the Digny family bucket. That will be for Kerry's wife, Laurie. Obviously, all of that's going to help the Digny family. So Mick has decided this morning that the charity this weekend is the Digny family, of course, in memory of our great friend Kerry, who passed away last night after a nearly 2-year battle with cancer. He always knew the prognosis was something he didn't want to hear, but and like anything, I'd be the same. You'd be in denial, and then the realities come. You try and fight it to the end, and he did, but it got him. Something's always going to get us. It got him, and he's left an unfillable hole in the scene. Really hard they're big shoes to fill, big hat to fill, by the way, big hat to fill, really. So give generously to the bucket there at the canteen, and keep our ears peeled in regards to when the date of there will be an official service for him, but there'll be probably a little bit more to be done at probably various events around the country. We did talk about when we do get his ashes, that we can throw some ashes around a few drag strips in this country at various stages. I think he might have been. We could be putting it all over the country. He also did Power Cruise in the States, so he could probably take some there. Yeah, we could put him everywhere. We could celebrate him for the rest of our lives, but I know that it was a big thing for Mopar Sunday for him to do something there at some stage, so we'll be keep your ears out for that. Copy, mate. Take a break, mate. Come and take a break. Copy that. So there we go. We're in full officials break mode, so everyone find a shady spot, take a breath, get the breeze into you, get something to eat, get a light drink in, and yeah, we've got about 30 minutes. We'll be calling you back when we're ready. So just chill. This is Friday, the first day of the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. Hope it's been fun so far. Let's just ease our way into it.
G'day Overtakers, here we are, Palmyra Dragway, up north, Northern Edition Road Trip Drag Challenge.
We have made the road trip. We've headed up from Brisbane. We've just driven, 12 and a half hours to get up here to what an amazing spot. This is so good, and the people here are awesome. So,
and the weather's turned it on for us. So we were a little worried about the rain yesterday, but how good is the weather now?
We drove up here in the rain, and they've done an amazing job to getting this track dry, ready to go, the blue sky. There's a couple of clouds, not many at all. We've got racing, we've got road trip action, drag challenge action. The guys are just out doing a driving leg right now, and we're getting ready for day one of racing.
Yep. So why don't we cut straight into a bit of the action on the driving leg?
Yeah, let's see what we got.
All right, mate, run us through what the deal is here.
Yeah, so mate, we're at day one checkpoint, so about 35 k's from the track up the Pioneer Valley. So the guys have got to call in here and pick up one of these cards from Performance Parts Plus, and then we put their entrant number on the back. And then at the end of the day, when they hand in their time slip today, they must hand in this as well to show that they've been to the checkpoint. And that's pretty much it, and very similar tomorrow.
Hey, mate, how's it going?
Good.
Are you loving it so far?
Not so far, but yeah. Thanks to these boys for letting us in. I know we're late, but yeah. No.
So what happened?
So I got my dizzy locked out at 30 degrees. I had to buy a different rotor button to stop rotor phasing. So that part of the actual rotor button come loose, so the rotor button moved, and yeah, timing went out.
Oh, no.
That's all it was. One loose screw.
You got it running. You're back in the race.
Yeah.
Hope you have a good day, mate.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much.
No worries, lad. See you back there.
How awesome was that, catching up with a little bit of what was going on at the checkpoint?
Yeah, it's great work. Brad out there doing the camera work. Well, we're setting up the live stream here, so you've probably already watched the live stream, but now you get to see all the recap action. Where was it? That corner? It's this corner.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
Work it out. One of us is right.
It's time for some racing. Let's see what's going on the track. Let's race.
Let's do it.
down at the Mackay Marina today, mate. Run us through the process of what we're doing today.
Yeah, so mate, pretty much the same as yesterday. So we had a great day on the track, and then today the guys obviously had their drivers briefing, given a new location, which is out here at the beautiful Mackay Marina. So they've had to do the run down here this morning, check in and pick up their card for their checkpoint, and then back to the track, and then on track from 11 o'clock. So it's been a great day. Weather's held out for us, and going to be some fantastic racing this afternoon.
Sure will be, mate. I'm keen to get back and watch it. How about you?
Mate, I'm going to go and do a Mercy Dash and pick up some E85, and then I'll be back to watch it all afternoon, mate. Can't wait.
Thanks, mate.
Kane, I know you puffed because you just had to push the car down here, mate. You absolutely,
it's only 2 tonne, we're all good.
You absolutely lunched the diff in it.
Yep, destroyed that thing, real good and proper. I always said that Borg Warner M78 would be better than a 9-inch because less rotating mass and all the rest of it. And I put one in a week ago, and then we've absolutely destroyed it. And then the guy that I sold the 9-inch to originally, he's come back to me and said, well, you can have it back. So now we're going to get it here and rip out the Borg Warner and throw the 9-inch in, and then try not to destroy it.
So you'll be racing again this weekend?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Well, it don't start till 10:30 tomorrow, so we'll have not a couple beers. We won't have any beers at all. And then, yeah, the boys, we'll pull that out, put the 9-inch back in, and race it.
Well, not bad, Kane. Look, I can see the guys at Keen. What did they say? We've got to watch out for the Kane train.
Yeah, we watch out for the cane train. Big boy's coming. Sorry, Mum. Catch up with you.
We're here with the rider in the Corolla because it scares the shit out of me all the time on the start line. Mate, the bangs and pops, this thing. Do you ever get used to it in the driver's seat?
Oh, mate, I love it, so I'm definitely used to it. Yeah,
You love seeing everyone in the mirror jumping, I bet.
yeah mate, everyone knows it's this car when they hear that.
You do, actually. Yeah. The first few meets I went to, it's like, what the hell? And then you're like, oh, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, mate. we aim to please.
That's it, mate. And how long have you had the car?
Mate, we're trying to figure that out before. I think I've had it 6, 7, maybe even 8 years.
Yeah, right. And look, it's been a fairly good combination for you.
It's changed combination dozens of times. It started out aspirated, started out as a peripheral port, and then we went a fairly basic turbo motor with a basic turbo, and now we've got drive-by-wire throttle and clutch switches and Haltech ECU and a heap of trickery in it now to try and make it go faster. And this weekend we've been actually running PBs. Every day of this event we've run a PB.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, you race this quite a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
We try to get around as much as we can to a few different events. Throw the Rotary Action name and the STZ Automotive name out there.
Yep.
They're basically the two sponsors of this car. Anything this car ever needs, those guys are there for me. So.
Well, mate, it certainly performs. Now, why this one to start with? You know, was there a passion for rotors? What was it that drew you to this car?
Definite passion for rotors.
Yep.
This car was supposed to be something to buy and race while I built my other race car.
Oh, okay.
So it was rotary powered when I bought it, and we built a better motor and put in it, just an aspirated one.
Yep.
And it's just evolved from there. I've got an 808 station wagon as well that was supposed to be the race car, but it hasn't turned a wheel in as long as I've had this car. So now we just persevere with this one.
And what about the paint and stuff, mate? Did you do all that as well?
No, mate. A guy in Brizzy built the car pretty much as you see it, except I've put the Convo Pro wheels on it. But we've basically changed everything underneath and inside the car. Yep. So the outside of the car's exactly the way he had it, but underneath and inside it's completely changed probably half a dozen times since I've had it.
Right. Now tell us a little bit about Road Trip. You've done a few of these now, and I think the last one you had plenty of issues and you were fix it in the middle of the weekend. But what brings you to Road Trip?
Mate, it's just the best event I've ever been involved with. It's so cruisy, so laid back, everyone gets along, plenty of racing, you get to go for a drive with your family, you get to see all the other hot cars. Mick and Jane run an awesome event. It's just nice and laid back and cruisy, and it's family based and good fun.
Yeah, I think that family atmosphere. We noticed all the kids over playing footy and behind the hill, and definitely a family event.
My daughter's running around somewhere. We haven't seen her for about 2 hours, so
having fun. That's good.
She's having fun.
It's you don't want to be that other event where are we done yet? Are we done yet? So no, this is good.
No, this is definitely the way we like it.
Mate, it is good. And what do you say to those people that are sitting at home and thinking, well, I wonder if I should have a crack at this?
Mate, just get out and have a crack.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how fast your car is to begin with. Get out and have a go, and if you get the bug for it, you can always go faster.
Mate, that is a good one. Thanks for having a chat to us, and good luck out there for the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Hayley, you're here with the Skyline. Now, no RB sitting under the bonnet here, is there?
Definitely not.
Get rid of that. It was, what's the plan here with the car? You've got a barrow underneath there. When did that all happen?
So it recently got painted back in October.
Yep.
And before that, about 6 months, I was playing with an NABA, barrow, and just seeing what it can do now that's turbo.
Okay, now it's pretty quick out there. What's your best time today? You're about to hand one in?
6.8.
6.8, so you're pretty happy with that?
Yeah, pretty happy, definitely.
Mate, how many of these events you've been out and had to go out?
This is my first drag challenge.
Yep.
Prior to that, just local.
Well, that's probably perfect, because I want to know, what do you think of Road Trip Drag Challenge?
It's been fantastic. It's been so much fun.
It's pretty relaxed?
Definitely. Very, very chill vibe. Everyone seems to just be having a great time.
And I think there's a pretty even a mix, because that's why I thought I'd come and talk to you as well. Another lady racer out here. There's a lot of lady racers here today.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
It's good to see some ladies getting into the sport.
Yeah, and do you get a bit competitive amongst each other?
No, more encouraging than anything because we want more to race.
That's the way. I love it. Now, where are we going to head with the car? Is there any more? Is this where you're happy with it now?
It's got a little bit more to go.
Yeah? Any secret? Is there a secret squirrel stuff there? Or?
No, the guys at Scott Speed and CPV Tuning are going to look after me and we're going to see how far we can push it.
Yeah, okay. So is there pistons and rods and stuff done in the bottom end, or is this a stock bottom?
She's an NA.
Oh, right. Okay. So, and
Valve springs, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're out there running 680s? How good's that? It looks quick down the track. You've got to be happy. And I was just looking in there. Is it the ZF box as well?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So beautiful on the cruisers as well.
Yeah, right. All those overdrive gears. Yeah, you're loving life. How good's that? Thanks for having a chat to us,
That's
Hayley.
all right, thank
but
you.
Before we finish, what was your first car?
My first car was the EL Falcon.
Oh, so there's something about Fords there as well. Yeah, look, good on you. Enjoy
The only way
your
to
weekend.
get a ricer, put a barrow in it.
That'll stir them up. See if you agree in the comments below. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
After the first round of the DYO challenge, each driver then had to draw a card from the deck, and that would determine who they went up against. Each driver had a buy-in where they got a peg and they could buy back in if they got out. Slowly it thinned down, and then we were on to our final few.
how you going? Good, mate, good. Having fun?
Yeah, just letting the tyres down for the next race. I nearly forgot about it. I had them up at 30 for the cruise, and yeah.
Wondered why there wasn't much traction?
Yeah. So I'll let them down and see how I go on this run.
Nothing but wheel spin.
Yeah. Good stuff. So I hear you might be the fastest in the family these days.
I am the fastest now, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There seems to be a trend at the moment with the ladies beating the boys.
Yep.
So yeah, is he a bit jealous? Do you think?
He's finding it really hard. He does the big, this, drops ahead a bit, but it's all in good fun.
If he's anything like me, there's going to be upgrades coming now.
Oh, he's got one going, don't worry. He said he's going to have the supercharger hanging out the bonnet and everything.
Are you having fun?
Ball, absolute ball.
Yeah, road trip, it's the thing to do, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Got to get out there and have a crack.
Hell yeah.
Keep enjoying it, thank
Will
you.
do.
Frankie, tell us how was road trip for you? Doesn't say much, but yeah. Lots of circles. Scooter, you and little Frankie in there have been chucking laps, mate. Road trip. You've made a bit of a journey up here.
Yeah, sure have, mate. I come up from Wemurin, just outside of Caboolture there, and love the event, so I had to come along. Yeah, wouldn't miss it, and I'll be here next year, for sure.
Mate, it is pretty good. Now, you're in the doll your own, so you're chasing a time. You've done a lot of passes.
Yeah, I haven't counted them yet, but I think there's 20-something.
Today?
Today. Yeah, I was close, but yeah, I just kept bouncing either side of it, no matter what I did. And hey, it is what it is, and it's all about just having fun. And, yeah, I love it.
Did you do like a 59 chasing a 60?
Yeah, 595 chasing a 60, and a 8601 chasing the 8600.
Mate, that's tormenting, isn't it?
Yeah,
but it's all part of it, and it's fun, and you're doing it. Mate, tell us about the truck. Look, it looks great out there. It sounds bloody amazing.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're going out there to run 5 seconds.
That'd be nice. But, she's just a little 5-1 Cleveland with 2 V alloy heads, and yeah, just the really cool exhaust system by Fat Pipes and Petrie, and yeah, when I put the dump pipes on, the whole lot works, and the kids loved it. They'd all come down to the fence and wave and cheer, and they had to give them a rev.
Mate, that's awesome. Now, you do love road trip. You've done heaps, you said. You don't like to miss them. Yep. You're a sponsor as well, so SFM is a sponsor of one of the. You're a class sponsor?
Yep, yeah, class sponsor. This one, there was sponsorship spot left, so I grabbed it. So I think I've got a small tyre aspirated this year up here. But back in Brisbane, I do the doll your own class.
Yep.
And yeah, I'll keep on doing it as long as I can, because I don't plan on missing one.
Mate, that is awesome. But yeah, you're always out here. We love to catch up and have a chat around the fire, I guess, or a couple of drinks.
A beverage or two, yeah. And a tall tale or two.
Mate, it's it. And that's a big part of it too. So the people don't really see that at home, do they? They might watch the live streams and they see a bit of the action, but there's a whole nother part to the event.
Yeah, there's a group of blokes over here. I only met them on the Friday and become good mates, and then they needed parts, I had parts, gave them, and it's just they're mates that have come along and they've gone, we're going to finish our cars, we're making sure we're back next year, and a few of them actually said they're coming to road trip in November, so yeah, that just means more.
Mate, it does. And, well, I think that November one, I would say, if you're thinking about it, you need to get on it quick. I heard that the last one down there sold out in 61 minutes.
Yep, and so I think the tickets are up on sale on August the 6th, I think 12 o'clock. And, yeah, if you want to come along, better get in quick.
Yeah, that's it. So, but there will be another one up here as well. So,
yeah.
And you'll make the journey?
Yeah, for sure.
It's not too hard?
No, not for me. It's something you really want to do. So, and I just arranged my time around being able to do it. And I've got good mates up here in Mackay too. The Drop Bear crew, I met them at like my first road trip, and yeah, there's constant banter between us all, and full just taking the piss all the time. Yep. Yeah. And last night watching the Doll Your Own challenge, that whole hill up there was laughing and cheering. You don't hear that at a drag meet. Like, that hill was full and everyone was cheering on this stupid van.
I think it was Yeah, what a
Hyundai or something.
Yeah,
Like, shopping trolley thing?
LVD,
LVD, that's
LVD
it.
parts
Yep.
van,
Yep.
the performance parts. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Those guys had a ball. So and they do a lot of events too.
Yeah, righto.
So yeah, but not in the van normally.
Well, it might change.
It might change.
I did hear he was trying to make it lighter to go faster, and Dad upped him because stop wrecking me van. That's the shop van.
Classic, guys. You've got to get out here. Come along to one. Look, Advocate here. He's going to tell you got to be there.
Yeah, gotta do it.
You want to meet him at the next one, right?
Yeah, come and see us. We've all got stubby coolers, and come and have a good laugh and a good time. It's worth doing.
Get on it. Get on road trip. Come and say good day to us out at the next one.
Follow the Overtaking Lane because these guys rock.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
How good was it?
Can you make sure everything is strapped down? We might get a little bit of blustery weather. Might just be wind. And remember, we didn't have any cars in the lanes. Yes, we have a green Tirana there. He's already been chipped. He's so keen. He wants to have another run. He's keen. He wants first shot at the prep. But we don't want anyone in the lanes just yet until we're called, because this afternoon we open it up to everyone. But don't go there. Get ready, don't roll. Get ready, don't roll. Get ready, don't roll. We're just doing some prep. Might be hard to do a bit of spray with this weather. She's certainly blowing up. Even Junga's hat's come off. That's how much it's blowing. Yeah, bit of blustery. I don't mind a bit of blustery. You boys have got your marquee strapped down over there, holding on to it. That's the way. Make sure you can hold on to the things. I hope there's this other marquee that's kind of unattended. Hopefully whoever owns that, they might have to get someone back there as the anchor. Someone up there as the anchor might have to just make sure. So make sure all your marquees are strapped down and weighted down, please, because this weather we just want to make sure we don't have marquees and stuff blowing across the joint.
emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. 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 Just let yourself go. Let yourself go.
Happening there. Even at some stages, Junga's mullet went horizontal. That's how much wind there was out there. The mullet was horizontal with the wind. But the track is just about ready. But we are asking for just the groups again to have one shot per session. All right. So that's what we're doing first. It's not an all-in, but it's the group one to start again, please. So group one, get to the lanes, please. Group one, get to the lanes, please. Group two, get ready, don't roll. So we need group one blue, back to the lanes, please. For one, you'll come through for a one-hit session. Don't come back for two, come back, just go in for one. And we're going to call the next group once that is happening. Now, we might like the idea of that. You guys are going to need to keep your ears peeled, obviously, because they're one and dones. They're not come back and we're going to linger your session out anymore. It will be almost to the point that we'll be getting the next groups through and so on. But that's what we want to do. We want every group to come through in group. So we want group one to the lanes, please, only. Group one to the lanes, please, only. Group one to the lanes, please, only. So we just got a bit of sled dragging to go. We want group one only to the lanes. Here we go. We've got a We got a bunch. Are we still on the stream? Are we still live and kicking? Big shout out. Copy that, copy that. So we should only have the blue group, Group 1, in the lanes right now for our afternoon sessions here at Road Trip Drag Challenge, brought to us by Absolute Lifting and Safety. Some interesting news and developments throughout the afternoon and evening. And yeah, Friday, Arvo, don't touch the dial. in fact, get on to Overtaking Lane. I know, a big shout out to everyone that's picking the stream up. I'd actually just tried to go on social media to just let everyone know that the afternoon session is starting. And the mouth is watering already. No, it's not dribble. It is saliva for what we have in the humble staging lanes here in Warwick. Have a look at them. They're packed full of Queensland's toughest street cars. What a country to be in. What a country to be in, folks. What a time to be living it. That, you're right there, pup. That is a T-shirt. I should get onto it. I should get onto my Bump City and Get Ready, Don't Roll T-shirts. I should get onto them. They're my T-shirts. That's right. I also think I'd love to do one with a picture of our friend Kerry on it. Maybe the picture of him where he's giving you the finger. That'd be a good shirt. Picture of Kerry giving you the finger on the shirt. That'd be a good one. Sin Dig. Parramatta Boy. Mopar Man. Okay. He was one of the best, and a guy that I grew up listening to at the drag strips and working with. And Drag and Drive just put the spring in his step. But it's the dreaded C that took it out of him. But you can the last sort of few months have been probably the worst, but the last 12 to 18 months before that, we were making memories. We're hitting the road doing drag and drives. Our Mopar Sunday, he got invited to come down and do the Mopar Nationals with me at Heathcote. So when we were at Heathcote for Drag Challenge earlier in the year, he met Lance from Heathcote, and Lance basically invited him to come down and do the Mopar Nationals with me. So down we came and did the Mopar Nationals, which he loved. The Drag Challenge through the Grampians and everything early on this year, he loved that. And he still snuck in the odd little gig here and there, but then he just got too weak to do it. Not having the days that he wanted at the right time, that was the hard thing. But the last one for us was Mopar Sunday last year, when he was in bad shape, but he managed to get, and I actually had done the Kenda in Sydney the night before, so I was on the first flight back Sunday, but Kerry had to go there and start. So honestly, when I pulled up a little bit late, just after 10 o'clock, and got out of the car, and you listen to him over the PA, it's like, what the hell is wrong with him? There's nothing wrong with this bloke. He's in his element. But the man was struggling to do it, but just through pure passion and ability, he was still the commentary machine, drag racing machine. And that was about the last time I think we had him at a track doing any PA. So, but he'll live forever in our hearts and memories. And we'll make sure we get plenty of his ashes spread at every track that we think he should go at. So there might be a few places. We're thinking about a plaque at Willowbank as well. And then a big celebration at Mopar Sunday in 2024. Going to be a very big Mopar wake. We're going to try and make something out of it. I know the Chrysler Club wants to do all of that. Talk to Junga, we might do something here at Drag Fest when we get back into full race program. The way 2023 is ending up, it's a bittersweet end to 2023. It's been a great ride all this year. God, when you look back, and honestly, if you start using the old noggin and remember how many times we've been to a racetrack this year in 2023, and just add up the ones that you did at Willowbank, but then add up the ones that you did in Sydney and various other tracks, various other days. We've been a lot of places this year. It doesn't look like it's slowing down, Tyler, is it? It's not slowing down, it's speeding up. And here we go. Just our afternoon session. It's the blue group only, blue group only should be in the lanes. Blue group only in the lanes, please. Blue group only in the lanes. White group, get ready, don't roll. Chris Carsberg, Glenn Parsons. Back on track, group 1 only should be in the lanes. So this might be just where Chris Carlsberg finds a little bit of form. This car has got that much horsepower, it would make any track look like it doesn't have enough for him. That's the the raw reality of this car. It's on a radial, it's got 2,000 horsepower. Just hits it in. He's using a bit of right foot there as well. Carlsberg, he goes through for a 585, just squeezing it down. 585, just squeezing it down. Needing to squeeze it down. He hit the tyre hard, you could see it, but it had no power under it. It literally plonked itself on the start line. Passing 7:23 at 99. All right, I don't know where to look here. Now, Hoff might take a bit of time to just spool it up to run it, but Jerry Keen's one of these guys that just hits it. So get ready. If this thing hooks up for the Tirana, watch for the dangle. I'm going to get myself in a bit better dangle view position here. You should too, watching the Overtaking Lane live stream. Can we get more of the dangle? Now, we know the Hoff out there is going to send that 1500 to the tyres too, Jay, down there, but he won't be cutting the light. Jerry, if he sees green here, he'll be, if that thing hooks up, he'll be dangling his way around. Now, Hoff okay? We're just checking with Hoff. All running. Ready to go. Yeah, look at the tyre underneath that panel van. All right, watch out here, Hoff. You're going to be in here real fast. He's going to, I knew he'd come in real fast. Anyway, he's going to send the tree off, and there goes Jerry. Oh, Jerry, He zings the tyres all the way through the finish line. 5:57 at 130 mile an hour. 5:57 at 130 mile an hour. That wasn't quite the way around, I think, for the Hoff. Off to the wall he went. It's sort of an indication of how much more it looks like the car's got out of it. You know what I mean? If anything, when it went for the wall, it's like you haven't hit it hard enough. But just the raw power of that car, I could see what he was trying to do. Got himself a bit of white knuckle moment there. Nothing wrong with that. Rob Armstrong now with his hatchback Tirana. Turbo V8, having a quick look underneath to make sure everything's good. Philip Edwards beside him in the big Chevy El Camino. Junga's just stopping for a sec. One quick look. And you know when he's in under there, thumbs up, that'll be good. Oh, solo, all right, so he's found something. He's only going to show him, and I reckon if they wipe all that stuff up, not here, they'll take it back and do it. Yeah, look, there's here too. Okay, so no, he's seeing a couple more. Just as they roll the car back, there's a couple more drops. We've got to send Phil on his own. Little dribble. The El Camino hits it 7:55. No slouch, sir. 182 in the 60. Rob up, yeah, little drips of it. I don't know if it's a little drip of oil. Got to be careful of that stuff. If that's like ATF, you know, you want to nip that in the bud. Fuel, yep, you wouldn't even see continuous drops of fuel because they normally, if they're drips, they'll evaporate and you don't see them anymore. It's just what was left. Whether it may be even coolant. What are they doing? They're sort of ragging it. They're ragging it, they're mopping it. Here we go. It says there Daniel Case, but I think it's Kevy Brown. I reckon it is Kevy Brown. Shane Baker, well, we know who he is. This is his local track. What has the VH Commodore got for us? Just going to squeeze it. 142, look, 561, no slouch. 142 in the 60, so that was decent enough considering that we're still creeping up on the afternoon track. 561 and 635 there for Kevy. So we're still looking for a couple of magic 650 numbers. So just remember the 650 target, anything between 650 and 659 will get you into the Knight Family Motorsport 650 shootout tonight. And right now, not too many in there above that number, the 650 number. Quick check and inspection just of that lane. Passed our visual inspections there. It's good to have a look at it. All good. Righto, we're away. David might check the HQ out. William Yarwood. Yeah, just a Friday afternoon in Queensland. Hello. On a windy Friday Queensland country afternoon. William Yarwood takes the 2J Supra to the line against David Mott's wild HQ coupe. Multiply that by double, 100. That's what we got. 100 pairings in Queensland Street Car. On a David Mott, 145 in the 60. HQ too quick for the 50. 625. Even William with a pedal, 682. So more potential there. Just got to take it, probably even more power out of the thing. David Mott though, 145 in the 60, 625 to the 8th at 112 mile an hour. That Q coupe is sweet. Working well, 145. So just a reminder, 90 FM is where you can get the broadcast in on your site speaker or whatever. We're also asking for all our competitors to make sure they've got everything strapped and weighed down. We've just had some gusty wind conditions, and we'd like to just remind you that, you know, if a breeze does pick up like it is, make sure your stuff doesn't become a big kite. So strap them down, weigh them down, and look after them. Richard Rocket is back, and Mark Biffin. Mark in the Holden, Richard Rocket in the Ford. So Rich Rocket, Mark Biffin. That ain't mucking around. 158 in the 60 foot, 664 for Biffin. That's what we want. Richard Rocket is in the 650 shootout if he wants to hand the time slip in and say, yeah, I'll race. 654 for Richard Rocket. Mark Biffin was only 500ths away from even having a 650 something that would give him the ticket into that battle. So that's another competitor in there. Dave Webber, Stephen Stecker. Should be only still the blue group. Should still one hit and that's it. So the blue group, one hit and that's it, and then we can call the next group up. So white group, get ready, don't roll. Dave Webber, big block. Falcon is surprising, 153 in the 66. There's a number. Here they come. Contestant number 3, 653, Stephen Stecker. You got to be in that 650 shootout. 653. That's the number. 761 there for Dave Webber with a little bit of wheel spin, but that's what we got to see. Something sort of 1.5 second, 1.6 second, 60. So who else might make it into this category tonight? Chris Pattinson might have a go. Peter Johnson, let's just see. Some of these cars are liking the track right now. The guys with just a little less grunt than some of this big stuff, and it seems to work well for them. that worked. Here comes another guy. Here he comes. Oh, 47. Oh, wrong side. 47, not a 50. 9:08 for Peter Johnson, but they're all running quicker. Attention in the pits. Group 2, white. To the staging lanes, please. Group 2, white. To the staging lanes, please. They're all having decent degrees of success here, one after the other. I do love the R31 shape. I'm sure glad I bought that for my son. I'm sure glad it's an L-plate car. He's a bigger bloke too, so the car needs to be a bit bigger. So the Skylines are a little bit, they're not a small car, but they're also not massive when you compare it to some of the modern Falcons. But Lee Warnes, he's got the HQ beside here. Oh, he runs. 157 in the 60. Now he could be another guy. What's this one? Oh, 680. 157 in the 60 got me excited to think we might have another one that's in that sweet spot. 756 for Cody with the Skyline, doing $1.03 through the 660. Oh, we'll roll them through. Is this Gary Brett back? Is this Buddha out there? I recognise the brown. Jeff Ryan beside. That's all a man wants to do on a Friday, Arvo, is just let loose his Aussie Classic on a piece of country strip. Look at the view you get. Have a look at this. This is paradise on a Friday. Yes. Here comes a ticket into the 650s. 76 and 706 for Jeff Ryan. Oh. You're wishing the 650 somethings are coming. You just wish everyone gets one. But we're about 3 or 4 now in that number. And Buddha, good to see that thing work. 164 in the 60, 182 in the 60 for Jeff. Yep, even if you wanted to maybe perhaps bring your Barra powered XD somewhere on a Friday, meet a bloke with a blowing HK Premier, like just met him. Let's go racing down the Warwick 660 on a Friday Arvo. The XD with the parachute. Driving it out the line there, driving boost. In fact, the car might, is it the XD that I heard pop? I don't know. Damien Owens though goes 737 with the blowing HK. And popping maybe for Jai Ward 1072. Yeah, we brought enough forwards. Ford are more representing it at road trip level than any other form of the sport in this country. Our Ford group's very, very strong. Peter Ford helps when he got the same surname. Adam Wren beside in the XC. Good Ford muscle. Oh, he just broke the beam. He's not going to get anything here. Wrong time. Oh, we didn't quite throw the tree, so we might be lucky. Oh, he's lucky. Wow. Ways we'd be in trouble there for a few seconds, but we got that done. Good pedal there from Pete in here. Pete in race control. She's pedaling the timing system as much as anyone. 686 and an 840. And here's panel vans, Australian. You don't see drag and drive anywhere else with as many panel vans as Australia. Maybe some Aussies have got to take a panel van to Sick Week or something, wouldn't that? Imagine a twin turbo 540Q big block Chev in a panel van, just cruising across American. You know what? That sounds good, but it'll look good and it'll make them excited. But we do it in our own roads and our own people. They can see what we got. They just want to come in. Travis Greaves, Bill Cumner in the big pano, 500 cubes odd I think he's got. He's got all 454, something anyway. I know he's got a big block in this thing. Normally can pick the old tyre up too on the Sandman if it hooks up. No slouch, 162 in the 60, little pedal from someone out there. 706 to a 735. 7:06 to a 7:35. 162 in the 60 for the big panel van. That's not mucking about. That'll get your attention. I'd call that a firm hook. I'd say there's a fair bit of push in the back sensation experienced by Bill in the car he owns. Drives of his own accord freely in Queensland on a Friday afternoon. On like any Friday afternoon. No other way to do it, mate. This is truly a gifted lifestyle we all have. We just got to remember this. And the more people you can share that with, the more you realise that there's a lot of other people who haven't dug it yet like we've dug it. Tony Carter and Matt Francis. This is probably the ultimate motorsport, freedom motorsport, to just express with what you got. Bring what you've got. The more you can just bring what you got, the more successful that race formula is. Matt Francis in the pickup truck. Got the B2000. Tony Carter goes deep. Gets away with it. Pulls second gear. Spins and pulls second gear and lumps the old 60 Chev to the finish line. 789 at 102 mile an hour. 982 for Matt Francis. Getting it done. And we've got nearly every shape you could want. You don't see too many Plymouth Duster street cars in Queensland, but there's one. You don't see too many early Coronas. And this, I mistook it for a Mark II, which had the M engine in it. These had the R engine in them. But I'm sure this has a 3RZ. So it's still nearly the same DNA from the old R series engines from the early days. I had a Toyota like coaster flatbed ute with a 5R in it. Gutless as hell, but just so reliable. So reliable. Yeah, so these things weren't ideally rocket ships when they first came out, but they were the first sign of Japanese transportation here in Australia. Andrew Rankin, those, I'm sure it's 3RZ in this thing. It's a rocket now. Darren Bauman, the Duster, hats off to you, mate. That is one tough low pass street. Just too much squeeze for the 3RZ. 657 for Darren. Okay, attention in the pits. Group 2 should be the only people in the lanes. Group 2 should be the only people in the lanes. We have not called the next two groups, so Group 2 only should be in the lanes. Wait your turn. If you're in the other groups that we haven't called, because I'm not going to mention them, because then you'll swear that you said that you heard me call them, so I haven't even mentioned those two numbers yet. Should be Group 2 in the lanes, not Group or Group. So if you're from those two groups I just mentioned, that we haven't mentioned yet, you shouldn't be in the lanes. Group 2 should be in the lanes. They should have a white armband. You should have a white armband and be Group 2. Wait your turn, the other two coloured armbands, okay? So orange and yellow, just mellow for a bit and just wait. We need only the white armband people in there. We haven't called the rest yet. Get ready, don't roll, basically, is what we're saying to the other groups. All right, Rob Armstrong back. Carla Barrett bumps in too deep on the hatchback. Too deep. Give it to Rob. He goes 157 in the 60 foot, and it's going to get it done this time. 658. Well, there we go. There's a 50. He's played the game. If he can keep it, if he can keep the game that way, 658 will do. That will do for a ticket in the 650 shootout if he reckons he can repeat that performance again. Carla Barrett, I think, was just trying to get a little bit of stall up. She didn't have enough foot, probably didn't have enough foot on it. Didn't have enough foot to stall it up a bit, and the thing just crept way forward, and that was a staging infringement. So Group 2 should be the only ones in the lanes for now, until Mick tells me the next group. So Group 2 should be the only ones in the lane. Michael Osborne and Callan Donnan. Callan in this Mustang I think it's a 1J on board. It's got a Golby sticker on it. Normally it's got something like a 1J on the top. Nelly nailed it, mind you. Michael Osborne spinning all over the place in the Hilux. 652 will work. 652 for Callan. If you could just repeat that performance, you could be in the 650 shootout. 652. I think it's got more than that though. It's a beautiful little ride as well. Very sweet. Just typical of our Southeast Queensland quality and quantity. Great pairings. All right. Junior Biffin, Riley Biffin out there now. Gets the keys, gets to stab it. And Mia Armstrong gets to have a go over here. So the Biffin family and the Armstrong family having some family time on a Friday afternoon. That's all you want to do with your kids and your parents and kids. That's all you want to do. If you can share the recreation and hit a road trip drag challenge, well, let's do it. All right, Riley wants to set it loose here. Mia's just some questions on whether Mia's ready to run. Going to send him on a solo or just take him back. Just hold him there for a sec. All right, so they are pushing Mia back, so it's going to be Riley by himself. Mark's giving him the hand signal. Riley's going to turn it loose here. That's the job. 183 in the 60 foot. Getting the gears done, and here comes the finish line. Yeah, 21, 721. Happy with that. 721, 103 mile an hour. Smiles on the dials. That's what I love to see. Good one, son. Doesn't always have to be you at a footy game with your kids. You can be at the drag strip with your kids and share the same car, and it's a good feeling. It is a priceless feeling. You doing it with your kids, building a car, sharing a car with your kids. Joshua Booker, well, it had plenty underfoot. Boosted Commodore. Brett Thompson, haven't seen the Valiant wagon today, the Safari, but there it is in all its beauty, original beauty, I'd say. It's either untouched or it's been semi-touched. It's had a life though. There it is. It's here though. It's a survivor. It's still way cooler than a Tesla, by the way. Just put that in. It can be a ratty old Valiant Safari or a ratty old Galaxy Gasser coming in, and I'd take real steel over plastic any day. I mean, electric plastic. Give me internal combustion and ferrous materials. That's what I want. And fossil fuel. I'm a basic, very simple man. Just, it'd be boring. Electric drag car, mate. Getting it ready. Just trying to get it to hook up. Plenty. It's got plenty, but just needs to hook up. Brett Thompson, 793. That's not bad for him. And Josh, yeah, look, 13. Reaction time just to get the boost up. And 713, though, is not a bad number. Just that little tiny zing of the throttle that he needed to address. Oh. See, Teslas will never sound like that after a burnout. These things will have a heart and a soul forever. As long as we can tip the can into these things, they'll have a heart and a soul forever. John Oliver in that VH Commodore, it's got some. Dave Hutchinson, that wagon's not mucking around either. Oh, yeah! Contender for the 650. He's got to be, might be too quick. 57, the man's in. Give that man a golden ticket. That's what we should do. We should, instead of saying you can be eligible, hand your time slip in, give him the ticket. You're in, John Oliver. If you can do that a few more times tonight, you might win some money. That's a good number. 157 in the 60. Dave Hutchinson, good run as well. All right. Mitchell Hutchison in the Tower Lane. Is that a Hilux? I guess. I can't see. He's done some smoke. Or Indy Grayson did the smoke in the Commodore. Got a lot of toolbox invested in there, hasn't he? Hope they're empty. We would hope. we've got a little V8-ish in there or something, or anyway, 849 at 83 mile an hour. Not your average commercial vehicle. Indy Grayson 914 looks like the best for her in the Commodore today. So Group 2 should be the only ones in the lane at the moment. Group 2 should be the only ones in the lane at the moment. Group 2. Get ready, don't roll the others. Here we go, Billy Martland back. He was never going to buy a Lamborghini, Bill. He was never going to buy a Lamborghini, but he thought he'd build a pretty stinking quick Commodore. And what do you say about Ryan Moore with the blowing Gemini? What else can you say other than pick up jaw off ground? There's so much left on the table with that Gemini, you know what I mean? Like, you could really spice that thing up, but you know, you just got to make it do back-to-back runs and not zing the tyres all the time. 676 and a 686. 686 for Billy, 166 in the 60, 169 in the 60 for the little Gemini. So they're all liking the current conditions so far in this group. Gary Green and Brian Brennan. Couple of hot Holdens. Again, we're bringing them through session at a time. One and done, so we're not asking you to return to the lanes, we're asking you to return to your pit after your run. So we're just cycling through. That's a guarantee to make sure you've all had the opportunity to have Gary Green, 156 in the 60. We might have another contender. 75, 675 at 102. Looking for the magic 650 number to pop up. Brian Brennan, 808 at 106 mile an hour. But yeah, when I see that 15660, they do tend to disappear quite quickly when they're in that 1516. God, if we didn't just do two hot Holdens down amongst each other, let's put two hot Holden Utes against each other. We've had a Ford Fest, and now we've got ourselves up Holden heaven. Dean Wilson going to bump in boosted, Dane Turnbull as well. I think that is like a cranky L67 or something in that VRVS. Oh, just caught him. All carrying on and doing all sorts of crazy things, popping and banging, but he caught it, Dean Wilson. 727, he made a run out of it. 727 at 102, 636 for Dane. That one slipped through, 158 in the 60. I was keeping an eye on Dean. Dane Turnbull, so much quicker than the 650 we were looking for. 36. Hey, tell you what, the wind has shifted a little bit, so your burnouts can look even cooler the way they're backing up behind the vehicle as you move forward. That was great, Neil Ross. Dennis Whiting getting a taste for this drag and drive business. I think he likes it. Like I always say, I think there's a drag and drive car in everyone. Better at 186, 193 for Dennis, but Dennis goes 55, 755 and a 795 for Neil. 186 in the 60 for him. And I told you, we were going to give you 100 pairings. That's what we're going to do. It stuns me to say we can give you on a Friday afternoon 100 pairings of Queensland's quickest streetcars, because they just keep coming in front of us as a reality, and we've got to deal with it. Stephen Inglis, this LSA Tirana with the license plate unsafe, and Daniel Gathercole in the, what are we, HZ? GDS? I'm trying to read the plates, it might give me a clue. Z? Itself out of there, doesn't it? Stephen Inglis, 692. 692 is good. Daniel Gathercole, 684. And it's run after run after run of tough combinations from someone's garage. We're not workshop per se cars. It's not like a transporter turns up and out comes 6 from a team. They're just from blokes' garages. Like the Carlsberg garage. Like here's Jake Carlsberg. Here's Chris limping up like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Poor old Chris has had a bung knee for ages. He did a drag challenge Adelaide with a bung knee solo. Here's Jakey's turn at the track. 60 foot into the twos. 165 for Michael McLean, so he's on his way. 7:13 at 99. That's good. 7:97 for Jake. Oh, did we plan this? Did we plan this run? Could we have planned this run? Who? I feel like a candy apple now. These things are wicked. Have a look at the EJ. Ben Taylor, Matthew Maloney in the Camaro. Quality like you wouldn't believe. Got some delicious paint out there and some performance to boot. But this is the current face. This is the average cross-section of Queensland street cars. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Me likey. All right, lads. Time to go. Oh, he goes. He's got plenty on tap. It's got so much on tap. 8:02 for Ben Taylor. 7:75 with that much carrying on. 7:75 at 95 mile an hour. Just tiptoeing. Tiptoeing. Sorry, mate. Can you repeat? Peter Fenton now and Joshua Dimitrios. So the Charger, the Celica. 177 in the 60 for Josh, 167 for the Celica, 762, 692. Yeah, that's a better one for Pete. That's a way better one. 692, 103, 762 at 94. This is Group 2 out on track. Group 2 is out on track. Group 2 only. So there we go. We've just had an announcement. So Group 2 is in the lanes now. We are now calling. Group 3. Group 3, orange armband. Group 3, orange armband. Roll to the lanes, please. Can you roll to the lanes? It is go. So Group 3, orange armbands. Can you go to the lanes for your one-shot session? Thank you. Gianni Rosson and Dan Bertham out there. 174, 60 foots. The guys are finding the feet, the Savo. 737, 718. Real steel and real ETs, folks. Real good. 174, 175, 60s. They're all looking quick. So we need Group 3, orange armband. Group 3, orange armbands. To the lanes, please. Your turn. Yellow, get ready, don't roll. John Richter's in the water. Justin Spicer, ready to go. Oh. It can make some smoke when it needs to. Here we go. You would assume Turbo LS with some radial on the back. He's in C2 class, being the 265 Street radial blind, thanks to Cleveland Dyno. Justin Spicer beside him in E class, 235. Whoa, just broke him loose a bit further down and decides that's the end of the run. 9:04 for Justin Spicer. Johnny Richter's rolls right off there. Hope all that was a zing of the tyres and an aborted pass, not any loss of power for unforeseen circumstances. So we should have orange armband, Group 3 to the lanes. Orange armband, Group 3 to the lanes, please. Orange armband, Group 3 to the lanes, please. Just remember, when you come down in your group, it is a 1 run per session. So don't come back and indulge, share. So just have the one and go back to your pits so we can get the next group up. Then we might call something out. Jordan Hunt, Troy Hewitt out on the line though. Sat there and gave it a bit of time. It's got plenty more, which he's tried again. And that's enough. He still goes through for 89 mile an hour and an 8:42, 8:22 for Jordan beside him. Quite work out for those guys on that run. So, coming into the lane should only be the orange Group 3 people. No repeat runs. It's the 1 run per session, remember that. And you'll no doubt, the faster we go, the more we could call. Robert O'Mara's afternoon hit ready to go. The Monaro. Ben Roberts, the VH. Remember, all these guys in their first sessions today all had the opportunity to run back-to-back. So they've at least all had 2, so this is a way of guaranteeing they all at least get 3. That's not bad. 161 in the 60-foot, Ben Roberts. Let's keep an eye on the ET this time. Oh, he's in. He's in. 656. That's an eligible golden ticket. That's a virtual golden ticket. 656. That's an ET between 650 and 659. Ben Roberts in the VH gets a Guernsey for the Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout scheduled to happen later on. Gus Gamil in the LC, I apologise. Glenn Young could be WB from this angle. All right, so the only ones that should be in the lanes coming in are orange, and repeat, you get the 1 shot per session this time. You get the 1 shot per session. No repeat runs in these sessions. So we should have orange in the lanes and no repeat for this moment. We are literally giving you all another run per session to make sure that you've got them all. Then we'll work out whether you can come as many times as you want. But right now, we just want to make it absolutely clear. 1 run per session. Daniel Jewell and Patrick Shaw. Patrick in the commie ute. Needing that little bit of a pedal. They're still getting sub 2 60-footers. 188 there for Patrick in the ute. 197 and still a 7. 751 for Daniel. 818 for Patrick. So just some of these guys, tiny bit marginal on the hit, but they're reacting really well and pedaling it. And especially the Dial Your Own shootout tomorrow night, you might have to pedal to win a race. Can't just give it up. Look at this for Aussie 4-doors, HQ and XA. That's what I love. Look at that. Aussie showroom battle right there. David Keys, Warwick, 183 in the 60. The XA got out there. Here comes that creamy, dreamy HQ. 756 to a 765. Are we deliberately lining these guys up this way, or is it just organic? It's organic. I love it. It's organic. Let's have an Aussie ute battle. We had an Aussie showroom battle just then from the 1970s. Now let's just put a few utes together. Ford and Holden. I love a rolling reminder of the Aussie Ute. It's never going to go away. We're going to keep him forever. Benny Kite, Greg Marstella. Greg in that beautiful Falcon. Benny Kite, again, I think WB. Of course, we carried the WB on for quite a while into the 80s. And of course, Ford, their X-body, they carry that all the way through to the end, pretty much. Greens, 198 for the Kingswood, 202 to the 60 for the, I think, XR, 819 and 8 flat. 819 and 8 flat for Greg and Benny. Oh yeah, we got them coming. Should be the orange ones in the lanes only for the one run and done. Good to have you wherever you're watching right around the world on the Overtaking Lane live stream. And for you people watching here live on a Friday afternoon, I hope you found the admission prices acceptable. There was no one was complaining about the price of the tickets to get in. Thomas Alvarez and Ross Benjamin. Oh, just caught it. Couldn't get it back up, couldn't hook it back up. So right at this moment, this is the sort of stuff we might see in the Dial Your Own Shootout tomorrow night. We want them all to enter, of course, put a dial in on it. And if we have to pedal to see who wins, let's do it. Right now, they're still trying to hit a magic number and hand a number in, but we're also thinking about the racing scenarios that we'll be doing. Like Timmy in the water with this Cortina. He's nearly got a Cortina for every occasion, Timmy. You know, when he wants to run low fours on a 275 radial car, he's got the TC. When he wants to do a bit of drag and drive, he's got the TF. And it's a great combination that works. What about Michael Barradell? Who doesn't? Honestly, if I asked you, do you think a Tirana hatchback is a good-looking car, and you say no, I will have to spike you on the arm to see whether you've got a pulse. Whether you react to me jabbing you on the arm with a pointy object to say, what do you mean you don't rate a hatchback? We were just born to accept those beauty of power. 750, that'll do. Timmy, what happened to Timmy? It all went wrong that time. 691 at 112. He needs that. I know he can hit the 50 if he wants. I know he can get into that magic 650 area with that car. He played the game earlier in the year. So weather conditions here, I don't know whether we quite hit 30 today. We might have hit 30 degrees here, but the breeze is 31. But the breeze has actually really helped us because it's kept it really cool. And yes, we have a lot of flies out west here. So when there was no wind this morning, the flies, we were swatting them, typical Aussie conversation, doing the old bushy wave. And then the breeze came. Lucky enough, the poor buggers can't keep up with us. 23 now, so it's cooled right down. Sean Deegan and Andrew McClellan. Some Holden pairings here, the wagon, the VH wagon. I'm sure you can get that info. We've got to get some Holden geeks out there. I want to know how many VH wagons Holden made. Someone's got to tell us. They were the family car. Like if you're a 1980s, you know, you're paying your house off, you're having kids, you need a family car. The Commodore wagon was that family car. Commodore and Kingswood wagons and Falcon wagons were the family car. Before SUVs were invented, the wagon was the family car. And Clark W. Griswold had that thing. Remember that? Perfect car for a road trip, the wagon. Sleep in the back. Put everything else in the front seat and sleep in the back. Carry some long stuff. This shape we just saw everywhere, especially all the way through the 1980s. And you know what? The Chimera wagon, I love the Chimera, was this little mini Commodore. I saw a Chimera the other day for sale, $5,000. Nelly bought it. Big drop tank on the back of that Tory. That's a shape etched in our minds forever. 746 at 93 mile an hour. And coming up now, Andrew with the wagon, 882 at 78 mile an hour. Nothing wrong with the Aussie station wagon in any shape. All this, by the way, Jack Williams now and Xander Taborski. So Xander in the ute, and Jack here with the keys to the hatchback. He's going to turn it loose, is he? Here we go. On you go, son. How do you have a go with this? Yes, I'll drive this turbo hatchback Tirana. We're just checking with Xander. Everything good with Xander, or we've got an issue? Solo run. Now remember, we had another reminder there about aircon in cars. Now, I don't know whether he's got the aircon or not, but we're asking any guys that have got modern cars with aircon. Okay, the thing is out. Shift a problem. All right, shift a problem. So we're asking other competitors, if you're using aircon, to not use it in the lanes because the condensation will get on the track. So in this case, it's something like gear selection, they can't go. All right, Jack. Hold on, there we go. Little grab at the tyres. Off balance, nearly fell over. 7 flat, there we go. I was I was watching the car and I lean over to watch the car and then I fall off the chair. Sorry about that, real professional in here. But you know, sometimes there's always like just a slight unstable spot on caster chairs, you know what I mean? One's just a little lower than the other, you lean over and you flip it. I just flipped it. Trying to watch the back of the hatchback as it went down. Might have let out an expletive, just in the small expletive. Tony Rogers, Corey Brash out there now. Yes, she is WB. And Tony Rogers in the utility, like the BA ute. Got the big sticker on the back there, House of Wraps on the Falcon. So there's our 2 Tornos. What is our fastest Torno of the day? The Aussie, was it an Aussie thing? Honestly, no one else would have done Torno covers like we did in Australia, surely. We're the best in the world. They're both enjoying it. 177 in the 60 foot is good for the Falcon, and 720 is just as impressive. 720 at 100 mile an hour, 910 for Corey in the WB. So we should only have the orange people in the lanes, Group 3. Wouldn't it be good if we could get Harry Christians in the drag racing, so we could have the orange people here all the time? Virtually religion, isn't it, this stuff? Scooter March and Ben Wood. Barra powered Crown Wagon, Friday afternoon, Australia. It's got a nice ring to it, you know what I mean? That's just what we're seeing. Low 7s in the 8th here for Ben. Scooter, he gets sort of in that mid to low 8 second zone. He's in Dial Your Own. Doesn't muck around. Still went 188 on the 60 with just a little bobble. 837 for Scooter. That's just about his PB. 732 for Ben Wood. Oh, Larry's back. Manually shifted too. Oh yeah, don't mind it at all. You've got to say that's the biggest, one of the bigger head turners you can have, you know, when you drive an old V8 supercar around. But Wayne Bell, what a great tribute to Larry. Paul Travis beside him, well, what a tribute to, that's the Australian Griswold car, I guess. That's the wagon with the Weber barbecue. Well, it's not there, he's just got the weights on it. He's got the surfboard. Now the Weber's there. The Weber's hunting down Larry, but that's a good run for Larry. I mean, Wayne, not 8:45 at 90 mile an hour and 7:01 for the barbecue at 101 mile an hour. God, we're characters, aren't we? We've got a lot of characters out there. Cool stuff, though. Honestly, you drive those two guys down any main street. First we've got like a Larry Perkins replica, then you got like a V8 wagon with a bit of tyre under it, a surfboard and a barbecue on the back. And entry numbers on it. Mark Bramwell out there now in his Commodore Ute. Beside is Danny L. Brady. This is the little Corolla stick shifted. There's a nice bunch of stick shifted cars in the entry list. So K-Series Honda. I don't know what gearbox is in it, but she loves to rifle through these gears. She's got to get the launch right. It almost works though, like just that bit of wheel spin almost works. It almost worked for her. 8.56 for Danielle though, that's her best so far today. 8.59 for Mark. So that almost works. A little bit of wheel spin. Don't want a whole bunch of it, but you can almost go through it, bang another gear and it calms itself down, but easier said than done. But a fun thing to drive. But a way fun thing to drive, little thing. Matthew Balk and Mark Pennycuick. So another manual here, the utility. So our stick shifters sneaking in amongst us. That's a lot of fun. Everyone gets into third here today if you've got the gearing right. Give us a third gear chirpy. Come on. There we go. That's all you want. 8 chirp in all gears. 8.87 at 85 mile an hour. Matthew 8.38. So PBs for both today. And here's another couple I want to see PBs out of. A few more clutch pedals amongst us. A few more pocket rockets amongst us. Tough little Queensland street cars. Oh yes, that's the way. Scotty Clibborn, 13B, stick shift, Shara Hoskin. Again, what have we got in there, Paulie? Is it SR? I can't remember. Is it Isuzu? I can't remember. We'll have to refresh my memory. But she's got a clutch pedal as well. Scotty needs to walk it out here. Oh, Scotty. That's it, that's it, that's it. Now this will be a good one. 186 60 foot, and it goes 722, 133 mile an hour. Yeah, that's got to be pretty much our quickest stick shift so far. 10.35 for Shara. Got it off the line, but it's a fine line, isn't it? You got to wind, in his car's case, the Corolla, winding the leaf springs up, getting the thing to just match the right amount of spin and weight transfer, and get that tyre to do a little bit of work before he got out, and it was away. Still doesn't go flat shift first second. That'd be crazy. That'd be nuts. Mitchell Fleet again, 2 guys with clutch pedals in them. Let's go. McLeod gets there with a 8.55 at 81 mile an hour, and the little MR2 1181 at 65. Oh, they're all a treat. They're all a treat, folks. We're lucky to have Southeast Queensland so full of quality. Run after run after run. We don't have too many dungers, and even the dungers are quick. But even our dungers aren't dungers. Not anymore. Too dear to do a dunger these days. Simon Grigg, William Kia. I am just loving this FE. Like it's got that sort of blower LSA sound to it. Got to roll a bit more. There we go. There, that'll do. Stay there. Let's go. Got some. Just didn't show us all of it on the start line just then. William Keogh 798. Simon Grigg 743. Well, another little visitor. Now you're all chipper. Now you're all full of energy. Hey? This is where all the charm comes in about now, does it? These are the charming moments. Yeah, you're cute and you know it. You're cute and you know it. High five. Hello, little monkey. Hello, little monkey. Hello, little monkey. All smiles for now. I know how horribly wrong you can turn. Same little cute human can turn into a little devil. So while it's good, it's good. There she is. All right, here's this Volvo again. Peter Bellas and Reg Pettiford. So Reg is out and gone in the ute, but come on, Volvo, hook it up. It's making some noise, that thing. I'm starting to really do think it's V6, but whether or not we're a 67, I've got to go and have a look. 8.11 at 94 mile an hour. If I only knew where he was pitted. 9.52 at 77 mile an hour there for Reg in the ute. Boom. Yes, you. Luke, oh, she's had a couple of teeth through. Oh, yeah, that would have been some fantastic evenings there. Yeah, that would have been great. I know what, I can already see the look on her face, what it looked like. Luke Fraham and Daniel Mirando out there, a couple of dial-your-own guys. This utility, it's got potential. It's just going to creep into the first 1,000 horsepower anyway. I'd say it'd have enough. It'd have enough once it's all together. 850 at 96 mile an hour. So little baby steps. That's all we need. These combos as they come together, there's that much potential in a lot of these, and you know we're seeing various levels of development on different vehicles. You know, ones that have been around for a few years and sorted everything out, and relatively new ones that they're just at the beginning of their life. Craig Nofke in the water with his ute. Timothy Zybarth here with the Super. Going to have another crack at it. Well, he got the skid right there. That worked. Just enormous potential to JZ Supras. They work really, really well. As for many years, the old XF. He's already there, 7.29 for Craig. Trying to bring it up, here we go, nearly there. Yep, just catching it. Pedal, tiptoe all the way down. It'll go 7.76 at 99 mile an hour, 98 mile an hour, but it wasn't entirely a perfect or pretty run. But entertaining nonetheless. Brett Thompson, Dylan Murdoch. So we're still in the orange group by the look of it. We're still in the orange group. I do sense that we might be Nelly. All right, so we've still got a couple. Copy that. Brett Thompson gets out in the Safari. Dylan Murdoch right beside him, side by side as they hit the stripe. 7.99 to an 8.25. All right, attention in the pits. Yellow people. Group 4 to the lanes, please. Group 4. Remember, it's a one and done. It's not a multiple run session. It's one and done per session at the moment. Mick's still going to formulate a plan shortly. So we need the fourth group, Group 4. Group 4 to the lanes, please. Group 4 to the lanes, please. The yellow armband people only, one and done. Just to finish that group off, and then we'll decide what we do there. That will technically mean every entrant so far, if they came back for 2 in the first session, would give them all 3. But just take the one, this group. That's what we've been doing. So attention in the pits, Group 4, yellow armbands, Group 4, yellow armbands. You can come to the staging lanes and have your single solitary run. And we'll see what groups we call out and how we do it after that. We're just crunching numbers and doing schedules and just making sure we keep in with all the other plans. Yeah, we don't know. I don't know whether they're all evenly split or whether they're grouped. You don't know, but We should count how many, I guess, but we did have a lot of people improve. A lot of PB stuff happened in this group so far. So another call. Can we get the yellow people, Group 4, to the lanes, please, for your one and done and run? This is way cooler. This is 428% cooler than any Tesla I've ever seen. Pretty cool. Blowing 6-cylinder panel van. Mel McBride. Give it some, Mel. All good. Just looks perfect, doesn't it? Just that little scoop sticking out, the not in the middle, sometimes just off to the side. Little miss saliva you. I dribble just as much, don't worry. All right, Mel McBride. Bad 192, the license plate. Got the hubcaps on. Barely a sleeper though. Got hubcaps. Who are you kidding? It's the blower out the bonnet. It's the scoop out the bonnet, mate. Still got that flat spot. Big flat spot, you can tell, because it kind of blew some puffs of just fumes out the exhaust on the hit. So big gutful by the look of it. Ross Full of Love, by the way. Let me make sure I get the man's name in for the 55 Chevy. Ross Full of Love. That's the name. I suppose, you know, what is it, 75 bucks, deep pole? Do it. Ross Full of Love. Mel McBride beside. It's cheaper if you just turn up at an event like this and fill in your own entry form. But I can't wait. And Richard Rocket, I need to meet Dick Rocket later. As well. He's been really making headlines. Michael Sears and Troy O'Hare. Aussie 4-doors, as tough as they come. Have a look at this one now. Let's just see how the VH hits the line here. We're looking for more 650 people. We've got quite a few 650 people so far in our groups. Let's see whether there's end in the next group and a half. On the 60 foot, but it might just be too much ET to wash off. 02, yeah, 02, 790 and an 702. Troy O'Hare, 197 with not too much problem, but a pedal though for Michael Sears, and it still went 180, 160. How much longer can you stay doing this? And there she's moving. There she's moving. Oh, oh, oh. Let's not push it. Quick smoothie. Another one of these shoebox Chevy drivers. 798 with all that chrome and all that fender. 798, 808 there for Terry Mansfield French with a little pedal. They just keep rolling forward. As I said, we promised 100 pairings per session, per group. Well, the entry list is 220, so we'll offer you a fair few. So Danny Martin and Derek O'Hare out there with their Aussie classics. The VL has made its way into Aussie iconic vehicle history, I guess. The VL didn't get too many influential cars that hung around in the 80s, but the VL certainly did. The VL Turbo. Love a good stick shift here. Derek O'Hare, it was out really quick, but Danny Martin's got some on board. 733 at 106. Definitely had some on board. Got it all together too. Derek O'Hare, 791. Actually, that's a good battle between Danny Martin and Scotty Clipper. Scotty went low 7, like a 22 with a Corolla. So there's a 33. So there's some comparable manual transmission performances. Minor. And then we put the little stick shift Miata in there as well. He's always exciting. little one-man entertainment machines, you know. He's not bad. When he gets this right, he gets the launch right here. It's quite impressive. Chris Kenny beside him, his VL Calais. Oops, little bog. Grabs a good gear too, I must admit. Ryan Feakin, he grabs a good gear. 740. Well, keep him in consideration. Good runs so far. So we should be into, the only people in the lane should be the yellow people, Group 4, yellow armbands. Great way, the old armband colour code system works a treat, doesn't it? I mean, honestly, it just about dictates 100 different arrangements in any sort of events and anything like that. That's a good idea. That's a good way to line up the dinner as well. Jason Martin gets a good few gears in here too. We've got a bunch in the 7. 779 for Jason Martin. Kelvin Addison 841. Good idea. And then get ready, don't roll, and get ready, stop dribbling, you know, grab your cutlery. Yeah, it works well. It really worked well. But right now, yellow people should be in the lanes. They should have the yellow armband. They're Group 4. Again, we want you to just do the 1. Grab your slip, sit back and chill for a bit, and we'll wait for more calls. Remember, what did we say? 90 FM. That's what the FM channel is. So we've got a really tough blue HQ wagon here, and Brendan Burnett's really tough, almost bronzed Aussie, really. The white roof, HQ wagon, tough as. White, they look so good on HQs. The white Steelies, hubcap. Riley Smith beside. Smith Jr. It's popping again, this thing. It's all over the joint, but it still tends to keep moving. So he still gets there, but it's not perfect. 903 at 66. Riley Smith, 967. Looks like Riles has picked it up a little bit. Let's go. You going all right, Jess? Can we hire you out as a marquee weight? That door's wide open. What's the matter? We're looking for stuff. You need a rocker? Is that what you need? You need rockers, is that what you need? Okay. I don't know. You're giving me a sample rocker. Mildred out there now. Beth in the Capri. Craig in the Ute. So Mrs. Carkeet's got, well, she's gone on the look for rockers anyway. So anyone need, well, they need rockers. It's a big block thing, isn't it? For a big block. But again, it just, sometimes those things are tricky with whatever heads are on there as well. Damn rockers. Barra people don't have that problem. 2J people don't have that problem. LS people can have that problem. Every other engine probably can have that problem. Not the Barras or the 2Js or the Rotors. Rotors don't have that problem. Rotors don't break rockers, do they? They just lose compression. That's all. That's about the only way they go. They'll just crack a plate or lose a tension on the apex seals. Shari Skolker out there having fun. Ryan, that is a very healthy Cortina. It still gets out 759 at 99 mile an hour. So Mrs. Carkeet's found her way out to track prep guy Kevy. So Kevy's out there on the rockers. So it's all happening. We're all ready. We've even got John Howard in the back of the Statesman. Tyler did his research. For that year car, John Howard was the Prime Minister. So I remember Johnny was in this thing back in the 90s. they had them as the Prime Minister limousine. So Amy Dole, I think it can. I used, at least I always infer that it's the exact one. I also like to think that Johnny would be in the back of it, in his Aussie tracksuit, you know. Mark McNee, though, with the BC, he's not up for politics. He just wants to get away from the Prime Ministeress. That's what we call her, the Prime Ministeress. Mrs. Dully gets the PM's vehicle through. 8.92 for Mark McNee, and Amy 10.39 is an improvement. The rocker inspection is still continuing on the start line. Actually, we nearly got the rocker inspection on camera then. It's all happening out there. There we go. It's the middle of the road trip drag challenge rocker advice, and Mrs. Carkeet's taken all the info in, and that's priceless information from Mr. KPM. There we go. Back to the mop. Mick's back on the mop. Mrs. Carkeet's back with the info. Just looking at rockers, that's all we're doing. We were fascinated by the rockers. So yeah, they're either good or they're in trouble. So that's normally the results would be whether that's a good thing or not. But we'll get on with guys like Jason Burnett in the wagon, and how's that? That does sound like a bit of boost on a V6 Holden, whether it's boosted or blowing. Memphis Richters, nearly the best name here today. Memphis Richters. All right, so Jason Burnett, 195 in the 60, 802 to the stripe, 832 for Memphis, getting that boosted 3.8. there in nearly 100 mile an hour. So these should be the yellow people. These should be Group 4. And I see the MA on the window here of the Falcon. Love this thing. And I'll remember to the day I die, Kerry Digney always has a story about cigarette company sales reps, or they were a cop car back as well. So there's always been a story about they were only a sales rep's car, that colour, or the police. He said there was, and he named the cigarette company, and he said that they had these as company vehicles back then. But this is a manual too, Jason Cross. Beautiful car. I don't think so. Oh, I love the attitude of a stick-shifted car. Just love the way they buck and weave on the shift. The driver's got to do a bit more, which I love as well. 907 for the Falcon, 1021 for Treen Bangay in the Commie. Here's another one that's got the stick going on and some spray, I think. Yep. Oh. You see that? It had a little... it had a tiny sneeze through the air cleaner then, just as he hit it. Sam Jones. I saw a little cough, just a tiny little, you know when you sneeze and it comes back through your nose. That's what it kind of did. So he's going to bang the gears here. Shane Parchett beside him, the 302 TE Cortina getting ready. Sam's got the left leg firmly over that clutch, ready to sidestep the thing, I think. Gets the gears through and goes 776 at 90 mile an hour and 838 at 84. 776 for Sam. That's a PB today for him. 183 in the 60. Did it all well. Is that right? So it's good to see people watching on the live stream that are contributing to some of the automotive mysteries of the world. So Malcolm Fraser had a stretched Valiant. Where would that stretched Valiant be now? Go, someone find it. Someone find it. Someone go, I found that stretched Valiant of Big Mal. Is that where he's panted for? Tyson Howard in the ute, and here we go, Mr. Stephen Smith, Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety, having a bit of fun here on a Friday afternoon. Here we go. Big squeal of the tyres there, but Steve, no problem. 7:35 best for him today. 7:35 at 95. 8:17 for Tyson Howard. Best for him today as well. So they're finding their mark. Track's coming round. The temp's dropping off a bit, so I think everything's starting to work better. Is that right? I wonder. There we go. We've got some wise people on this afternoon, don't we? Got some good memories and good discussion topics. Oh, we could. And also, here's a question I love to ask everyone that's on: if you could stop the production of the automobile, what year would it be? So that's the justify. John Burnett gets out there, but it's all Russell Weaver. 792 at 96 mile an hour. 972 for John Burnett. 70, do you reckon 78's the year cut off for you, Dangerous Dave? I'd almost say 1988. You know, I mean, the VN just came in, but so much cool stuff came before 1988. But then some people say, oh, what about 96? So justify your answer. If you could stop producing automobiles, what year would it have been? When did cars not become cool to you after that? There might be a magic year. Mind you, have a look here. 2 fine HR Holdens. 66 maybe, so here they are. They look like nothing else on the roads either. Darren Parker in the white one, they go 194, identical 60 foots and a 779 and a 764. That's a couple of street HRs so close to each other in performance, it ain't funny. It's not like Mark Stone rang Darren Parker and said, I'm going to build a car exactly like yours, and we're going to be E.T. brothers for life. Oh, did he? Loving it. Living. Queensland, the everything you can do with your car state. That's literally what it is. We need to tell the government that, you know, Queensland is the do everything with your car state. Toby Howard in his Tirana, Roy Sheehan in the Valiant Utility. He's got the single strand tornado hooks. I'm observing tornado hooks. And we need help with the people watching on the live stream. We need information that you can give us about the history of the tonneau cover and whether it is named after the famous French inventor Leo Tonneau. The problem, my belongings were getting wet in the back of my Renault, and I made a special cover. A cover that I could fasten very fast, and here she is, hard lid. So Sally Ann Hamilton doesn't have time for Leo Torno's invention. Brittany Loy doesn't either. Gee, she does a fair old skid there. So just, everyone just chillax for the moment. If you're handing the ET, she could have almost just it was nearly all going to work itself out then, but she hit that last little pedal at the end. Brittany goes 860 though, so Mrs. Junga gets one down for the best for her today. But Mrs. Dangerous Hamilton, Sally Ann, she somewhere between the pedal and the stab. That's it. She's Nelly out of it then. Nelly drove Nelly all the way through it, and then right at the end, so it's still spinning. I'll give it a quick pedal. It's good to know that your wife can have a stab and steer like that. Knowing when you're sitting there eating dinner that her right foot's just as inspired as your right foot. No, and you don't mind putting the foot down, do you? Holding onto the wheel and you go, no, I kind of like it. It's like, atta girl, what a lady. Dallas Kells now and Marcus Borg. So this is that 440 cubic inch Rambler Matador. Ole! XE Wagon. And again, before SUVs were invented, families bought station wagons. $8.29 for Dallas in the Big Matador, $10.96 for Marcus. And the rolling museum continues. Where do we go? 83, the XE, 83-ish, about that. There they were. How's that for a good side-by-side all-Borg burnout? Jai Borg in the ute, Jonathan Borg in that beautiful red S-Pack. I love that 80s period where, you know, you got a facelift. You didn't have to redesign the whole car, but you got different headlights and taillights. You got different trim. You might have had some other upgrades, but there was a lot of cosmetic changes, and the mechanical changes kind of went missing. For years, the mechanical changes and the engineering went missing, but the facelift continued. They were pressing new guards and making new headlights. But they weren't doing much else for a few years there. And the shapes changed slightly, and I loved that. Look at this. You couldn't get any tighter. 7.19 to a 7.47. What a great race. Both over 95 mile an hour. 182 and 164 in the 60 for the four-door. 164 in the 60. It meant business. Here we go. The little Dado gets a run again. Jada Scorpil at the wheel. Janine Marshall at the wheel of the Fairlane. We should again Google the year of the Fairlane, work out the Prime Minister for the Fairlane, if they had Ford. I don't know. I wonder if the government tendered out for the official vehicles, or does Ford and Holden just go, here's your free limo, drive it. The LTDs back in the day. I remember in the 70s there was an LTD around. 10.54 for Jada and 10.32 for Janine. Having fun out there, Lukey? Having fun? Getting them into a bit of drag racing. I'm sure it's our only Centura. Rowan Allen, Adam Potts, probably our only 440 Cortina. So we're just right at the end of our yellow people, Nelly. All the way, he's had that problem all day. Just living on the fine line. The little Cortina finally got its gear together. And goes 8.37. All right, here's the Beauty and the Beast right now. Beauty and the Beast. It's about the tidiest VNSS I've ever seen. Emma Johnson. You're not too bad too, my lady. The way you drive it, I like the way she drives it. Gets the wheel spin up, but she'll drive through it. Robert French. He's been treating this car with anarchy today. Just gets through it and just keeps on going with it. Gorgeous car, the paint, the wheels, everything. 866, looks like that's the best for her, according to our little blue lights lighting up here. Robert French, 11.23 with a few issues. Slowed it down some. All right, so someone already said that they could cut off cars at 1974. Is that what they said? 74 was the number. No more cars after 1974. All right. Because of the ADRs. All right. Kenton McKay and Murray Jackwitz out there now, so it is like our Galaxy hard top. And Murray Jackwitz, the blue meanie or mean bluey. Goes 7.59 at 97, 8.83 for Kenton McKay. Pup's watching the live stream saying, how good is Dangerous Dave? He goes, how good is the Dangerous Dave family? OnlyFans. Dangerous Dave's not going on OnlyFans, but he's got only one fan. Dylan Murdoch now on Jason Mears. Jason Mears in the wagon. He's in the Dial Your Own class as well. So we do have plenty of the family station wagons in Drag and Drive. 1974, eh? I liked a lot of cars in the 80s. All right, wagons ready to lock up here. Just can't get it to hook. Yeah, it's got some when it's down. 788 with a big pedal at 102. Okay, attention to the pits. There's a bit of a rush on trying to get the time slips handed in because we don't need them in until 10 minutes after the last run. So what we're trying to do is trying to call you all through in groups to make sure you all get guaranteed runs. But we also need you to not also use the long road to get back off the track. So we just need everyone to get another run. But there's no rush to take the slips for now, all right? So it's 10 minutes after the last run, and we ain't done with the runs just yet. So just bear with us. We're just hoping we can get more runs in for everyone by just finishing. Just trying to finish the groups. If we can get the groups through one more time, and we need to save a bit of time by. If we've got competitors that are taking the long road off, if you can take the short road off, that saves us a bit of time. We can get the next pairing up and so on and so forth. So more runs per. We're not going to go runs per minute. It's hard to do runs per minute, but you can say runs per hour. I would like to get our run rate up. Get it. RPM up. Yeah, our run rate. You know, like in cricket, you need to score so many runs an over. We need so many runs an hour to get everyone through. 220 entrants. With equal or, near the end if we've got time, well, we might open it up, but we're just making sure we can guarantee people, equal amount of runs, and it's been working so far in the session, been working really well. As fair and as equitable as it can be. And that's at least when we finish this group, three each. If you got in for the second. Remember when we had half the people here, that's the other thing that we've got to remember. We had half the people here. That's why everyone was able to do so. Now we've got everybody here. We're all 220 trying to hit the track. Sharon Horn is back for her run. Again, one run per session at the moment. Cameron Wood, stick shift in the HQ. The MA2 class, or he's MA number 2. Sharon's going to be staging up. She'll be in the Dial Your Own class tomorrow. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good for the HQ. That's what happens with manual transmission sometimes when you get some traction. And there we go, graphic footage of blowing the diff center out of the car. Like blowing it out the back in true, when you're going to do it that way. It's not a pretty way either. She ain't pretty. Just, we've got to keep the thing exactly in that spot. And I know who Heathcote does it well. They get the lasagna trays out. They get the foil trays out. If something's dropping, they just pull it. All of a sudden, lasagna trays come from everywhere. Yeah, well, that'll do. They'll do. Like the roller trays. Perfect. And you can put your bits on there and everything. So can't really push that thing back until it stops dripping. I mean, it might roll back. Obviously, it's probably going to roll pretty easy with no centre in it. Like, it's really done a good job. Ask him about the traction right now, and there's the weak spot. Wow, there's the bits and pieces. That's a good idea. The roller tray is a good idea. You can sort of stash them up. There we go. Live on the scenes here at Overtaking Lane, the live stream showing you some pure destruction. Everyone watching at home on the stream right around the world. That's what happens when you put a clutch pedal in HQ. Unfortunately, the centre is no longer a centre. It's more like a circle. It's a big circle of destruction underneath. Would have dumped all the diff oil out of it. I don't know if he does have a 9-inch in it, just how many litres that'd be. But there's been some destruction there. So just a little, just trying to get the drips up, work out what we're going to obviously try and do in case something else is it? What else we got under there? Just trying to grab what that is there. Yeah, that's just the trays under the back. That's the shaft. That might be the shaft. That's the pinion. That's actually the pinion attached to the tail shaft. So that is the pinion. There it is, attached to the drive shaft. Everything behind it, not there. Everything else, not there behind it. So it's fractured it's done the centre out of it. Good time. But yeah, we just got the pinion dangling off the end there. So the license plate tested. Yeah, well, you've tested the diff out today. The diff lost today. God, it is the only big downside to stick shift. Is we talked about it before. Everything's got to kind of be really strong and bulletproof. You know, clutches, drive shafts, diffs as we see here, transmissions. They've all got, and engines, of course. Normally, the tougher you go in the engine, the more got to be twice as tough behind the engine. That's almost the formula. Big clean up in aisle 4. Clean up in aisle 4. She's done a good dumping. So we're onto it. And that is one big dropping of the guts. Eventually, I don't know whether he's got normally you can get a smile out of these stick shift people when stuff goes wrong, because you kind of get to that stage, well, it's happened. You can be angry about it, or you can smile, or you smile and go, well, that's a little bit to the gods. A little bit to the gods. It's happened 100,000 times before, and that was really good graphic footage though. Right up the back, there's the pinion hanging onto the drive shaft. All the bolts still intact, none of that stressed. Bolts, didn't break the bolts. Didn't break the U-bolts. Remember, didn't break the U-bolts off, it's just fractured the centre. It's still got the pinion support, there's got all that, but nothing behind it. So, done the carrier, I'd say. Fractured all the... Because sometimes if it just strips a few teeth off the crown wheel, it's still in the housing. You know what I mean? But it's like probably done the carrier there, or done the caps on it anyway, because it's just destroyed the inside of it. So while we just pick that up, we'll contemplate our little future moves here for a sec. Enjoy the destruction footage for the people watching on the live stream. we can try. It can cut in and it can cut out. People watching, working. It's not. Don't know whether it works there. Does it work? Still crackling. It's the wind. It's the wind. Even though I'm upstream, I'm upwind of it, right? But the gear oil smell down here, it's almost, I don't know, it's one of my favourite oil smells. It's not the nice smell down here. It's also not the easiest stuff to pick up. Mind you, good burnt transmission fluid, that's not a bad smell either. It's not bad. We want the people on the live stream, what is your favourite oil smell? Don't tell me it's burning. Don't tell me it's valve stem seals. Wrong smell. Right? But this is a big one out here. You can see, but it's been good. We've still got 220 odd people still wanting to have a run. The reality is that we want to try and run them in as many sessions as we can. Keeps them in a group. Everyone gets the equal amount of runs. We'd love to open it all up to everyone, but we're just trying to do the one and dones in every group, and keep doing that as long as we can before we try and do the rest of it. And Mick's all about schedule too. He wants to make sure he does the 650. He wants to make sure that part of it's done as it normally is. We had more people up till then run at 50 something. So I'd like to know what the group looks like, and I know we've got people wanting to hand time slips in, but we've got up to 10 minutes after the last run to do that. If we do need to remind you about whether or not you want to be in the 650 shootout, I know a whole bunch of you went between 650 and 659 then, at least more than we had initially, which was 1 or 2. So we've got a few more. We've still probably got a few more lurking in this next group, and that just goes all the way back. If the mic worked all the way back, we'd go wandering and have a look, but maybe we can take some visual up there for the people that want to watch on the Overtaking Lane stream. Might go up there, and can you walk up there? Have you got enough to walk up there? Same deal. We're kind of stuck around this area here. Yeah, we can. Not good. There you go. Kick. So what they're going to do is run the solo lane here whilst fixing the start line here. So we're not all down with both lanes not running. We're going to run one lane while they clean this lane. So that's the plan. So I think Hilux then, and then we'll be just running solo lane. At least we're getting people down. And remember, if you can get off the first road, get off the first road. Saves us run per run. And if anything, now with solos for a while, that's what we're looking to do. Make sure that we give everyone a good run rate while we clean this line up. So give us a minute or two, and I think we'll start on this lane kicking us out. All right, guys, we are just going to get underway with the single lane at the moment while the other boys clean the other lane up. So guys, as you would have all no doubt read, your slip right the way through to hand slips in is 10 minutes after the last pass. We're going to get these through and then hopefully get another through. Guys, first exit road. Please use the first exit road. That's what our main hold-ups are. Is everybody is tripping the way through all the way through the end. Use the first exit road. Yeah, well, for one weekend, I thought it'd be smart not to bring tractors and how's Potsy going here? Not bad. This is probably the better runs for him. 940 better speed. Better mile an hour, 92. So Owen's got to run the solo runs until we get the second lane back. Fortunately for the breakage, it was localised at the start line, which means we can do our clean-up in relative safety while we run the solos down one run. Rob Fullerton, the XR Falcon, yes. Real steel. Sounds the business. Nice run, 783, little zing off the start line. Any more shout outs on their favourite oil smell? Burnt 80, yeah. Yeah, it's the, I don't know, it's an acquired smell, but I don't mind a gear oil smell for some reason. It's I don't want to drink it, but it just smells better than engine oil. Mind you, engine oil laced in race fuel smells really good. When I was running Roo through my race engine, I changed the oil all the time, but you got into the oil, so you could smell that race fuel in the oil, and I use that to treat all my sleepers with it. So you get that really Roo 16 smelling retaining wall. Neville French 1184 in that lane. This almost could be one of our sleepers. I'm keeping an eye on you, Callum Fu. He's sort of going about his business here. It's quicker than it looks. Mind you, you should never underestimate any Australian car, by the way. To say, oh, that looks like a sleeper. It wouldn't be. It's a hell of a little sleeper. 191 in the 60 with a pedal, 750. So it's good numbers. It's good numbers. It ran 50 there before. Yep, and we turn up with a couple of HQ coupes as well. Anytime you can turn up at one event and there's a couple of something, HQ coupes, that's good. We got it. Tyson Howard. Hits the 3 in the 60 foot. Gets to 330 about now. 549 and 840. Is that Tyson Howard? You're probably spot on with your info there, Dave. I think that might be identity fraud. Like lot of love, Mr. Lot of Love out there. Mitchell Teskey now, stick shifted Falcon. Off we go. hits the third gear, stops the clocks at a 10:43. .10:43 at 75 mile an hour. Another manual. Couple of stick shifts Falcons. Geez, we missed out on the paired runs between those guys. That would have been great to see, but here we are, just solo runs for now while we clean this lane up. Daniel Barado. The Coyote V8, I think they were Coyote based, weren't they? Modular Coyote based. One more gear was looking for there, Daniel. I was waiting for the third gear chirp. I love a third gear chirp. Carry on with a third gear chirp, you're doing all right. 981 and only 59 mile an hour on the roll-off. We've got some nice wind out here, haven't we? The old wind chill factor. Has anyone got the weather app up to say it's X temperature and feels like what? Because I think it's feeling like it's nearly 19 degrees out there. Here I am looking at the forecast. No trackies, no jeans. Big Scooter offered me a set of jeans. Guess what size? I said, I'm not really up to wearing other men's jeans. There we go. So 20 degrees, but feels like 16. We couldn't predict this. We didn't predict this. We didn't think the wind chill factor would come in like this. It's cold, man. For a Queenslander, that's cold. 16, yeah. I like a feels like gauge. I don't know. For years, you just copped the temp and thought that's the temp. And I guess over the years, you know, people, they continue to whinge for a fair go and then said, you know what, I don't believe that you tell me that's that, but I think it feels like this. Okay, well, if you want it to feel like that, you can say it feels like that. I do think that wind chill factor thing helped with the feels like. It's like for years they didn't have the use by date in the food industry. Saved a few people there, didn't they? So it feels like 16 and a half with a 20-degree ambient temperature. The wind's still blowing here, so it's getting a little cold. This track had some good temp. This track had some good temp in it. It'd be interesting to see how much more we can have. We've pretty well lost the sun for now, but let's just see. We've been lucking up to now because we didn't have any massive delays, but we are just at that stage now where we do just at that stage with this delay. We are deep into final drag. We've had a drag. It's going to get a spray on it there, but we're just doing that final sled drag. That did the pickup all right. Okay. Okay, attention to the pits, just doing this final sled drag, and we've only got about 8 left in that last group, and then technically we've had the 4 groups through again with a run each. Stay tuned for what will next happen as far as all you competitors to run again. Just keep your ears peeled. Just don't go anywhere. Don't come running down the lanes with your car yet. Just sit still. We just got the 8 that we're going to try and get done. That'll be the end of the yellow group, and then we'll keep you updated. All competitors that ran so far between 6:50 and 6:59, can you please go and hand your time slip over at the tent to see how many we've got for the 6:50 shootout, thanks to Knight Family Motorsports. I know we saw a lot of, well, when I say a lot, we saw a group of people in the 50s in that first 3 groups. So I know that we've had some go down there. We just want to know how many that might be. And the only way we're going to find out is that all competitors that did have run a 6:50 to a 6:59, take that slip over so we can tick you off and give you the invite into the shootout. Because I think we're going to have that shootout. We just want everyone to probably get one more run in here, but keep your ears peeled as to how we do that shortly. So that's the goal for everyone here. We've got 8 more to run, and that's the last group. We will then want everyone to have one more run, but just keep your ears peeled as to how we administer that. But we kind of want everyone else to have one more run. So just keep your ears peeled for that. We still only want this 8 or 9 left, so we can just have a clear... I can already see a group there, I think, frothing. That's good. But just keep your ears peeled for that. That's what we're intending to do. So this last group of about 8 or 9 doing this little drag, considering how much it dropped its guts, that's not too bad to get that nearly done. Don't you notice by now the old ice cream sales have just fallen off the cliff? Here we were. It was quite hot today. It was quite warm. The wind wasn't that bad. We were hot. The ice cream felt and tasted really good when I had it. It was delicious. I think it must be when it feels like 16.5 degrees. The old ice cream sales fall off the cliff, I think so. And it may be but you know what would be good business now? The hot jam donut business. Now that normally kicks up. It's almost sort of under 20 degrees. You go from ice cream to hot jam donuts, and you want them. But I mean, that's a long shot. We're in the middle. We're in Warwick. Maybe hot jam donuts. So they haven't come out yet here. I know down at Heathcote they're there. And they get, well, hot jam donut seems to be a big Victorian thing as well. Okay, attention all AT and BT cars. So the cars that have AT and BT on it, we want you to come down lanes 1 and 2. So AT and BT. So that's not a bad way to do it, actually. So we're trying to get them in the group now instead of the general racer group, which was a mixture. This is now becoming a specific class deal. So AT and BT, can you come down lanes 1 and 2 for your next run and possibly last run for the day? AT and BT to lanes 1 and 2. Repeating, AT and BT to lanes 1 and 2. That's how I think we're going to administer the rest of them. This at the moment is the last few cars out of the yellow group. It's good when we use letters, numbers and colours. It works really well. Systems take off. They work well. Thomas Stevens out there and Stephen Rule, the Tirana, the big fair lane. So we need AT and BT to lanes 1 and 2. Good idea. That beautiful afternoon skyline there. Just enough sun over the horizon. Thomas Stevens rolls the big fair lane in, finding the beams. Tirana's in. Gets himself ready, mashes the brake down a little bit harder, lets it rip. Tiny little bit of protest from the tyres, but they're both out and gone, and there's going to be relatively good runs for these guys. Stick shift for the Tirana, 9.73 for him, and 8.78 for Thomas Stevens in the Fairlane. So just repeating, AT and BT cars. To the AT class and BT class to lanes 1 and 2, please. Luke Page back in the family Falcon. I still reckon that was nearly the best Falcon they ever made, was the last one. They really were. And anyone watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream, what was your favourite Falcon of all time? Love to know. Favourite Falcon of all time. Murray Johnston out there in the big 1970s Prime Minister mobile. Couldn't have been Malcolm Fraser, he had the Valiant, so it could have been Goff, May I say, I love a 308 Statesman. 8.85 and a 7.89. No one would know who Goff Whitman is anymore. God may save the Windsor, but nothing can save the Cleveland. Ashley Kowalski, and again, that's a generation thing, years old. Benjamin Johnston out there, the VH. This was around when Bob Hawke was around. Don't start me on Aussie Prime Ministers. Ashley Kowalski getting the Commodore out. Getting a bit loopy here once the temperature drops below 20. I'm a warm-blooded animal. Start becoming reptile. 8.99 to a 12 flat. 8.99 to a 12 flat. Oh, I'm still having fun out there. So just repeating AT and BT to lanes 1 and 2 for the next run. There we go, back to ambient. We can handle ambient. Benjamin Johnston in the old Galaxy Gasser just about. Stu Walsh. HK gets out here, really climbs the pinion. Oh, he goes into a bit of Zingsville. Really asked a lot of it, did Stu, and came out with Zing. Dan Young goes 162 in the 60 and a decent 7.19, but yeah, Stu had a big stab there and it just didn't want to stick. Not a bad light either, considering it's a Pro Tree, 0.93. So, yeah, some of them still hitting it, doing it pretty well. So we needed AT and BT down lanes 1 and 2. That would be a good way to get those guys out. And we're in the hands of Mick, of course, when it comes to all of that. We're asking all competitors that went between a 6.50 and a 6.59. Should have your slips in by now over to the tent. And that would determine how many we're going to have for the shootout, thanks to Night Family Motorsports. And the spray rig's coming out, which means we're going to do a little... So we're going to do a bit of a spray here and get those AT and BT. So we are looking for mechanical advanced springs, dizzy springs, for a pro billet. What? There you go. So the race control lady has your dizzy springs. So he did. Oh no, you can't go in thongs. No. Well, look. So there's the shout out for dizzy springs. We've got some. They're in a what? A laptop bag. Yeah, because that's where I keep all the dizzy springs for a pro billet. That just goes to show how switched on Mrs. Morton is in here. That the lady at race control hears what you want and says, I got them. That's the fastest response I've ever had. So we need the dizzy springs out of the laptop bag. So we're doing third person communication here. Here comes the communication to Mick. We're looking for dizzy springs out of the laptop bag. because we've got a racer up here that needs MSD Pro billet dizzy springs. Where did yours go, mate? Where did they? Oh, they've rusted away. Away. Like, they're not there anymore. Wondering why the hell everything's... So what car's that for? The green Chevelle with fried dizzy springs. Can't we make them in stainless steel? Couldn't we make them out of something else? Is MSD using Chinese steel in their springs now? I don't know. Yeah. So here we go. The dizzy springs are eventually going to get to its destination here. And look, we haven't talked about the price of them though. Look, they're only $272 each. So the guy's cool. He wants to play. He's happy to spend. I don't know where he's happy to spend. He's got this far. He's only spent so much this far to get here, haven't you? Hey, like everyone in the staging lanes, you've only spent this much to get here. Not, you know what I mean? Let's do a conservative sum at 220 entries. Yeah, we might have a few $1 million worth of car here, I think. Do you reckon there's been a couple of dollars spent per car? Anywhere between 100 to 300 on some? Can be. You're a little bit cheaper, the Chevelle. I mean, they'll pick up. They're not losing on it. So what year is it? Oh, the green one. Do you want to buy an orange one? So he bought a Tirana. Yeah, so he's keeping his money in this country. I suppose if you buy a Chevelle in this country, that's technically keeping the money. Doesn't still go back to America, does it? No one ever taught me that. So just another final call for AT and BT. If you want to come and have a run, come to the lanes. We've got AT and BT here, but I know we have one or two others that, if you want to have that opportunity, AT and BT to the lanes, please. AT and BT, that's what those cars are there. And then the call will go out for other competitors to come down. So we're just giving the AT and BT cars that opportunity. They're doing a prep here as well. So we're getting the rig out. We got the rig out. Giving it a tweak. So AT and BT, this is the final call for AT and BT, and then we'll be asking other competitors to come down after that. So just keeping that open just for AT and BT. AT and BT, and then if anyone else wants to have a run, well, we'll be asking to come down. But we're just giving that priority to those guys first, let the rest come in after that. So it looks like they're all keen. Looks like they're lining up quick. So ATs and BTs, there's the dizzy springs, there they are. That's the fastest response we've ever had for anything, especially when the lady in race control's the one that helps. Never had that before. We had an interesting drag challenge story down at I think day 3 at Heathcote. We're driving from Bendigo into Heathcote, is that we had this older couple in like a Falcon, like a BA wagon on the side of the road, bonnet up, working on it. And then we went to town, got some breakfast, came back, and here they are, same Falcon wagon, somewhere else on the road, closer. By the time we got to the track, we'd seen them one more time just outside the gate, working on something. And next thing you know, about 10 minutes later, this gentleman and his wife walk into the town. They go, we need help. We need a Walbro 480 in-tank fuel pump, because our fuel pump has carked it. And for the amount of time that we sat there talking to that guy, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, he goes to walk out and he goes, just let everyone know we're the wagon out in the car park. We haven't even done a run yet. We need a fuel pump before we can do a run. Just as that guy starts to walk away, a guy walks over with a Walbro 480 in tank with a few hoses hanging off it anyway, and go, can you use this? And it's like, I'm going to use it. Within 20 minutes, 30 minutes, that thing had made a run, and then they were back there fixing it. And I talked to him. I said, oh, because he's an older bloke. I said, oh, so, you know, you're back doing drag racing, doing drag and drive? Because, no, I've never done drag racing in my life. I just wanted to do a drag challenge. And started drag racing in his 60s. And you know what? That story happened again at the Bend a few weeks ago. Drag and drive are bringing people into the sport fresh. Not, I used to drag race, and now I'm doing this. It's, I've never drag raced. This looked like a really cool way to do it. And we had that many do it the same this year. People brand new, just turning up. And that Falcon wagon went 1060s on the last day with old mate driving it. So he got back to the bend on the last day with a new fuel pump, and that went 1060s. And if that's your first introduction to drag racing, well, drag and drive is a great pathway to do it. It's certainly the most open and welcoming way, especially if you can relate and you want to drive on a road trip, you want to do the transit section. They did every single bit of it. I asked his wife separately. I said, would you want to go home now? It's day 3. You just want to put the fuel pump in and go home? And she goes, yeah, I don't think I want to be here for the rest of the week. But there she was on Thursday. There she was on Friday. Then when the 1060 got run, she'd probably forgotten what she was saying on Wednesday. So there's some good stories out there. Again, these are real people starting in this. You know, we've got a lot of people out there that have been maybe doing it for up to 20 plus years already. This is the next step. They got the kids in it, and then we've got people brand new, and some of them not a lot of 18-year-olds. You do find the odd young guru 21-year-old that's built something. That's come with something. Like the young bloke down there, I think, had a pretty stout gassed LS in a HJ60 Land Cruiser, rear-wheel drive, that ran like 1220s. He was a cool young bloke. But a lot of people old in their I shouldn't say their older years, but you know, more mature years, taking up a form of motorsport which is so accessible. It's so accessible to just pay your entry, turn up, and you know, hopefully. Well, I don't know whether we ever got a talking to by Andrew down there at 1060, but it is, you know, it's a BA wagon, so it had airbag and stuff. So I think you can go down at about 10 flat or 50. I think you can go 50. It went 60. So it was a great story, and it was a thrash for them. The thing obviously was carrying on the road, and they traced it to a fuel pump and had to stop several times. The thing obviously didn't want to play the game. But we helped that bloke out within about 2 or 3 minutes. I thought that was a pretty good record. But to actually address a pretty exotic and obscure part request and just say, yeah, we got some of those in the laptop bag. Yeah, everyone keeps Pro Billet Dizzy Springs in the laptop bag. She's got weights and everything there. I mean, most women carry other things in their handbags or laptop bags, but Dizzy Springs, that's good, Kev. Pete, she goes all right with the Dizzy Springs. And, you know, maybe we should explain to some younger people what a Dizzy is, because there'll be a new generation that don't even know what a Dizzy is. Do here is give these guys in AT and MT just one hit before we let everyone else in, and we are kind of hoping that then everyone else can just limit themselves to the one run and no back-to-back. The whole dream would be ultimately when you come through and you get a run, go back to your pits, leave the lanes empty for the ones that just want the last run like you just had. And then, if we got time, we'll go again, but I don't think we will. Being a realist, we got a 650 shootout. We want all the competitors that are run between 50 and 59 to hand it in to the tent, the Addictive Events tent. We have a few people still also that want to come down for their last run that might just have that magic 50 that they're looking for to get into that Night Family Motorsports 650 shootout. The old tractor. Doing the deal. Which is not bad, the old concrete surface here at Warwick. I think we're full concrete 660 here. That's right. Well, that's 700 feet of concrete. That's 700 feet of flat concrete. That's where the battlefield is, and it's a neat new surface, and it's getting more love every time. And remember, for the bare handful of times that this track has been back open, these boys, Chunga's walking around, he's a bit bugging and going, you wanted to bloody run a drag strip, Chunga, and this is it. This is the hard yakka. It pays off when everyone's got the smiles on the dials and the cars are running. Chunga's got time for a bit of filming on Dangerous Dave down there as well. So Chunga might be going live or something, but enjoying it. A lot of smiles out there on the dials. That's what it's all about. Well, thanks for telling us. That's all. Thanks for telling us the secret without telling us the secret, so we can't say the secret. And every time you just told me that, I had the mic on anyway, so only the people on the stream might have heard all of that. But there's a few little things still in play. This is only Friday. Remember, it's not like Saturday Arvo. I mean, it does kind of feel like a Saturday Arvo now. Any day at a drag strip feels like Saturday. This is Friday Arvo. All right, here we go. This could work here. Now remember, we're trying to get these guys in to have one more shot at the track before we open it up to everyone else. Doesn't mean these guys may, if they had time, have another go at it, but we're trying to get everyone else through for a single run as well. All right. David Mott and Chris Carlsberg. Let's just see that little bit of prep. Mind you, we've lost some temp out there, so let's just see. Might have gone the other way now. Let's see how it goes. HQ liked it. HQ liked it. Carlsberg gets a one quick pedal, and then he's off and gone, and he goes 560 with the pedal, 139 mile an hour, and a 607 there for David Mott. So far, that's been the best for them today. Carlsberg with a bit of a pedal, 152 in the 60, but the HQ 140 in the 60. All right, big shout out to more of our spot on family, Colsey and the kids. It's all road trip on the big screen at home by the look of it. If that's looking after the kids on a Friday night, Dad, that's a perfectly normal and acceptable way to spend Friday night with the kids. Watching the live stream, seeing it all happen. We got Shane Baker out there now, and Cuz Ben Vlecken, the reborn VHPSI, madder, badder, and blacker than ever before. Shane Baker, home track as well. He's seen what Chris had to deal with. So did Ben. He's one of the quickest sedans down the new Warwick surface. Oh, they both right. There was almost a wheel stand for cars. Wheel stand, 518. There we go. 518 for Shane Baker. 543 for Ben. And had Ben not just lifted, goes to show he's been out of the saddle for a while. That test and tune, obviously up here, really did wonders for him, because he had the wheelie. Think wheelie, literally 132 on the back tyres. Shane Baker 131. So that short time was working well for Shane Baker, 518. Remember, Benny went 511 earlier today. So we're just letting the AT and BT cars to have that one run on the new prep, and then we'll let everyone else in. And I suppose if they all want to have a run again, Carlsberg and Baker, the golden rule is that we want everyone else to have a run too. So get back in line and have the one more if everyone else has had one. You know what I mean? That was kind of technically everyone's last run. Worked for Baker, didn't work for Carlsberg. Cousin that went for a wheelie. Oh, Bill went out a bit. That worked a treat. 136 in the 60 foot. The XD goes 548. Here we go. 548 at 130 mile an hour for Zach Curley. 136 in the 60. So the track can hold it. It obviously did for cars like Ben Vleck, and that went into a wheelie. So the start line worked a treat. Will Yarwood just knocked the tyres off a little bit later out. All right, Gary Brett back. It's got to be the same Gary Brett. Got to be Buddha. Greg Stella. The utility just getting ready. Just a shout out Tanya. Tanya, your car is in the lanes ready to go. So anonymous tipster said that your car is in the lanes ready to go. Gary Brett 7:57, 8:16 for Greg Stella. That's going to have to do them for now, as everyone else has a chance to get the one run in. One more time. So remember, we're looking for a few more 650 to 659 cars. That's kind of what we're looking for, a few more 650 to 659 cars in this last ditch run for everyone. That's why I did the big wheelie, the spot on rear end in it, of course. Well, you could argue to say that's also what, I mean, he's driven through some big wheelies, Ben, and unfortunately the night that he did the big wheelie, set him back a little bit. Some good photos of him pedaling it down in Calder. Corey Brash going 9.12 in the Tower Lane. Roy Sheehan goes 11 flat. These are that last run sort of trying to get these last runs in. This is an impressive FE. Definitely sounds LSA-ish. Simon Grigg, Treen Bangay in the Commodore. As we said, this is the one last hit to make sure everyone gets that one last hit. Whoa, sort of bumped in and out and the brake twice or something. It's going to cost him ET-wise over the 660 that you can't recover. 910 at 99 and 971 for Treen at 77. That feels better. Get that last big skid out here as we head into a little bit of twilight. The sun gone over the horizon a little bit, so yeah, we are getting the shadows from up the hill. Sean Deegan, maybe the last hit for the Tirana tonight. Lee Warnes. Mind you, when I say last hit, if someone hits a 650 something times, that won't be their last run. You can run a 650 something. That is, 673 was close. 772 for Sean Deegan. So yeah, it might not be your last run of the night if you hit something between 50 and 59. You could get into this shootout. Carl Livingston, LC Tirana ready to go. Rowan Ellum. Don't know what donkey's got sporting on the in the Centura. Love to run a 7-second ET with this car. That's a little bit better for hooking up. Rowan Ellum, 180 in the 60-foot. Oh, 701. Blows the ET away. 701. 866 for Carl Livingston. Oh. Enjoying this last shot at everything. Is this dangerous? Mrs. Dangerous out there. Sally Ann Hamilton, Shane Scooter March. Nail it, Mum. Nail it. Give it the berries. There she goes. A little bit of wheel spin. 214 driving through it. Scooter goes 21. That's a good ET for him. Sally Ann goes 851 at 88. So that's a good speed for her. 821's a good ET for Scooter. That's his best so far. They really are tiny, these things. That typical 1980s Toyota. A bit sharp in the edges. Classic shape. Semi-roller skate. It's almost like taking a Corolla and turning it backwards. And what about Emma Johnson? Just one of the... I'll go out on a limb and say one of Australia's neatest VN street cars. Just drives it through there. 197 driving it through the spin. And might get a little PB coming up here. Let's have a look. Yes, 882. 882 for Emma, 77 mile an hour. It's 1167 for Mitchell. That's a good one for him too. That's the best so far that he's managed to get out of the little MR2. So these are Queensland's quickest street cars on the day. Not period, but you know what? If you come and do 3 days of this and do the road trip part of it, you deserve to call yourself some of Queensland's quickest street cars. Tony Rogers, Falcon ready. Thomas Stevens, the big Fairlane. Trumpet one more time. Try and get everyone that one last run. So we've stopped calling the groups. We've basically opened the lanes up and said, come on down until such time as we have to cut the lanes off. We're just asking all competitors to just have the one and not return, because we don't want to confuse the staging lanes. We want the lanes to be just the one last run for everyone and hold back, not sneak in and do the back-to-backs, because that robs someone else of a run. All right, here we go. Tanya coming out for a run in this lane. And Steve, I guess the rockers are back on. The rockers are back on. Is it? This is a little match race. Oh, sounds funky fresh. Oh, yes. She knows how to do it, the First Lady of Australian Radial Racing, Tanya Thompson. That Turbo LS. She's in the AT class, of course, which is the Open Outlaw Blowen. Steve Carkeet, big block Chev, some nitrous on board. When this thing sticks, the wheels are normally up in the air. We've seen this year, Tanya's had a big wheel stand at Willowbank, which sort of came down with a thud. So she can make the thing work. She knows how to steer it. I think she said she has more than 700 runs in this car. Yeah, so she's had a lot of time in the seat to do what she does. Mild-mannered administrative employee during the day and radial racer on the weekend. Big zing of the tyres that came out though. Yeah, even Tomo's smiling. Nice job, wifey. 136 in the 60. Really planted the shock down and out it came. 136 in the 60, and yeah, a little bit of zing after that, but she caught it. She had the foot in it for a little while. She wanted that to smarten up, but it didn't quite smarten up enough. But she got a little sideways, got out of it. Troy Squires now and Riley Smith having their last goes. For now. I mean, pending schedule, yes, probably. That's trying to get even runs for everyone. Riley Smith in the ute. The Cortina of Troy's. There we go, loads it up. Gets the wheel off the ground, into the wheel spin and the wheel off the ground. 2 flat to the 60 foot. 780 out the back. That's a pretty good yardstick. 968 for Riley Smith. All right, Mrs. Junga. We've had Mrs. Dangerous. Now it's time for Mrs. Junga. So Brittany Lloyd back in the Lloyd Fair. I think it's actually Chris's car. I think from memory. I forgot whose car it is. It is. You're right. It's Jenny's. It's Mum's. It's Mum's car. Mum-in-law's car. Anthony Wilkins, the 55. 210 and 214 to the 60. And Britt gets the Torrey through. 882 and a 931. That is a neat drag and drive car, is it not? The XD ready to go. Kenton McKay. Neat hardtop Galaxy of some description. Got the lights on here. Lights have come on. Getting into the twilight. But they both improved. 792 for William Keogh in the XD. 867 for Kenton McKay. Yeah. I know that Falcon has run the number it needed to get in the shootout. That was one of the first that I noticed on the last session. Stephen Stecker. Troy Hewitt's probably got it in spades as well. Wins the tyres. Stecker gets there. Goes 685 this time, but I'm sure a little tap of the brake on the leave there, but sure he ran a 50-something on the last run. 757 for Troy Hewitt. No luck there. No luck there. Stewie Walsh back, as is our stick shift Tirana. So he just wants this to hook up, Stewie. Stephen Rule running in the MA class, so manual aspirated. Stewie Walsh in the dial your own class. So watch the pinion climb out of the back of the Rob blows the tyres off again, just unloads it, winds the spring up, and then off pops the tyre. 823 is the result. 964 is better for Stephen Rule going through the gears. But yeah, no, not an ideal hook up there for Stu. Normal behaviour for them though. You can really see the wheel arch. It climb out of the wheel arch as the spring starts to wind up, and it just unloaded the tyre as it came out. All right, big block panel van, anyone? Will just remain one of Australia's coolest creations by Holden. If you were to give a top 10 creations by Holden, tell us on the live stream. Tell us maybe your top 3 creations by Holden. I think the Sandman was pretty cool. Looks good with Bill Cumner's big block Chev on board. Adam Potts, the 440 Cortina, had a lot of success on the circuit tracks in England in the saloon car days. Everything else after that become drag cars and all sorts of things. Just getting the boost up here. Bill Cumner's gone. 731, he's done. This thing's got some when he gets the boost up, and off it goes, Adam Potts. ET-wise, 852 might be better, judging by the lighting up blue here. 852 at 92 mile an hour. I don't know which one would be heavier, the Crown Wagon or the 8Z Statesman. Probably the Statesman. It was real steel. Mind you, Japanese stuff wasn't light either when they got to this. Padding and trim and electrics and everything would be so heavy if it's not gutted out. So really at the end of the day, if you were to pull a door trim off a Crown and pull a door trim off a 8Z, 8Z's probably lighter. 773 for Ben Wood, 898 for Murray Johnston in the big Stato. Oh yeah, we've got some fun, still got some fun machines to go. Oh, love it. Long live the Gemini station wagon. Shara Hoskin and Carla Barrett. So the ladies. So what do they say? Small block 350 Statesman was the best thing Holden. Oh, yeah, okay. Small block 350. It was Holden's top 3 greatest creations. Would Gemini wagon make the top 3? Maybe not, but geez, they were a great car. Gee, she loves the limiter bash, grabs the gear as well. She doesn't mind the limiter, does Shara. Carla's getting to the stripe, 873, 994 for Shara. Coughing and fluffing and jamming the gears. And here's another, if we didn't have one girl ready to jam the gears, here's another. Can't get enough of the clutch pedals. And no matter who drives them, but I do love it when the ladies do it. Danielle's getting pretty good at it too. Jeff Ryan beside in his Falcon having one more crack here. Danielle just wants to get this thing out of the hole. That's all she's got to do is walk it out of the hole. Everything else, it's got plenty of power. It's got all of it. Off she goes, but it wasn't the picture-perfect launch she was looking for. 706 for Jeff Ryan at 104, 874 for Danielle. Good afternoon, Chris Honor. I don't know whether Chris continues the Ford love like Graham, but good afternoon, Chris O, on the live stream. Ben Roberts and Shari Scorpel. Shari back in the little Datsun. Hope they live forever, the Datto 1200 Utes. Hope they live forever. As long as we can keep getting those JD, you know, those aftermarket guards and bonnets like you see. Iconic little car. They're big in South Africa. They're racing in South Africa right now. They do a no prep 8th mile drag racing over there, and the Datto 1200s get a fair run in South Africa as well. 6:49 for Ben Roberts. That's so close to the 50-something. I have a funny feeling he did give us a 50-something on the last run. So he has got a 50 time slip to hand in. Shari goes 11:13, which is the best for her in the Datto. So look, Ben Roberts has already got a 50-something. Yeah, Ford all the way. Full metal jacket all the way. Big cubes. Peter Ford back in the F truck. Gary Green. Gary might be lucky to get a 650 ET here to get himself a ticket in that shootout. Done his best off the line. 154 in the 60 foot. He hits the stripe, is it? Oh, 669. It is a better one for him. It is a better one for him, 669. But no 650 that he's looking for. Oh, God, if you love your old Holdens. That is a neat creation. A real neat creation. Dean Wilson and Ben Taylor. Can't get enough of this stuff. Run after run after run. So again, we're asking all competitors, if you've just had that one last one now, just hold off getting another run, because we want everyone else to get that one last one in. See where we're at. We'll be gunning for shootout and saucy chisels, all sorts of stuff. Likes it. It likes it. 162 in the 60 foot, and it's on its way. There's a 650 for you. Dean Wilson, you can go in the shootout. You just got to hand your slip in. 657. That's the number. That's what we're looking for, between 650 and 57. That's the number we're looking for. Oh, but sport for Commodores here. Bring him back, bring him back. There he is, there he is. Joshua Booker and John Oliver. Both tough in their own way. Boosted six-banger here in the Tower Lane. V8 Aspo V8 something in the other lane. 152 in the 60 foot. Hold on, John Oliver. Have you got enough power to go 650? 652. 652, John Oliver. If he didn't have a ticket already, that's the ticket into the 650 shootout, a 652 number. We've got to have a bunch in there now. I'm sure I've seen enough 650s. I'm sure we're going to have a shootout with that many 650s we've seen. I hope everyone else is keeping tabs of that, but it's more important that the actual competitor or their crew should notify them that this is part of the deal. If you do it, we want you in there. It's exciting racing. And we'll race until we got a winner. So we've still got plenty of power lurking in the lanes of all types of shapes and strains. Mark Stone and Stephen Inglis. HR in the H class, which is True Street radial aspirated. Hey, Stephen Inglis, 157 in the 60 foot. We know he's got that LSA power on. Has he got 650? Oh, 45. 45 too quick. 45 too quick. So we've got, hoodie sales have skyrocketed since the wind blew in. And are we out of road trip hoodies already? But there are Overtaking Lane hoodies available down at the Overtaking Lane tent, which is next to the ice cream truck. There's 2XL and 3XL hoodies. So hoodie sales have spiked because of the feels like 16 degrees. Every place I've ever been, that once you get that temp in the teens, the hoodie sales go off the charts. So there is a couple of Overtaking Lane hoodies available in 2XL, 3XL, just where the red Commodore Ute is, near the ice cream van. Joshua Demetrios and Brian Brennan, one more go at it. Worked a bit better there for Brian over Josh. They get to the stripe, that's a good one for him, 722 at 107, 847 at 95. Oh, well, he's ready to have some fun. He's ready to gear jam here. Our friend in the little 13B powered MX-5, Ryan Feakin, Jake Carsberg Jr. out for a final fang. She's got plenty of stick on the line. It just caught the car bogged down. 786 though, it's pretty impressive. 786 at 99, so PB for speed today. 92 PB speed for Jake as well, 794. He almost wills the car out of the line there. You see a lot of body language in the car. See him really throws the big boy around in there. Bringing the revs up, drives it like a Puerto Rican. Matthew Balke and Jonathan Borg. Borg back. This is another one that was impressive in the short time. Matthew in the dial your own class here, the big fair lane. You'd almost have a fair lane only class. We've got that many fair lanes. 164 in the 60. He probably won't have the steam to go 650, but it's going to go 6 something. Oh, 719 though. It looks so promising early that short time. 719 at 96 for Jonathan Borg. It's still nothing to sneeze at. Hello, Cortina just snuck. How does he just sneak down one lane here? He's doing pretty well. Unless we got twin 440. Unless we've got identical twin 440s. Ah, do we? 2 drivers. There we go. That's why. 2 drivers. Daniel Potts, Michael Osborne. So there we go. The 2 drivers and the 1 car. That's why we've seen him again. Michael Osborne in the stage, the Hilux. Well, lighting the tyres up on the Hilux there on the leaf. 3RZs do have a sound. I think that it's 3RZ, just by the sound. 907 for Daniel Potts, PB for that today. So only a couple of hoodies left. I can see the hoodie sales spiking even as we speak. So if you're looking for a hoodie and you want to buy one, we've got Overtaking Lane hoodies down near the Red Commodore behind the ice cream truck on the far side. Because the Overtaking Lane hoodies are about the last ones left because the road trip ones are gone. Big hoodie sales. Temperature spikes. If you had beanies, they'd be selling. All the warm weather stuff. You wouldn't think you don't think you'd bring hoodies, would you? It's going to be hot, we won't bring the hoodies. And now it's like, geez, I wish I had another 50 hoodies. John's gone. Something might have been a problem. He had to just give it up. Marcus Ball gets another run here in the XE wagon. Could be pretty much standard issue. Goes through for an 11.01 at 63 mile an hour. Tell you what, I'm hanging for a shootout and I'm hanging for that sausage sizzle tonight. I really am. I could knock nearly 3 over tonight. I nearly could. Again, it's going to have to be like the runs today, one at a time. Make sure everyone gets one first. Don't go in there and take 3. All right, here he is. The little green excitement machine. There's a little bit of Puerto Rican in every single one of these guys. Scotty Clibborn. I'll save you one. Hang on. Does Pup want me to save a hoodie? It's hard for me to save a hoodie. Right now, there's hoodies to be sold, not to be held. That's good so far for the little Corolla, all the way to the edge. 7.04, that's from memory. That's got to be nearly our quickest stick shift so far. 7.04, 175 in the 60, as was Terry Mansfield French, 175 for the big Fairlane. Fairlane wagon. 7.04 for Scott, 103. Stick shift wise, I think that's our best so far. Yeah, she's a cranky 6 in there for Memphis. Reg Pettiford in the utility in the far lane. And all the people that thought wearing shorts today was a smart idea. That was probably knocking their knees together. I know I am. I brought nothing but shorts. That's all I brought, shorts. I thought, nah, we're going to be warm up here. I'm wearing shorts. Now we're free. Oh, it's got the dimmer on it. Chris has got this romantic dimmer put on it. He's dimmed the lights nicely. Really set the tone. It was pretty cold down there too, was it not? This is Adelaide-ish. Memphis Richters and Reg out there ready to go. The Anarchy Ute, Memphis. Sorry, Robert French rather. We've just changed screens. We just had Memphis. P6. It gets up and a little zing off the line. PB mile an hour, but not ET. 7.31. 10.34 there for Robert French. PB, ET and speed for today. Oh yes, works a treat. Trying to get that last run for everyone. How's the lanes look? Oh yeah, still chockers. Friday, my type of Friday evening. Queensland's wildest little street cars. Matt Francis, Paul Travis out there. Matt Francis in the Bravo, I suppose you call it, or the B2000. And that Weber Q gets sent again. That's a good one. 167 in the 60 foot, and it just does it well. Now he's on the brakes, 724. On the brakes, 724. 12.08 there for Matt Francis. Maybe it for them. Not ideal. Although Paul Travis is not complaining. 7.24 on the brakes is the best for him today. Geez, he drives this thing like he's a bloke half his age, even a third of his age, Bill Martin. When you see Bill Martin and you look at the car and you think, well, man, you're driving that like a punk. And, you know, here he is. I think Bill's in his 60s. Great car. And Dennis Whiting, I don't know how old you are, Dennis, but I would assume you're a man of elder years, considering the company you were keeping there with Harris. He was 21 the other day, he reckons. Having a crack here at the road trip. Oh, a bit of wheel spin there for Dennis. Gave it the whole right foot, and it said no thanks. I think these tyres are going to go for a spin. Bill Martland though, not a PB today for him, but a 101 mile an hour being a good speed for him. So some people getting what they want on the last run. Some people just coming up short. But that's what happens. There's plenty of power to be shared around here. Some of that gets to the surface and works, and some of them just a little bit over the top. Depends also how you react to the first feedback you get from the vehicle. Kevy's really loving the start line stuff. Whoops. It's a skid that got out of hand there, didn't it? Good thing that breeze is helping us get rid of that. Matthew Maloney in that Camaro. Dylan Murdoch in that Commodore. They're both packing a bit of punch. Could have a 650 in them. They could have a 650 in them. Little hesitation both sides though. The clock starts ticking. You start to wonder whether they've got enough, and they don't. 698, even though the speed's good. 802 for Dylan Murdoch. Oh, let's just see. Let's just see what the little Corona might be able to dish out here. 3R Z power, I think, from memory. And the XC Falcon. The big four-door. Adam Wren against Andrew Rankin. Oh, boy. He might have a 50 or a 40 or a 30 on board here. Here we go. 6408. Not complaining, not a 50, but a 6408, 110. 664 for Adam Wren. Misses out by 0.05 of a second. Geez, there mustn't be much left on the Utes tyres. Sparks in the burnout. Sparks off the tyres in the burnout, maybe. Maybe, I'm sure I saw that. I didn't imagine that. No, I haven't had a beef Wellington with mushrooms. I'm all good. Too soon. Brian Heffler. Jai Borg. Tough. Beige. Cortina. 3 words you think you wouldn't put together. 167. Look, the Ute, quite impressive still in the short time with a pedal. 734 at 94 mile an hour. 761. There we go. So Daniel Dull says if anyone's cold, there's a ton of jumpers at the marquee. So that'd be the JOH or Dully's Customs marquee. So the JOH or Dully's Customs marquee. If you're looking for jumpers, Dully's got some. And I think if you've got that JOH, that's got the pink in it, that's very nice. That's a unisex, that one. Not that I can use the word sex anymore, or uni. So there we go. If you need hoodies, there's some, now that we know there's a national hoodie shortage because of the cold snap, you can go to Dully's Customs or JOH tent, which is in behind the sort of tower behind the grandstand, and go and get your jumper. Got jumpers for sale. Big shift to Sam Jones, so he's banging some gears and snipping some knots. Chris Pattinson off the brakes. Oh, he wants the 50. He wanted the 50. He nearly had the 50. 661. Oh, 661. Pattinson wants the 50. Everyone just trying to have the one last run each, please, just to make sure. And heaven forbid if we had any time, and we are devilishly close to, heaven forbid, maybe running over time, but we're doing pretty well. At 6:35, Sharon Horn and Janine Marshall. Sharon and Janine, they'll be in the dial your own category tomorrow. So these ladies will be putting dial-ins on. And they'll be having to, no offence ladies, cut better lights than that if they're going to be victorious. Mind you, Sharon did very well for herself at the last one, turning an X-Trail into a lethal weapon, which you'd never think you could do. But you can in dial your own racing. You can take the humblest of vehicles and turn it into a ninja in no time flat. I'd be a large, Dully. I'd be a large. So if you do need jumpers and hoodies, I do believe JOH has got them, or Dully's Customs. You might get one of each. You might do a twofer. But if you are getting cold and you need to warm up, get yourself those hoodies. There's a hoodie shortage, and Dully's Customs and JOH have got them. Brendan Burnett. Oh, that thing's been playing up all day. Jason Martin, good gears this time. Good gears, 195 in the 60 foot and 768. That's a good one. You can have a couple at that stick shift pointy end. Brendan Burnett, 913 at 62 mile an hour. Everyone just getting that last little shot in if they can. There we go, about 20 left in the lanes. John Burnett in the VH. Beth Mansfield French faces the tree again for the 1000th time this year. But she won't stop. Nice light. Straps the whole shot. Both go 192 in the 60 foot. And they go off 780 for John, 809 for Beth. Nice skid, sir. Nice skid. See the Falcon through the smoke. It blows away down track. Rob Fullerton. There we go, bit of a zig. All good by the sound of that. Just looking at lights at the end, which I think we're guiding that. Good mate of mine, Jason Bean, just trying to ring me there. Beanie, still working. You'd be the same. He wouldn't take a call in the middle of working. I'll ring you later, mate. I might have to message him. I hear something cranky in the background. Riley Biffin at the wheel again. John Besnaver, can he get that ute to hook up? It's got some. It kind of stumbled over, but now it's picked up the performance, and it goes 7:08 at 121. 7:08 at 121 and 7:77 at 101. Now, oh, thank you. Look at that. Oh, and the beanie to keep me head warm. and the Dullies pack. Thanks for that, Dan. Oh, look at that. Pink's on. Pink's on. I hope you sell a few, mate. I hope you sell a few. That's right. People are warm. He's got the Bundaberg fluid out as well, which helps you keep warm. It works well. All we need now is the matching JOH triple stripe tracksuit pants, and I'd be a real goer. The pink stripes. Here we go. That sounds better for Callan. Thomas Alvarez on and off the throttle, pedaling away. Oh, 6:50, Callan Donnan. Hand in the time slip, son. 6:5:07. Callan, if you weren't in there for the 650 shootout, you got to be in there now. 6:5:07 at 121. That was almost the perfect 6:50 run. There we go, 8.98 for Mark McNee. And Daniel Morando, issues for him, goes through, no time. All right, here's the guy. I know it's getting a bit dark, it might be a bit hard to see, but I know what happens to the left-hand front wheel of this car. Jerry Keane, he nearly doesn't need it. Does help settle the car once it comes down. But when it all hooks up and does things well, it is poetry in motion. There wouldn't be anyone out there that wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of a bit of wheel dangle. And we've got the camera on the right lane here. I wonder if we get the camera to the far, where we get to the far wall for this. Can we get him over to the far wall to catch the dangle? Let's have a look. Jerry King, Neville French. So here we go. That's not a bad little angry shot there. We're going to see, we might see some daylight here if he can get it to hook up. There's the dangle, there's the dangle. He got that hung out for a bit. 153 in the 60. Can he finish it off? 667. 667, Neville French. No such luck. 1205. 1205. Tim Vanderhaar now, Daniel Gathercole. Can't see him through the smoke. So this is the guy that needed the dizzy springs that came out of the laptop bag. There they are in the car. Daniel Gathercole, the GDS. So much power out of those dizzy springs. You can see an immediate difference. 875. And for Daniel Gathercole, not ideal, but again, both PBing with mile an hour. So little handful left out there, and then we'll be hopefully looking at the next part of it, which I know is going to have something to do with a 650 shootout. All right, Timmy Cross and Tyson Howard coming through. Knock, knock, come on in. Tim Cross, Tyson Howard. Timmy gets the boost up. Looking for that 50, something 50. 650 something, come on Timmy. Oh, six, mate, that you don't get any more the devil's number than 666 with a 6. Throw that time slip away. Sure. We need a Walbro in-tank fuel pump, a 480. We've just told the story about a Walbro 480 in-tank. If anyone can help with a Walbro 480 in-tank pump, which car is it? The Celica. Is that the Mustang back Celica? Okay, yeah, with standoffs on the bottom. All right, so the Mustang back Celica. So where are you guys pitted? So off the front gate. So in that side, on the entry gate side. Or see Scotty in the green Corolla, in the green Corolla. All right, so there we go. We need a Walbro 480 in tank for the RA60 Celica Mustang back. Geez, we helped someone out at Heathcote with one within minutes. Let's see how we go here. All right, so if you can help with a Walbro 480 in tank, the RA60 Celica needs one. Mel McBride, 841. So he got that flat spot sorted. I don't think it was a flat spot. It was, well, it was a big gulp of fuel that wasn't copping. All right. Last one's in the water for now. Cody Scotland in the skyline, sings the tyres. Ken Young, that's not bad. He might get a PB. Yeah, PB in mile an hour, 776 at 97 mile an hour. And Cody Scotland, 804 with a 96 mile an hour as well. So there we go. This is our last pairing. And then there'll be discussion about shootout. Oh, let's make it all the business there, isn't it? Timothy Zybarth, Thomas Alvarez beside, so 2 Scream and 6 Bangers coming up. Can we get a 50 out of these guys? All right, he's there through for a 761 at 104. That's working well. There we go. I think he's still spinning the tyres and fighting it, but look, 714 at 103 was making the best of a bad situation and getting it through to the end for an ET PB today and a mile an hour PB for today as well. So there we go. Right now, hold fire while we look at what our next process will be, and you would assume it's going to be towards what we were scheduling to do, which was, and they're all being very good. They've been all being very good cowboys out there by not coming back down the lanes. They listened to us and said, everyone have one more run and stand by and have your ears peeled. Everyone looked at the schedule and kind of worked out anyway that it's like, well, it's probably not going to be any more time to squeeze another one in unless we're asked to do it. But right now, I think we're in that process of trying to get the, well, if anyone's gone a 650 to a 659 time slip, now is the time to be getting to the addictive events tent so you can hand it in so we know who we have. The Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout will obviously be heads up. We're going to get them around lap for lap until there's one left and someone's got the money. Because I do believe we have a little pot there that someone will be winning. Someone's got to win it. I think actually earlier this year it was Jungabunga won it on the Friday night. And then I think in the Dial Your Own the next night it was Kev and Junga. And Junga split it. So who knows how it's going to sort itself out tonight and how many we got and how many rounds we do. But They'll be working it out right now. So we'll just... so there we go. Only two... We've only got 2 3XL hoodies left over at Overtaking Lane. And I don't know how many Dully's got. Dully's got his... Dully's got his hoodies over there as well. And my mate Pup gets on and goes, they do come with a free welcome to country. So that was a drag challenge in joke for all the whole week down there as we embraced the countryside around us. But Dully's got some hoodies there as well. So there's 2 Overtaking Lane ones at 3XL, and if Dully's still got some up there, Dully's Customs and JOH, go and get yourself warm there. Because what does the weather people say now feels like? Are we at feels like 13 yet, or we haven't gone crazy and it's still 16 and a half? I think it's still probably 16 plus, I think. Uh-oh, it's 15 now. Still feels like 15. 18.2 and it feels like 15. Holy crap. All right then. All right. It is cool. We'll just we'll sit and chill just for a sec as we work out the nuts and bolts. Obviously, normally the rule is time slips in within 10 minutes of the last run. Well, that's the last run, so I guess that's like 7 o'clock. Get your slips in if that's the case. So if it's 10 minutes after the last run, I guess it's time slip time. Keep your ears peeled. And any more announcements to be made, we'll do them in the short term really, really soon. So I'd say it's time slip time. 10 minutes after the last run. We've had that last run, except for the shootout, obviously. So keep your ears peeled, and we'll give you an update in a tick. But hey, all the competitors that are nominated for the 650 shootout, all competitors that have nominated for the 650 shootout can come down lanes 5 and 6. So they can come down lanes 5 and 6. So all competitors that are in the 650 shootout and have handed your time slip in and are eligible, come down to lanes 5 and 6. Let's have a look at you. And if you haven't put your time slip in, great opportunity. You better get to the Addictive Events tent. And, we might have to be like, down at the airport when there's a flight leaving early and you yell up, there's people lined up. people handing their time slips in. Anyone for the 650 shootout? Anyone got a 650 shootout time slip? Can you hand it in? Let's get you to the lanes. So that's the call. So all our competitors, I think we had Mick said 4 or 5 names there. I didn't quite write them all down, but they have nominated because he knew their names. So for the 650 shootout, thanks to Knight Family Motorsports, get down the lanes 5 and 6. 50 shootout. Woo, here we go. Let's just check how we go with the wind out here and the mark. 6:50 shootout. The boys are into the sausages, that's the way. So that's once you've handed your slip in, you obviously go get your sausage and have a feed. Like the runs today, one at a time. Mate. Don't go and grab 3 in a go, one at a time. Come back for the next one. Cook it. Oh, we've got a couple of little special runs on here. Hang on a sec. This you got to tow.
thinking back on all those times when I felt close to true, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut out.
All right, folks, a little bit of a surprise here. Didn't know much about this myself. So we got the Knight Family Motorsports 650 shootout, but what we also have is a little bit of a match race here between a couple of big hitters. All put a couple of $100 each, and it won't be winner take all. It'll be winner putting it in the pot for the big. So the as well. So the 650 shootout coming shortly. Got a few guys on bigger tyres here, mind you. The Cortinas don't have big tyres on the back of their HG, but they're going to race Junga Bunga heads up, and then I think we have Benny Vlecken against Trappy, and then Benny Vlecken against Trappy. So that's our little special guest match race. Oh, really? Okay.
We can.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside. Yeah, you and I.
All righty, here we go. Little bit of a treat. Little bit of a treat here on the Friday night. Oh, well, put your hands together for Junga Bunga. Been prepping on the track all day, all week, all month, all year. Got himself onto Street Outlaws, No Prep Kings. So did these guys. The Cortina brothers. We were just actually talking about that before. Just a few problems here with the Kingswood for the moment. We were saying this was one of the highest earning race cars of the year in Australian drag racing. Took about 30 grand home this year, this HG. Was on Street Outlaws, No Prep Kings. So was Junga Bunga. So they were supposed to match race the Cortinas here, but car's not firing. So they're going to just send Junga here. It's these, iron block shed. You kind of just got to keep it running. So the Cortinas have got the hood off. Going to see All right, so Junga's going to just put a hit down here. He's supposed to match race Scotty Cortina, but the thing had an issue with the fire up. They're putting the bonnet back on, so just see what happens here. Junga will give it a hit. Oh, nice lick there, Junga. Nice lick. Shoots out 5 flat, 500, nearly into the 4s. 5 flat, 143 mile an hour. 120 in the 60. That was on a good number too. That just did the thing. Did the thing. 120 in the 60. 500.9, 143 mile an hour. That would have been a great match race for the Cortina boys. So this car, as we said, one of the highest earning, well, I'll tell you right now, without looking into the history of it, outside Top Fuel, and let's not count top Fuel here, this thing's earned 30 grand in prize money in the most competitive Australian radial environment on a 235 radial tyre on leaf springs. So it's a centrifugally supercharged 481X HG on 235s. Has gone 440s in the 8th at Kenda, Sydney, and on a test day. So this car is an enigma. Oh yeah, and they just love doing it on the radial. This would have been a look. If anything, because we can't do the match race because of what happened there, let's just say if Scotty has to technically beat Junga, he's kind of got to run a 4, doesn't he? If Junga went 500 on a big tyre, the Cortina's here, proudly on leaf springs, proudly on a radial. I don't know whether they put 275s on it for this or whether they still got the 235s on it. I don't know. Hope everyone enjoyed their sausage sizzle. Geez, they all ran up to the hill. You all ran to the hill when Junga Bunga, the blowing car, turned up. Let's just see now, Scotty. They had issues firing the car. It just didn't want to fire, so they didn't hold Junga up. They let Junga go. And now Scotty is going to have a crack at the track here and see what they can do. Whoa, just touches the tyre up, and look, you know what, he just gives it a tweak. Goes 628, 139 in the 60 foot. That car has gone like low ones in the 60 on the 235. That's got a lot of weight on the front of it too, remember. So it's a physics lesson. That's a lesson in motion, that car. And as we said, it's pretty much our highest earning drag car in Australia this year, at about 30 grand in prize money that thing won. Now look at this for a match race. Benny Vlecken going to have a crack here against Trappy. A little bit of money in the pot, I believe, and the pot going to the Digny family, going to Laurie and family, I believe. Put your hands together for Trappy, always an entertainer. Nice big skid. Nitrous injected, 570. Well, it says here his HQ coupe, but it's not that. God knows how many cubes this thing is. Could be 632. Could be 598. Could be 630. Could be whatever. Ben Vlecken, I know we're probably nearly 400 odd cubes of very tough Turbo LS. But Trappy ready. Now, I don't know whether he's gone to just a slick for this or whether he's on a radial. He's had a go on radials. He doesn't do too bad. Could be on a slick. Ben Vlecken on the 275 normally. So Turbo versus Nitrous. Trappy, he's ready. Time for the Cuz. Find a beam. Here we go. Set to engage. Nelly a wheelie for the Cuz. 1, 2, 4 to a 1, 2, 3, 60 foot. They hit the stripe. It's Ben Vlecken. 524 beats a 533. 5:24 beats a 5:33. 1:24 in the 60 for Ben. 1:23 in the 60 for Trappy. So they were glued off the line. 1:14 light for Trappy. 1:57 light for Ben. So that was a tight race all the way to the end. And look at the margin. 44 thousandths of a second. 44 thousandths at the stripe on a nice little humble $200 in the pot match race. And they both gave each other a hell of a chance to win it. 1:14 on the lights. Trappy got out there a little bit better than Ben, and I mean better 60 foot as well. 1:23 to 1:24. And a 5:33 gets pipped by a 5:24. That was a good old drag race, that one. A real good old drag race. But now I think we're about to launch into the first round of Night Family Motorsports 650 shootout. Now we're going to run this as an elimination format. In other words, you run a number, and if you win, you come back and go again. If you lose, that's it for the night. You were part of the shootout. Now get this. He did have a time slip. He did have a time slip with a 50 on it, but he's certainly not may be able to defend against it. And I saw Chris Carlsberg come down the lanes there. Carlsberg technically does have a 6:59 time slip. However, Chris Carlsberg's gone way quicker than that. So he's going to try and fight with that 650 over his head, knowing that the thing can go 4s over the 8. No doubt about it. When it's all super tight and everything working, and he gets dialed in, that thing is low 5s, high 4s. It went 7:77 over the quarter mile down at the bend on the last day. So we know this car is more than capable. However, we're in match race mode. He got in on a technicality, and that is that he ran a 6:59 on an aborted run, but that counts, so you can't discriminate against that. He's just got to try and defend it. Remember, you can't go out there and run a 5.0 in the 650 class and win. You got to run still run 650s. All right, here we go. So this is the first round, and again, as I said, we've got a bunch, about 8-car field. Someone's going to win the money. I don't even know what the pot is in this 650 shootout. Thanks to Night Family Motorsports. I don't know what the coin is. Dean Wilson, 6-banger, going to bump in against Johnny Oliver in the VH Commodore. Here we go. No pressure, just your street car, bumping in for a bit of money on a Friday night. All clean green, a little bit better for the Commodore. The utility trying to bring the power. Can hear a bit of wheel spin out there. He's on the brakes, 59 beats a 56. 59 beats a 56. Whole shot win, John Oliver. Whole shot win, 170 light to Dean Wilson's .258. 146 in the 60 for John. 659 with some brake light insurance. 102 mile an hour for Dean Wilson, trying to get there as well. 86 on the brakes there, so a win there to John Oliver in round 1. And he's in on a technicality, Chris Carlsberg, but is so much quicker than the 650. However, Ben Roberts, that thing's been running smack in the 650s. You absolutely can. So here we go. Got to keep an eye on what Carlsberg's got to do to stay in front here. That's the thing. Ben Roberts, LSA powered Commodore. Going to be 2 VHs in a row here. No one's going anywhere. I think Roberts wants Chris to engage. No one's engaging. Here we go. Now he's waiting for Chris. Here we go. Straight in. Clean green. Chris super soft now. He's got the horsepower to really reel him in. He's going to need all the horsepower to reel him in. 663 the win. 663 the win there for Ben Roberts. So didn't push it too hard. Chris had to basically sit back and try and cover for Ben. In fact, Chris let go of the button first at 280 light to a 330. So that's 2 Commodores the win. And here's Commodore versus Mustang. And he ran a great number, the Mustang. So 2 Commodores so far, 2 VHs. Just starting to come good, the Mustang. It was a very good run before. It all worked well. Troy Hewitt in the VL, Callan Donnan in that Mustang. I do think with Golby's on it. Now they're straight in. The boys don't care. They're in. They went in. Now you just can't run quicker than 650. Got to be quicker than 650. You're out. 695's a win. Troy Hewitt. That's 3 Commodores in round 1 winning. So there we go. Callan. They just went straight in there. There was no locking in the boost and bumping in and doing all of that full combat stuff that we know you can do, that we expect, that we see. No. That was the smallest trip to Bump City I've ever had. Not enough time to even do that. I looked at the tree and they'd already done it. Here we go. Nice skid. Gore, awesome pair here to finish off. I forgot the Duster got one in. Darren Bauman and Stephen Stecker. We know Stephen Stecker put one in on the Falcon. Great old school chrome bumper muscle car showdown to finish off the first round of the 650 shootout. Pro Tree, here we go. Tree gone. Reaction time a little bit better, tiny bit, only a hundredths on the tree. We go to the stripe. A 54 beats a 75. 654's a good number. You can defend with that. 654, smack nearly bang in the middle of the 650 to 650 to 659 area where you needed to run in order to be in this. So that's a nice safe run, but remember the danger zone's the 640s or anything. So that's round 1 of the Knight Family Motorsport 650 shootout for tonight. There was 8, now there's 4, and then from 4 there'll be 2, and someone's going to win the coin tonight, Friday night coin. The nice match race, more match races coming up, you would imagine soon. Look, I do believe our bigger boys that just had a run then, like Junga and Cortina and Ben and Trappy, want to come and have another run there too. So they might need a few minutes just to chill and cool down. And I hope all of our entrants and crew have had their sausage sizzle. And a guy go, oh, no butter. I go, oh, come on, mate, just BYO butter next time if you want. So the snags got on, the bread was fresh, the sauce was good, the sausages were good. Had my grab of one. I did a bit of queue jumping there. I felt pretty guilty about it, but I'm sure we've got plenty of sausages for all down there, all entrants and crew. You've got to show your armband, of course, to get into that. So we appreciate you coming out here on a Friday night. It's going to be fantastic weekend here at Warwick Dragway. It's a bit of a blessing in disguise, isn't it? I mean, Willowbank wasn't ready, so technically we were going to be at Willowbank doing this, but they just hadn't quite finished all their works. There's a lot of moving parts to what they were doing there. So Warwick was the logical choice. They just finished getting back open again, and it's a match made in heaven. 220 entries and a great Friday night atmosphere. And of course, Mick's gone through the roof with the admission price at free. So that's entertainment on a Friday night, is it not? Yep, there we go. So we just got about a 5-minute interval. Grab that sausage. Grab something to eat from the canteen if you haven't got onto the sausages. So this has been a great day one. We kicked off with drivers briefing near 10. And don't forget tonight, all competitors, the gates close at 10. No engine noise or carve movements until 7 on day 2. Penalties apply. Tomorrow morning, of course, drivers briefing back at 9:45 to 10. Group 1 on track and 2 back-to-back passes at 10 o'clock onwards. Pretty much the same sort of schedule. Break in the middle of the day, and then our afternoon and evening schedule, which includes that shootout tomorrow night, the Dial Your Own Challenge, thanks to Quick 60 Race Cars and Components. So normally we see a pretty decent entry list in that. In fact, it's open to all competitors that want to race with a dial-in, race a bit of handicap racing. Of course, it's heads up, as we've already seen. Everyone's running heads up. So it's quite interesting. The one we did earlier this year at Willowbank, you don't quite get the countdown like you would traditionally do with a full Christmas tree, where you get the least of 1, 2, 3, go. If you are racing in a dial your own handicap situation and you are the slower car, well, you're just going to get your pro tree first. The opponent who's chasing you doesn't get a 1, 2, 3 either. That's the luxury of being chased, of being the chaser, is that you too get the sort of the 1, 2, 3. You get a little bit of an indication of when you need to be ready. But when you don't have the 1, 2, 3, and it is like a pro tree or instant, it's almost like nearly an instant green. It's just one thing. It gets quite intense. Fast and furious it will be tomorrow night. And remember, dial-in racing too. So there'll be brake light insurance. There'll be all sorts of things happening tomorrow night. I can't believe this year that first round had 140 odd, I think, from memory in the first round. I think we go to the last 20 normally and do a buyback deal to buy yourself back in to try and win the coin. Of course, it was Junga Bunga on the Friday night, cleaned up the dial your own, and then him and Kevy on night 2. Junga used his buy-in, and then he beat Kevy, and then Kevy said, well, I'm not using my buy-in, can we just split the pot? And they did that. And everyone was happy, like normal. Everyone lives happily ever after a Addictive Events Road Trip Drag Challenge. Everyone goes home and wants to do it again the next time we have them. Like now, 220 odd entrants. So it's good. That's going to be a big one. And of course, most of the competitors, they know that. You want to be in that tomorrow night. You will be able to show your intention tomorrow about that. And you know what we normally do? We run them back to back. Again, if you're a street car, and as Mick says, fit for purpose, do you want to compete? That's a pretty... there's a lot of sportsman racers in this country that'd be highly jealous about what we're able to get away with our street cars. I mean, when it comes to facing the tree, racing and handicap, there's a lot of ways to go drag racing in this country. Doing it with your street car seems to be the most enlightening way to do it. You get to share it with your whole family a lot more. Kids, mates, there's not a lot of stress. There's not a lot of, as Mick said this morning, if you're trophy hunting, I'll sell you a trophy if you want to come over, and I'll sell you a trophy if you really want to race for it. Everyone else, it's here for a good time and an experience, and they've all hit the track a few times today, had some good numbers, done the checkpoint. Everyone's done the checkpoint, so a steady stream of racers in and out of the gates today to go and do that part. And I sure hope the rest of the community around the place today saw all that, and hope that all sinks in. And I'm sure if we make enough noise, maybe, I don't know what the local Warwick Saturday morning radio station is. We should get on there early and go, oh, by the way, come out to the drags and have a look at this. It's got the prohibitive cost of entry of free to come and see it. And we've had a lot of you great folk come and have a look today, which is good that you've been here for it. It really does help. All right, here comes round 2, 4 cars left, 650 shootout, Night Family Motorsports. Friday night under lights here at Warwick Dragway. Ben Roberts and John Oliver. Righto. The VHs are going to sort themselves out here. Do we see that brake lights at 600 foot? Do we see the guys looking at each other out the window? We very well could be seeing that very shortly. I don't even know what the pot is for the 650 shootout tonight. I don't know what it is. The boys are pumped. Here they are, the VHs. They are ready. They're not going to muck around here either. They're not going to muck around. They go nearly straight into stage here, and they'll be ready to go. Oh, Ben Roberts is in. He's got to be ready. Johnny Oliver starts to find the beams now. There's one bulb. There's 2 bulbs. Here comes the Pro Tree now. Oh, he jumps on him. He jumps on his throat, Johnny Oliver, and hole shots him. But here comes the stripe. Oh, 61 is safer. 48 was too quick. 48 was too quick. He got there first, though, Johnny Oliver. That hole shot, that made all the difference there. Ben Roberts felt he needed a little bit more jandle on it. All the way to the finish line, 108 mile an hour, trying to get back in front of John Oliver, but Johnny did it all. I don't know whether I even caught. Did we get any brake light off John then? Because I didn't catch the brake light. Did you see any brake light? Bit of brake light on John. So he got there and got out of there. It's more about that hole shot that's important. So he'll go into the final, Johnny Oliver, against the winner of these two, Darren Bauman or Troy Hewitt. He loves the skid in that, doesn't he, Darren? The Duster up against the VL. So there is a Commodore in the final, but who's it going to be? Darren, remember, put that right into like 54. He's all ready to go. Look at this, Troy Hewitt's loading it up. He's nearly ready. Darren just sneaking the Duster ready, rolls the lights. We're ready to go. Oh, he gets out early. He gets out. He now needs to bring the power on. He's out there, Darren. He can nearly run it all the way to the stripe without breaking out, and he does 661. So he was lucky to get back there. Had Troy Hewitt come out with a little bit more power up it, that was going to drive away from Darren. He went 029 on the lights to 052 for Darren. So Darren, it was an obvious hole shot. You could see the hole shot. Let go of the buttons that much earlier than Darren. He was also ready 10 seconds earlier than everyone else. He was in with the boost up, and then Darren rolls the Duster in as efficiently as he could, and then the end result was that. 661 with no back off required. So that'll be Darren Bauman. So that's Darren against Johnny Oliver. So VH Commodore against Plymouth Duster. So we're just nearly done with our Friday night schedule, folks. Thanks for hanging around and braving the conditions. No one ever thought, like the boys were talking about last night, staying up here, it was sort of hot and still, and you literally could sleep without a blanket. It was that warm last night, sleep without a blanket. But tonight, Dave was under the dangerous doona. Freezing, shivering under his doona with his frosty aircon on. There won't be guys sleeping with no doonas tonight out there. Dave might actually have to turn the aircon down tonight. I mean, up, down, off, maybe. So someone's going to win this. Someone is going to win this 650 shootout. It's exciting. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to have side-by-side 4-second fuel cars, 3-second fuel cars. 650 is a magic number. It's hard to hit. It's a hard little window to get into, and it makes for really rewarding and tight racing. And I am salivating as to tomorrow night's Dial Your Own shootout for the same reason. Tight racing. Brake light insurance, hole shots, like it's going to be bang, bang. Like earlier this year, I just remember, stage, bang, bang. We were doing it that quick. We shuffled 140 cars. I've never seen racing that fast and furious before. I know when Kenda's on point, on nights that Kenda's on point, you'll see a whole round of that 120 cars, tightest side-by-side racing you'll ever see, just effortless and seamless competition. This is very similar to that, especially in the Dial Your Own ranks, because it allows every single competitor here to have a go at cutting a light, trying to win a race. This is the thing that stands any other drag and drive out there. This stands it apart from every other drag and drive, is that we want you to sort of race within a race. Yes, there's a long-term goal of what you might be able to win at the event, but it's also about facing the tree, doing a little bit of competition. I don't think I haven't sort of pushed my ideas on, all the other drag and drivers about, a little bit of racing wouldn't go astray. There's a lot of entrants that are in the entry, list that would love to do a little bit of racing. But for a lot of them, it's jagging, it's getting the number you need and hitting the road. And that's the thing that we don't have to really worry about with this. We still got to hit the road. You don't have the overnight struggle to get anywhere. That's right. You're not packing up camp and moving on. It's a little bit more bearable. We still get to share the road and do all that. But yeah, we don't have that part of it. But we will race. If you still want a challenge, this is the difference in challenge. It's a racing challenge as well as finishing the weekend and ticking all the boxes. As Mick says, these vehicles need to be fit for purpose, drivable, reliable cars. Let's see how drivable and reliable they are when you want to turn the things around 9 rounds tomorrow night. I think that's what we did earlier this year. We went 9+ rounds of elimination racing to find a winner, and even then we had to split them because Kevy didn't want to cash in his buy-in and just said, well, let's just split it. I'm not greedy. It's not the first time we've had guys like that do good things and just want to split the pot. Righto, there we go. So the final just about to happen. Mopar versus Holden. Both guys can just bury that 50. They're going to bury that 50 or they're going to swing for it. No one needs to talk to anyone about it before the final, but do you choose to leg it all the way to the finish line this run and just hope you run 650 flat to give yourself every opportunity to put your foot on the throat of your opponent? Or is it brake lights at 50 paces, 60 feet before the finish line? Here we go, the final of the Knight Family Motorsports 650 Shootout. A great little 8-car field with real street cars, Darren Bauman and Johnny Oliver. So back in that lane, Johnny Oliver for this round. Bauman in this lane now. We're not going to muck around. We're not even going to wait for the smoke to settle. We're not even going to wait for the smoke to clear. We're going to just get it done. That 650 Shootout, here we go. The final here tonight. He's in. Careful, boys. Here we go. Oh, hole shot to Johnny Oliver. He's out there now, but here comes Bowman. They get to the stripe. No one's on the brakes. He's on the brakes. He's on the brakes. A 656. John Oliver wins it by 0.117. It's Johnny Oliver the win in the Commodore. 663 beats a 656 by virtue of the hole shot. 0.108 hole shot for John. You could clearly see that jump by John. He just reacted quicker to the tree. That pro tree, it just feels like it just takes longer than normal, but it's not, because it's been thrown the same way all day. But when you're waiting for it, it just seems like it lasts longer, but it didn't. But he reacted better, John Oliver, over Darren. So a 3:01 light there for Darren. That's where he came undone, because that allowed John to tap the brakes once or twice right near the end when he's watching the opponent. Where is he? I'm grabbing some brake here, because heaven knows what would happen if Johnny put that all the way through. And let's just see tomorrow whether we see John Oliver go 40s or something tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, that number tonight, that 50 is what everyone's trying to hit. That 56 from Bauman, that car been so consistent over the last couple of rounds. All right, we need Ben Vlecken and Scott Cortina to the lanes, please. Ben Vlecken and Scott Cortina to the lanes. I know you guys are probably knowing that that's what we're going to want to do. I think we must have the other ones near there or something. I thought Junga was going to... thought they were all going to have 2 runs each. Junga, they're just doing a little bit of work on the hatchback. But we'll look at... I think it was going to be Cortina and Vlecken race each other, and it might have been Junga and Trappy. I know the intention was they were going to try and do two runs tonight, and I think we kind of figured. Well done, Johnny Oliver. Well done. Well done, sir. What a race. We've still got another match-up to happen, folks. Still got another match-up to happen. So we needed actually Trappy and Scotty Cortina. We needed Trappy and Scotty Cortina. I think that was the two we wanted, Trappy and Scotty Cortina. Here comes Johnny Oliver back up the staging lanes. And congratulations, John. There we go. Shake at the hands. I know, is that where the ceremony happens? Is that the envelope through the window and that's the drive-through service? Is that what it was? It looked like surveillance footage from here, actually, didn't it? The exchange of the parcel in through the window. Congratulations. Winning it with your real streetcar. Good on you, Johnny. Congratulations. That is a good night. That is a good night. And he deserves it too. He had the hole shot, big hole shot there. That's not a bad way to start the 3 days of fun here, isn't it? It's been a good first day. So we're just still looking for, I think, Trappy and Scotty. We can see the bit of thrash on the Jungamobile over here, and I don't know what they'd be up to on Benny Vlecken's wagon. That thing's, well, starting to show them a bit of love, not having to thrash and work on it. So it's not over yet, folks. We've still got a pairing. We've still got a little match-up still to do there. So if you are heading off into your camps, that's all good. Remember, we can't roll. No one can be in cars moving around after 10. No engine noise or car movements until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We are scheduled to close the gates here at 10 tonight. So whatever you need outside, maybe go get it and come back. But we'll be closing the gates for everyone's best interest. And then, yeah, let's just, and remember tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. gates open, and come back in from there. So there, folks, we're just doing the other call there for Trappy and the Cortinas. I know that little bit of cool down time certainly helps. You don't have to take too long to cool down now. Do you feel the temp? Doesn't take too long to cool down. I know they wanted to come and do another run, and yes, we'd love to wrap up the track for tonight. And I know they want to have one more hit at it. So yeah, we're just being patient. We thank everyone for coming and sticking around. Don't forget that any donations or contributions. The charity this weekend is the Digny family. Of course, poor Kerry lost his fight with cancer last night, about 8:10 last night. Had a room full of people in there talking to him all the way through, and then he got taken away to the big bench race in the sky, and would be probably going through all the normal inductions you do when you get to the pearly gates. Ton of paperwork these days to get in there, but of course we've got Uncle Milty in there, Milton 80, Chick Henry, Uncle Buck, Ronnie Wheel, and all his mates. He's joined his mates, and be watching over us wherever there's a tyre turned or an engine revved. The man will be there in spirit with us, and that bucket we're giving to the Digny family. So Kerry's widow Laurie, that'll certainly help in no small way. Let me tell you, that'll really help them. And as we said, there'll be announcement of some official service, funeral service for Kerry, but we tend to have more of a celebration next year at Mopar Sunday as per his request. He didn't want a funeral, but Laurie needs it. And then he will be cremated. His ashes then we'll attempt to scatter them into as many places as we can, but we'll do some at Mopar Sunday. We're going to do some here at Warwick. I'm sure we'll get a bit of Kerry here at Warwick and send that either through the chutes or whatever. The man deserves to be recognised for a huge service to the motoring and car scene. Early days as an Andrew steward as well. Andrew official, got into commentary at Willowbank. That's where I ended up hearing him over the PA. He had that little different, relaxed, knowledgeable delivery, which was so infectious, and everyone that knew him knows what we're talking about. So there's the cars, brings up the cruiser, the wagon. As we said, in the 80s, families bought station wagons because there was no such thing as an SUV really by then. They came in a bit later, but God, for every family that ever went on holidays in in a station wagon. I mean, we did, but we weren't a normal family. We weren't a Ford or Holden family. We were more of an MG family, and they didn't really have any family cars. And Mum begged Dad for years to get out of these things and into something modern. So our family wagon was a Mazda 929 wagon, so, you know, like RX-4 shape. That was ours. It's about all it was. We loved it because it actually had AM and FM. Actually had both. It had AM and FM. Mum loved it. It had a speedo that worked, which the other one did. It had a fuel gauge that worked, which she was also a bit of a gripe with Father about. So we had the old family wagon, but mind you, now if you were to have a similar vehicle in decent nick, they'll want it off you. People will want it off you. Those 70s JDM vehicles are fetching hefty prices now. I even think back then we thought it was cost a fortune at nearly $5,000 back then. So heaven knows what they're worth now. All those shapes. But he's ready to have one more crack at it here, Benny. He's waiting for an opponent. We're waiting for Trappy if you're around, and the Cortinas, of course. And Junga's having a thrash over here. Got to wrap the chute. Get the silk all wrapped up there in the hatchback. Not a bad run for Junga out of the group. Out of the group, Junga just sort of nailed it. Has he been doing some private Junga Bunga testing up here? I don't know. That's not a bad hit. If he's going to try and, I mean, it's hard being a promoter and trying to run a car as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Because remember, next weekend out here, it just doesn't stop out here at Warwick. I tell you, they're finishing with a flurry. They got the Junga Bunga No Prep Cash Days next Saturday, November 25th. No Prep Cash Days. That'll be spectators $20, kids under 13 free, full canteen, big tyre, small tyre, budget radial, street tyre. Gates open at 10, test hits 4 till 5, racing 5 till 10. And that's on next weekend. So we've got some decent stuff coming. So there'll be some different stuff to what we're seeing this weekend. I know that we will have the odd toughie out of this group turn up next weekend, but I do know that we've got a whole other bunch of guys going to have a go next weekend as well. All right, well, Ben Vlecken's in the staging lanes. So Ben's here looking for Trappy. So final call for Trappy if he's around. Trappy. Mick's just said final call if he's out. It's final call for Trappy or any of our guys. Any of our guys. If you're only going to be a minute or two, you better just quickly sing out to Mick there. Mick's just at that stage where he love you guys to just have one more run here, and he just wants to. We want to just get the track off from there. I mean, we've just about got everything we wanted to do here tonight done, but one of the ones is actually finish off the day. He is big on finishing off the day on time. He is big on trying to keep the schedules, and yes, we whittled them down to what we had. The track's in prime nick. Ben might have another crack at it here by himself if we can't get Trappy down the lanes in the next couple of minutes. If you are only going to be a minute or two, please sing out to Mick real quick, because we are just trying to make sure that we get the track shut down for tonight at a decent hour. And we've done pretty well today. All the Warwick Dragway officials have been helping out, an absolute treat. You guys are guns. And I tell you, just quietly, you take that stuff for granted after a while. Running a meeting, it's one thing to have. And I've seen it myself with the brand new one in South Australia. You can have a big $39 million purpose-built facility. But you know, the last thing you need that you can't buy, and that's the experience of a good crew that knows what to do on race day, knows how to run things. And that's the difference. That takes years to get that sort of that chemistry. It takes years to get that knowledge sometimes. And these guys know how to do it here at Warwick. They've been here a long time. And just because they've kind of been offline for a few years as they've gone through the upgrades doesn't mean they haven't forgotten how to do it all. They know how to do it. They know how to do it, and they're here and doing it. And you know what? Those guys down the bend, they were getting better with every event. Drag challenge down there to them was like a bit of a soft opening. We didn't have to do much other than just open the clocks and run them down. But I think the weekend after, when they had 350 entrants turn up and 20,000 people, it was kind of That's called a hard opening. The soft opening was the one where, we didn't have massive crowds, but the hard opening was the 20,000 people turning out, 350 entrants in an event they couldn't finish. So, yes, be careful what we wish for sometimes. But you know what? These guys, they're such a good group, the whole group with streetcars. I mean, some tough ones as well. So, Benny's ready. Junga might be ready. The shoots are going in. And Scotty's coming as well. So there we go. So there's Scotty. I can see Ben. I can see Junga. If Junga's having another crack. So Trappy. Yell out to us, Trappy, if you're still good. If you're not, yell out as well. If you can hear us, Trappy, can you yell out so Mick can hear near the staging lanes? Are you in or out? We can't wait too many more minutes. We want to wrap up. We want to wrap it up. We all want to wrap it up. A couple of us, even though it's blowing a gale, some of us need a tipple. Some of us need a little bit of little Bundy in there or something. So it's been great on the stream today. We've had a lot of interesting feedback from our people watching on the live stream as well. Some great feedback, some good shout outs. Actually, if you're still on the stream, we've still got a few there. Just let us know where you're from, what part of the world. I know that we've got some pets, like some friends that are always on from different countries all the time. They love it. It's their window into Australia. It's their window into some of the cool car scenes. And remember, Overtaking Lane can't be at every event. When we can't expand there. We can't clone you and the crew and send you to every other event that happens. But you know what? They get to the cool ones. They get to all these ones that are worth covering. I mean, the guys did Jambo a few weeks ago in Adelaide down there. We've seen you do the other road trip drag challenges as well, covering them so well. Yeah, did the Nitro Funny Cars in Palmyra. That was good. That worked out well. You guys have got it down pat. You know where all the plugs go and all the wires go. I'm glad you got that worked out. I have no idea how to do all that. If you need me to if you wanted me to put a tap over there, I could put a tap over there for you. I could put a toilet in there for you, but I can't do this stuff. I'm glad you know what you're doing. And it's a good stream, and a lot of people have been watching it on their big TVs or on their devices, and they're still tuning in and listening. So a big shout out to everyone here tonight that's been on there. I think the Coles family, the Dodds family, Pup's been in there throwing his 2 cents in. I know we've got a lot of people watching that. And yeah, this is just a couple of little match races. Like I think is it Ben versus Scott? I think we wanted Junga versus Trappy. I think so. I think the hatchback just getting pulled out by the look of it. So they're just backing up. The tow vehicle for Junga. Yes, that hatchback Tirana won't be driving to checkpoint and back. Not quite the street car, that one, but a real serious. Well, for years back in the days of Wild Bunch, you know, when Dad was driving it, when Johnny was driving it, and then we always thought Junga was going to get in the seat eventually, because Junga cut his teeth on junior dragster racing, like a lot of the younger blokes did, and then there you go, Wayne. Big shout out to Wayne. He's in Ipswich, so. Not quite, you know, Brazil or Argentina like I was expecting, but Ipswich. UK, so people from the UK watching. I was going to ask, what time is it where you are? Well, Wayne will say the same here, about nearly 8 o'clock. I was just hoping for something Brazil, Argentina, Germany. I go, where are you watching from? Ipswich. Okay, it's great. It's good. Well, come up tomorrow, Wayne. Come up tomorrow. Again, what was the ticket price tomorrow to get in? That's right, free. Free to get in to watch them tomorrow. Dangerous Dave, you won't be having the aircon on tonight, mate. You'll put the heater. Of course, you'll put the heater on. You just can't get one. a diff aligned in the back of your wagon. You just can't get one. Broke some bits, eh? Can't take a trick. There you go from Bundy. So yeah, we've got Jason at Bundy having a watch of the live stream. I'm sure Jason's got a road trip drag challenge car in him. Nearly everyone's got a drag and drive car in them. The Barrador's too far gone to be a road trip car, isn't it? It's more of a You reckon you can road tripper in that? The combing? It's got plates. Need a bit more than that. Yes, well, it fits fit for purpose, I suppose. Yeah. Actually, do you get are you streaming the Jungas next weekend, or what are you doing next? So you're going to be here next. So Overtaking Lane are going to do the live stream next weekend for the Junga Bunga No Prep Cash Days. Do you get to bring the Barrador out then for a bit of no prep? You'll be too busy. No diff centre. Neither that at HQ. You can do a bulk deal. All right, where's Trappy? You around, Trappy? Where is he? We'll put out an all points bulletin looking for Trappy. Where is he? We don't know where they're pitted. I can't believe this is the same joint. I can't believe this is the same joint as last night. It's freezing out there. It's got the breeze up. Everyone needs to layer up tonight, I can tell you. Everyone needs to layer up tonight. Is there anyone out there that was like me and decided, I don't need to pack long pants. It's going to be too hot. I won't need long pants. I nearly put a set in. I go, I'm not going to use them. It's going to be too hot. Tyler didn't even pack a jumper. Well, you need an Overtaking Lane hoodie, but we're out, and the road trip drag challenge ones I think are out as well. Now I do think Dully's Customs and JOH had them down there, so that'd be a good way to get warm. See if it. Well, it's. You got that joke, didn't you, Pete? You got that joke? You know when a shirt's so tight on someone, they squeak when they walk, you know, because it's like they're either the shirt's too tight or their muscles are too big, one of the two. And they sort of squeak when they walk. Now look at this, there's a little rub going on here, so yeah, we're just going to give it a little bit. I actually think the thing's not bad out there. I mean, Jungle went 500 in that lane. I think it's actually pretty sweet. But they're going to have another crack. I can see Ben Vlecken patiently waiting. The Cortinas are there. So whatever that issue was, firing the car up. You boys all right down there? You'd be all itching for another crack about now, won't you? But rules is rules. We can't have another crack, can we? You all want another little crack. It'd be all, yeah, tomorrow. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So they'll be ready for tomorrow, the Warwick boys. I still rate that side-by-side run at Mildura this year. That was a very, very impressive moment for the Warwick boys to be laying down probably one of the quickest drag and drive runs at Mildura, side-by-side. I think 16 and 18 was the numbers. And then both running sevens over the quarter. It was nearly one of the most impressive years for Australian drag and drive. So onwards and upwards with more exciting things to look forward to in the future. And and again, standing back here trying to recount all the big moments this year throughout the year. 2023 has been a huge year. Cracker year. So the Cortinas fire up, Ben Vlecken fires up. Knowing us, Trappy will... I mean, Junga just wants to run someone. Junga wants to run at least one bloke, but I can't see Trappy. Come on, Trappy, you got literally 2 minutes. God. Hear that back in town. They got a fair old echo up, that did. Now, Ben's just back. Maybe Ben's going to, I don't know, they're having a quick look under the car. Maybe they think they want to start there or something, or maybe they're waiting for Junga. They want to race Junga. So Cortinas might be on their own here, and it might be Junga and Benny maybe. Thought it might have been Benny and Cortina, but the Commodore, they're just sort of having a look underneath it. They got the torches all over it. They all good? I think they're all good. They're not panicking. I think it will be him and Junga. But Cortina might be on the solo, so Trapper, you've got no minutes left, really. You're supposed to race Cortina by the look at it. So let's see what Scotty does here. This car, as we said, is the, I think he's still got it. Cam Riley had it, and then he went another 100th quicker as the quickest 235 car in the country. I think, unless Cam went and got it back in private testing, which I think Cortina went 44 or something. Oh, just caught it. Oh, it's got plenty. It's got plenty. 595 as easy as that. 151 in the 60. It's got plenty. More than enough for right now. And if they were all having races tonight for a bit of, well, they were putting money in on the pot, but apparently the pot was all going into the Digny family bucket, which is very nice of them. Very nice of them. But it looks like it's time for one last match race for the night. One last match race for the night. The street car, the Commodore, he's got his obligatory one headlight on. They're just going to crank up Junga Bunga's hatchback here in a sec. And we'll have a nice little match race, turbo versus blower. Now, I don't know, does he have an onboard starter, Junga, does he, or do they use the remote? So, as if this bloke hasn't been that busy, you know, today, yesterday, whatever, Junga probably had to work a week as well. That's the thing. You've had to put a track together when everyone's working day jobs and working big weeks and then try and do something to the track. Oh, look, he just turned up. Trappy turned up. Who does Trappy want to race? I think Junga's got to race someone. Trappy's just going to have a hit. So far, out of our virtual match races, Junga Bunga at 500. So does that mean he's going to come and race some people next weekend with the hatchback? So he's again trying to keep the track tweaked and then race as well. All right, I'm going to listen to this echo through the mountains. Ah, yeah, the big block Chev, eh? That got the attention. If we've got any of our circuit guys camping up the back, I'm sure they're probably all snuck down here too. Why wouldn't you? Curious. All right, so we've got Trappy there. Trappy's going to have a hit at it. Trying to run a low 5 again. Junga and Ben. Radial against Big Tyre. Yeah, why wouldn't you have two shots at it? That's a little bit better. That's getting the radial tyres nice and warm. All right, Jugger. Benny Blackman. All righty, great little match race here on Friday night. It's part of our Road Trip Drag Challenge. Thanks to Absolute Lifting and Safety. All right, up to you, cuz. Oh, bump. Oh, Jugger. Junga Bunga's got the surface down, Pat. 497. 497. He's got the surface down, Pat. 1-2-1 in the 60. And Junga 497. If that ain't a bit of a warning to everyone next weekend, the house might win next weekend. Junga Bunga might just clean them all up with behaviour like that. That might just be what everyone needed to see a little hint of. Is just what the Warwick boys will do on their own track and welcome any challenger to come here and knock them off. Yeah, thought he'd do a big skid here. And Trappy got the big stack injected Chev powered Impala back, or is it a Bel Air? Can't tell. So he's got the spray on this thing. He's going to try and run a number there in the 5 somethings. Junga 497, good number for him. 50 something, 5 flat I think it was, and then 497, 2 good runs within, 30 minutes of each other. And you've got to get that iron block, big block Chev down to a decent temp. So let's just see how we go. He was ready, Trappy. He was pumped. Just didn't see the tree throw. He was looking for some ambers. Have another shot. He'll be ready. All right, Trappy. I don't know whether he's got the radial on it or whether he's got a slick on it. But it works a treat. Yes! 1-2-2 in the 60 foot. Hey, not a bad run. Oh, 524. 524 for Trappy. 133 mile an hour. 1-2-2 in the 60 foot. And there we go, folks. That's got to wrap us up for tonight. It's been a great first day of the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. Don't forget, we are locking the gates at 10, open them back up again early at 6, and it's been a great night. So if you are going back to your campsites, enjoy a few laughs, a few ales, and we'll see you all again in the morning. Thanks very much.